Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
And Sharp just got pinched for issues that I just don't think you get. I just don't think these issues become issues if you read books and you have a humanities education. Shannon Sharp ends up paying reportedly $20 million to some woman who alleged that he harassed her or assaulted her or whatever. We don't know because there are NDAs involved. We know that there's about $20 million that changed hands over the course of Shannon Sharp's ordeal. And now, and mind you, Shannon Sharp made about $20 million, $23 million in his entire playing career. So you could either, do what you need to do to your body in order to play NFL football, or you can do what you need to do to your body in order to bag an NFL football player. Apparently, that's the way to get over in these times of woe and want. And now Gilbert Arenas, Agent Zero, just got pinched for allegedly running a gambling ring out of one of his houses. Now he says he didn't do it. And he's gonna snitch on everybody who he rented the house to and who might have run this gambling ring. Where it was a ring where fancy people went, they paid a cover fee, they played poker, there were bottle girls involved who were paid to offer massages, and I don't know if those massages included happy endings and comfort to the players, and and so he was operating a kind of gambling and pleasure den out of one of his mansions in LA, and he said he didn't do it. He was renting to somebody who did, but apparently there's Gilbert Arenas labeled swag. It's called Gil's Table or something like that in the place. So it'll be interesting how Gilbert Arenas gets out of this. But one thing about Shannon Sharp and Gilbert Arenas, both being multi-millionaire black men with large followings, and neither of them read books. You just get the sense that they're both, if not functionally illiterate. And I think actually Gilbert's a smart and interesting guy, but he makes mistakes that people make in his life who aren't deep or have been exposed or mandated to think deeply about human issues. But he's not a bad guy. He just could have used, I don't want to say better parenting. Well, he said, he admits he screwed up with his kids for his first few years, but now once he puts his mind to it, he did really well with his son, but who knows? And these are both good guys who don't read books, but yet have loud platforms and then make mistakes, I think, consistent with people who don't read good books but have loud platforms, right? So right now, Shannon Sharp and Gilbert Arenas advertise gambling, right? Underdog underwrites, sports betting underwrites Gilbert's show. And Gilbert's a multimillionaire who's not dumb with money. So I'm sure he's got enough where he doesn't actually need Underdog to underwrite his show. He could find a different way to run his show. because he's doing the show as like a vanity project, which is fine if he's got things to say. And I actually think he's an interesting guy. His idea of having like a American Idol except with free throw shooting or 3-point shooting, I think is kind of a wonderful idea, because everybody can 3-point shoot if you can study 3-point shooting. Not everyone can play in NBA, so like this idea that you go from town to town and get the best 3-point shooters in that town, and then have an American Idol type, like not American Idol, but some sort of reality-based competition around 3-point shooting. I think that's actually like a lovely idea. So I think Gilbert has lovely ideas. I think he's kind of an entertaining mind, but he makes mistakes. People who don't read books make. I think Shannon Sharpe. Okay, so I'm less sanguine about Shannon Sharpe. I don't like Shannon Sharpe too much. I have a hard time listening to him talk because he sounds dumb to me. I know that might be sacrilegious, but I'm happy that Shannon Sharpe doesn't have the biggest platform. Like, it might be taken down from this, because I don't think he's not a virtuous fool. He's a useful idiot for the wrong team, I feel like, in some ways. So, I mean, I'm happy that Shannon Sharpe like can make money. I think everyone should be able to earn, but it's not great, I think, for the culture that Shannon Sharpe has such a big platform, because I just don't think he's that interesting of a guy, and he's being treated by the wrong people as if he were an interesting guy, by the wrong white and black people, and like that's, I don't think that's particularly great for the culture. But he made mistakes with this woman that I just don't think you make if you read better books, or if you grew up reading better books. So the humanities education, it won't get you money because both these guys are rich, but it might keep you from, getting on the wrong side of the wrong white lady, and or running a casino out of your house, getting pinched for running a casino out of your house. So there's a quality of wisdom that comes from a humanities education. I think both Shannon Sharpe and Gilbert Arenas lack, which I think, is what happens when you put athletes and entertainers as thought leaders in this world. All right, if you appreciate what I'm saying, go ahead and go to www.funkyacademic.com and kick in $5, $15, and $50 a month, and I'll keep doing it. I like it. I like telling you, things that'll help you not get confused about what matters in this world. Because it's not particularly surprising that Gilbert and Shannon got pinched for this kind of thing. But it's just sad that I think that they could have been educated out of it if they were giving a different quality of education. But the quality of education I'm talking about doesn't make you rich. It just makes you make more meaningful decisions when you become rich. So thank you for your time, and kick in, and I'll keep doing it, and I'll talk to you at another time. Peace.
Ooh. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Ooh, we might watch this.
I don't know if you know this.
Make sure you all hit the like button on your way in. Also, make sure you subscribe to the John Gull Urban Landlord channel, the Urban Clips channel, and the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. I've got a few news stories, and actually, this was kind of a show by request. And I have a long video about Black American foodways and kind of a food history. Someone mentioned earlier this week that Black Americans do not have a history of food in the United States. And I found that comment absolutely ridiculous. Southern cooking is literally based on what basically slaves cook for their masters. It is literally built on, parts of meat, offal and what have you, that the big house didn't want to eat, and they were like, well, here you go, you can have this, do something with it. And I literally, I mean, I'm into cooking. I'm even into cookbooks. I own a number of cookbooks and inherited some of my wife's and her mother's cookbooks. So, there are whole food historians who study, this sort of thing. And it amazed me that a black person from the South didn't know this. So I just figured, since Deacon Dave and Lupin Riking kind of sponsored this Saturday show, I would just go ahead and, since I have the time to do it in no particular theme, show that video. I do have some news stories. I do have two history videos that I want to show, and then probably what will happen. I think John has a show scheduled for 9. Um, so what I may do, and this is well, what I'm gonna do is just move the whole thing over to my channel, and those who are interested can follow. Um, but let's get through the news stories first, and I'm gonna run through them. But some interesting things happened yesterday. Donald Trump, uh, the jobs numbers for the last 2 months have been adjusted down by like 30 plus percent. And revisions to job numbers, that's kind of a common practice. But it's more or less done quarterly, I think. They'll go back, double check the numbers, and revising jobs up or down, if you pay attention to that sort of thing, happens several times a year. So basically, the job numbers got adjusted down, and the projection for July is going to be less jobs than forecast. So what does Donald Trump do? He doesn't address the actual issue. He basically blames the Bureau of Labor Statistics, fires the head of that bureau, and says they made mistakes. Which now this woman has been doing this job under Biden, and I think it was Biden who appointed her head, but she's worked for several presidents, so she's not new to the job. So this is troubling. That if the numbers don't go the way Trump expects them to go, he just goes in and fires people. And essentially, apparently, his plan is to hire somebody, who will say yes. So uh, I guess I'll play this video. And if it doesn't cover what I think needs to be covered, I'll just play the article. But this is disturbing. Trump is slowly dragging us along with his mental decline, apparently. Oops.
Because I think her numbers were wrong. Just like I thought her numbers were wrong before the election. Days before the election, she came out with these beautiful numbers for Kamala. I guess Biden / Kamala. And she came out with these beautiful numbers trying to get somebody else elected. Then right after the election, I think on the 15th, November 15th, she had an $800,000 or $900,000 massive reduction. Said she made a mistake. No, that woman's numbers are.
Your supporters have had issues with these numbers.
I've had issues with the numbers for a long time, but we're doing so well. I believe the numbers were phony, just like they were before the election, and there were other times. So you know what I did? I fired her,
Right.
and you know what? I did the right thing.
If any government official going forward is presenting data or information you don't like, should they fear for their job?
I've always had a problem with these numbers. I was thinking about it this morning. Before the numbers that came out, I said, who is the person that does these numbers? And then they gave me stats about before the election. I had a similar problem. I mean, she gave out numbers that were so good for the Democrats. It was like unbelievable. And then right after the election, she corrected those numbers with, I think, almost 900,000 corrections. I think nobody had ever seen anything like it. Well, today she did the same thing with the 253,000, whatever the number was. No, we need people that we can trust. I mean, your question is a very good one. We need people we can trust. I've got about 3 very good. I have a lot of good candidates. I will say everybody wants it. I've had more phone calls, but I have 3 people that are.
Do you have a background in labor?
I could do a long-term thing, or I could do a temporary. It's a 14-year term.
Right. Would you put someone in who actually has labor statistics experience?
I put somebody in who's going to be honest. That's all we want. I have a choice. I can have 4 months. I can do a short term, or I can do a 14-year deal. So we'll see. We have a lot of people. We've got a lot of good people around.
You know, you and I used to do.
So I think that pretty much says it all. He needs someone who he can trust, and I'll just leave it at that. The woman has a PhD in economics, and she specializes in labor, and these numbers get adjusted up or down quarterly. It's been happening ever since I can, remember. And I mean, I don't pay close attention, but I pay casual attention just because I like news and current events and stuff. And we are not. This country is not heading in the right direction under Trump. You don't just fire people on a whim. But anyway, it's his prerogative. Yeah, Brian Nichols, I was a chef. It's a comment that CluuStudio made yesterday. I got to talking about food, and his comment was, "We was chefs." So I thought it was really funny. And you know what I do with things that make me laugh? I name a show after them. So CluuStudio has that honor today. And Clarice, what's up? How you been? Nobody knows ballrooms better than me. It's going to be the best ballroom ever built. I talked about that yesterday, Clarice. I just, if you know anything about the White House, it used to be back in the day that people could just walk off the street into the White House. Now that went away very quickly after the well, I guess it went away in the 18th century. I'm sorry, in the 19th century. But like back in Jefferson's day, people used to just amble on in. So things have changed. I would love to see the balls that get thrown there. It's going to be huge. Pizza chefs are best. Hey, I make my pizza from scratch, including the dough, Brian Nichols. So yeah, if you can make a homemade pizza from scratch, way better than anything you can buy for sure, because you get to put your own toppings on, and if you cut your own vegetables and stuff, in my opinion, it's superior. What's up? Oops. What's up, Rock Shepherd? So next story, again, labor market. Summer labor market is much weaker than previously reported. I'll play a little bit of this, but I think we kind of get the gist of it. So the unemployment rate ticked up to 4.2% in July. It's still a good number. I don't even remember what the original number was. I don't think it was below 4%, but I will play a little bit of this.
You're listening to Summer Labor Market is much weaker than previously reported, a news story written by Lauren Corey-Gurley and Andrew Ackerman, and read by an AI-generated voice. The U.S. labor market is much weaker than policymakers realized, with U.S. employers pulling back sharply on hiring, especially in May and June, as they grapple with uncertainty fueled by Trump administration policies. The economy added 73,000 jobs in July, less than expected. But more shockingly, hiring in May and June was downgraded by 250,000 jobs than previously reported. according to Labor Department data released Friday. The July jobs report paints a shakier picture of the labor market than data previously suggested, which prompted President Donald Trump to lash out and order the firing of the Commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the agency that compiles the jobs report. The weak labor market news, combined with the White House announcement of new, sharper tariffs for dozens of countries taking hold next week, soured financial markets on Friday, with the S&P 500 and the tech-heavy Nasdaq both trading more than 1% lower. The unemployment rate in July also edged up slightly to 4.2%, a relatively low level. The labor market weakened because of erratic trade policies, elevated interest rates and federal spending cuts, as well as tougher immigration enforcement policies, economists say. Also, a pullback in consumer spending could be constraining employers' growth plans. There's little question about what this report says about the labor market. It's weaker, said Diane Swank, chief economist at KPMG. We've got everything from tariffs and the uncertainty that they triggered, with hiring freezes across many companies, to a federal workforce that is thinning out. Job creation for May and June was revised lower by a combined 258,000 jobs, bringing June job creation down to 14,000 and May to 19,000, both very low levels. About 40% of the revision came from weaker job gains in state and local public education than previously recorded. The rest was spread across a variety of industries. The huge downward revision prompted Trump to announce in a Truth Social post that he ordered the firing of Bureau of Labor Statistics Commissioner Erica McIntarfer, who was appointed by President Joe Biden, suggesting she had faked jobs data for political purposes to improve Vice President Kamala Harris's chances of winning the presidential election last year. There is no evidence of BLS misconduct. Earlier in the day, Trump reignited routine attacks on Federal Reserve Chair Jerome H. Powell, whom Trump previously threatened to fire, calling him a disaster and demanding interest rate cuts. The monster downward revisions to the past 2 months inflicts a major blow to the picture of labor market robustness, said Seema Shah, chief global strategist at Principal Asset Management, in an analyst's note. What's more concerning is that with negative impact of tariffs only just starting to be felt, the coming months are likely to see even clearer evidence of a labor market slowdown. White House Council of Economic Advisors Chair Stephen Moran said Friday that the jobs report isn't ideal, but it's all going to get much, much better from here. We're creating trade deals left and right that have unlocked enormous new potential for the American economy. The tariff uncertainty is fading away. Tariff rates are settling in, Moran said. On top of that, there are such strong, powerful incentives in the one big, beautiful bill for investment. The Dow jobs data increases pressure on the Fed, which has put off cutting interest rates for months, citing labor market strength. On Wednesday, Powell told reporters that solid job gains gave the central bank ammunition to hold off on rate cuts, as it monitors downside risks. But Friday's report suggests that cracks in the labor market have grown, raising the chances of a September rate cut. The Fed is in a tricky position, tasked with dual mandate of maximum employment and stable inflation. Prolonged economic uncertainty appears to have slowed growth and weakened the jobs market, conditions that would normally prompt a rate cut. At the same time, tariffs appear to be reigniting inflationary pressures, potentially justifying higher rates instead. The jobs data offered other reasons for concern. In July, hiring gains were concentrated in just 2 industries. Healthcare, fueled by the country's aging population, added 55,000 jobs, and social assistance added 18,000 positions, boosted by services for families. The two accounted for 94% of job growth, according to the data. Federal government payrolls fell by 12,000 amid widespread cuts enacted by the Trump administration that have amounted.
Yeah, I don't get why Trump doesn't understand that if you cut jobs from the federal government, you're adding to your labor, and I'm sorry, you're adding to your unemployment rolls, even if it's only slightly. But you know what? The woman was a Biden appointee, so it was bound to happen. To be honest, so it goes. A Fed governor stepped down. So Not that much of a surprise. Trump is basically destabilizing he's destabilizing the Fed board. Um, I imagine if Trump had his way, he would get rid of the Fed.
Fed governor steps down early, giving Trump opportunity to shape central bank. This article is by Alan Rappaport and Colby Smith and read by an automated voice. The Federal Reserve announced on
Hey, Fred, how you
Friday
doing?
that Adriana D. Kugler will step down from her position as a governor of the Federal Reserve Board next Friday. Her term was due to expire in January, but her early resignation gives President Trump an opportunity
We
to
will
more
definitely
quickly
add
appoint
this to the
someone
mix,
who could
Fred.
eventually replace Jerome H. Powell as chair. Ms. Kugler missed the Fed's most recent policy meeting this week and did not vote. In a speech earlier last month, she said the Fed should not cut interest rates for some time as tariffs trickled through to consumer prices. The opening on the board comes as Mr. Trump pressures the Fed to cut interest rates and publicly berates Mr. Powell, saying he should lower borrowing costs or resign. The president has also toyed with firing Mr. Powell or naming a successor before Mr. Powell's term as chair ends in May. On Friday, he went so far as to call on the board to remove Mr. Powell from his position as chair. The Fed statement about Ms. Kugler's early resignation did not give a reason for her decision. The central bank declined to comment beyond the announcement. It has been an honor of a lifetime to serve on the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, said Ms. Kugler said in a statement. I am especially honored to have served during a critical time in achieving our dual mandate of bringing down prices and keeping a strong and resilient labor market. Ms. Kugler has served as a governor at the Fed since September 2023, after being nominated by former President Joseph R. Biden Jr. She plans to return to her job as a public policy professor at Georgetown University in the fall. Ms. Kugler is an economist with a background in labor economics who has Colombian heritage and was the U.S. Executive Director of the World Bank. She was the first Latino person to serve on the Fed's board. Mr. Powell said in a statement that Ms. Kugler brought impressive experience and academic insights to her work on the board. The decision means that Mr. Trump will have the ability to reshape the top ranks of the central bank, both in terms of picking a new chair and filling Ms. Kugler's seat. If Mr. Trump makes clear that whomever he chooses for Ms. Kugler's seat is his pick for the chair, that could make for an awkward and potentially market-rattling situation in which the new governor is seen as something of a shadow chair.
Yeah, I'll stop that there. We get the gist. So let's see, what is next? I'm gonna run through this real quick. Tesla, I didn't even know they had like a major lawsuit. But apparently partially liable for a fatal 2019 crash, hit with a 243 million damage assessment. 200 million in punitive damages is a stunning rebuke for Tesla. Dude, well, yeah, that is bad news. Apparently, there was a fatal car crash in Key Largo, Florida. Damn, they only deliberated for a day. Oh, says here the George McGee momentarily took his eyes off the road and then failing. Let's see. Tesla driver assistance technology was partially to blame for enabling the driver, George McGee, to momentarily take his eyes off the road and then failing to warn him the road was ending. Oh my God. McGee's Tesla plowed into a young couple standing off the road, killing 22-year-old Nibel Benavides Leon and gravely injuring her boyfriend, Dylan Angulo. Damn. The Benavides Leon family and Angulo had earlier sued the driver and reached a settlement. Plaintiffs then sued Tesla. Damn. Tesla says the technology to operate on a road it was not designed for. Tesla said it was not liable for the crash because the law and its owner's manual state the driver must be in control no matter the feature engaged. Wow. So if anybody wants this story, um, I'm willing to drop it. Uh, you know what? Let me check something out here. You know what? I put this show together in a hurry, and I did not. Usually, I take my links that I use and put them in the show notes, but didn't do that today. It's a Saturday show, so I'm sloppy. So if anybody wants any of these links, just let me know. I will certainly drop them for you. What's up, DiCapriona? DEI automation. Oh, that is funny. Oh man, let me go ahead and copy that. That is definitely usable.
Good
I'm not
morning,
gonna put.
Stanley.
What's up, 12 man? DiCaprio, no. If I use this, I am not going to use Tesla. That I know. That using Tesla in a show title gives me tingles. Makes my spidey sense tingle. So, but it is funny. That is a good one.
My
So,
caddy, or my chauffeur, Stanley, he actually drives a Tesla and a little too recklessly for my taste. He thinks he can just speed past everyone all the time. I'm not sure how much I like that. You know?
I'm sorry. What?
Well, I have a cabbie that drives
Yeah, I
a
got that
Tesla,
part.
and he just drives too fast for me sometimes. But you think I'm getting old, Stanley?
Uh, well, 55 is up there.
But, all
Oh,
right.
oh,
Anyway,
hey, Clarice, table that question. I got a story that's leaning in that direction. Just give me a minute. Um, it's coming up in a couple minutes. But once I play the story, you tell me, Clarice. Rock, Rock. I'm not sure where you're going with this, but if you let me know what the video is, I can find it. Oh, are you really? Okay, well, you got me by 6 years, Rock. Uh, so, oh shoot, I'm at that story. I'm sorry, I'm not paying attention. And my breakfast, you know what? I've been up since about 3, and I made tuna last night, so I've had and I made brioche buns or rolls. So I had a tuna on brioche this morning. All right, Ghislaine Maxwell. Yep, that's it. Ghislaine Maxwell moved to a minimum security prison camp in Texas as a convicted sex offender. Minimum security
Jesus.
prison is not like kosher or regular. It's not. The regulations would prevent it. But I'll play the story. But I don't know. This is getting weirder and weirder.
You're listening to Ghislaine Maxwell moved to a minimum security prison camp in Texas. A news story written by Perry Stein and read by an AI-generated voice. Jeffrey Epstein's imprisoned associate Ghislaine Maxwell has been moved from a federal detention center in Florida to a minimum security prison camp in Texas, her lawyer said Friday. Maxwell, who was convicted in 2021 on sex trafficking charges, had been serving her 20-year sentence at a low-security prison in Tallahassee. Attorney David Oscar Marcus said she was moved to the federal prison camp in Bryan, Texas, about 95 miles northwest of Houston. He did not give a reason for the transfer, and the Justice Department declined to comment. Bryan is among the facilities with the lowest level of security in the federal system, with limited or no perimeter fencing, dormitory-style housing, and a relatively low staff-to-inmate ratio. Another high-profile inmate held there is Elizabeth Holmes, the disgraced founder of the Silicon Valley blood testing company, Theranos, who was convicted of wire fraud and conspiracy. Based on her conviction and sentence, Maxwell is an unusual candidate to be transferred to a federal prison camp. Bureau of Prison guidelines say that inmates who have more than 10 years remaining on their sentences are not typically eligible for a minimum security facility, though a number of variables are considered. The family of Virginia Giuffre, who was among Jeffrey Epstein's most well-known sex trafficking accusers and who died by suicide this year, said in a statement that Maxwell's transfer to the federal prison camp reflected the justice system failing victims right before our eyes. It is with horror and outrage that we object to the preferential treatment convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell has received, said the statement, also signed by other women who said they were victims of Epstein and Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell is a sexual predator who physically assaulted minor children on multiple occasions, and she should never be shown any leniency. Yet without any notification to the Maxwell victims, the government overnight has moved Maxwell to a minimum security luxury prison in Texas. Maxwell's transfer, which was first reported by the New York Sun, came a week after Maxwell was interviewed over 2 days in Tallahassee by Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, amid the persistent struggle by President Donald Trump's administration to contain the uproar over its decision to release no further information from the FBI's Epstein files. Epstein was indicted on sex trafficking and other charges in 2019, but died while awaiting trial in Manhattan in what has been ruled a suicide. Members of President Donald Trump's Republican base have led a clamor for the full release of the files, and some believe Maxwell has information that could implicate members of the disgraced financiers' circle of rich and powerful friends. Blanche, a former defense lawyer for President Donald Trump, said at the time that he asked Maxwell about 100 different people, and that she answered every single question truthfully and to the best of her ability. He has said that he would release information about their interview at an appropriate time. Marcus has said that Maxwell did not receive a fair trial when she was convicted for helping Epstein groom, traffic, and abuse dozens of underage girls. While appealing to the U.S. Supreme Court to overturn the conviction, they have also been using the renewed attention on the Epstein case to seek clemency from the president. Trump has been non-committal on that point, telling reporters this week he is allowed to give her a pardon, but nobody's asked me about it. The 63-year-old Maxwell has also been subpoenaed to give a deposition to Congress on August 11th. She has asked for immunity to testify, a request the congressional committee overseeing her testimony quickly rejected. Representative James Comer, Republican Kentucky, who chairs the House Oversight Committee, said Friday that he would be willing to delay Maxwell's testimony until after the Supreme Court rules on her petition, which is expected in late September. We acknowledge Chairman Comer's letter and appreciate the committee's willingness to delay Ms. Maxwell's deposition while her case is pending before the Supreme Court, Marcus and his co-counsel, Melissa Madrigal, said in a statement. We will continue to engage with Congress in good faith to find a way for Ms. Maxwell to share her information without compromising her constitutional rights.
Well, I actually think moving her to a minimum security, facility, I think she's going to make a prison break. Low guard to prisoner ratio sounds like a prison break to me.
That woman ain't gonna get away to nowhere, Stanley.
Hey, they moved her to a place that regulations don't allow. Soon as I heard low guard to prisoner ratio, yeah, she's gonna make a run for the border. In the prisons in Texas. So you know what? She's gonna make a run for the border.
You think so?
It's a joke, but I think under Trump, strange things are happening. So why not?
Well,
So
why was she let out of a maximum security prison?
They didn't say,
They
but
didn't give a
this was
reason?
after the number 2 at the Justice Department interviewed her. So I would think he had something to do with it.
Oh, wow.
So Trump, this is the Washington Examiner. Trump says he wants everything in the Epstein files to be released. Does he now? President, well then, why wasn't it done yesterday? This story is, let's see,
Well,
what's the date line? This story's from yesterday, late last night. Why isn't it released if he wants it done? Everybody else says how high when he says jump. President Donald Trump on Friday said he wants his administration to release everything in the Epstein files, but urged caution in doing so, warning that people could get hurt in the process. We like to release
yeah,
everything, but we don't want people to get hurt that shouldn't be hurt, he told Newsmax host Rob Finnerty
like
in an interview
to.
at the White House. I don't know why you're interrupting here. Give me a minute.
Sorry, Stanley.
I want to release everything. I don't want people to get hurt. The sit down interview comes 1 week after Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche met with Jeffrey Epstein's imprisoned co conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, for 9 hours over 2 days. You know what? Why am I not seeing this whole article? What have I done wrong here?
Maybe you have to pay extra.
Uh, no, I pay for a subscription. I intend on getting. I intend on seeing the whole thing. I used my YouTube tip money to buy a subscription, and I have an account. I know that part. Email address. At least I'll have to go through the process. I don't know why. Okay. I thought I subscribed. It says I don't. Well, I'll look at that later. My bad. Um, I wouldn't have even brought this up had I not thought I had a damn subscription. All right. Trump orders nuclear submarines near Russia after Medvedev's warning. Now, Medvedev is not in any substantial power. He's deputy chairman of the Security Council of the Russian Federation. So Donald Trump has ordered two nuclear submarines to be positioned in certain regions in response to provocative statements by Dmitry Medvedev, the former president of Russia and current deputy chairman of the Security Council of the Russian Federation. Medvedev had warned the U.S. president to remember that Moscow had Soviet era nuclear strike capabilities. Trump stated that words are very important and can often lead to unintended consequences, and expressed hope that this would be one of those instances. I don't know what's going on there. Let's see. Tensions remain high between
Well, can
Russia.
I interrupt, Stanley?
What
I
you got?
I found it funny that right after the big tsunami scare, that Trump sends two nuclear subs in there, like right in the spot where the earthquake happened, the 8.8
I have no idea. I have
earthquake.
no idea the logic. Why is it a coincidence?
Well, it just seems kind of weird, doesn't it?
No.
Like right
I
after the
mean,
earthquake,
technically,
and
technically, we don't know where those subs are. That I'll be honest with you, that Trump even announced that he was repositioning subs, I think is a huge security breach.
yeah, I
Generally,
wouldn't have done that.
once they submerge, no one really knows where they are. So, you
Right.
have a general idea because they've got like operating areas, but
Yes, sir.
all I'm saying is that Trump didn't have to mention submarines and repositioning. I think that is compromising. So who knows where they are? And by the way, you don't have to be like right off the coast of Russia. Um, those things, they've got range. So
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. I don't really connect those dots, but um,
Oh no, it's just a thought, Stanley.
Man, you conspiracy theorists think are definitely interesting. For Canada's Carney, no deal with Trump. Oops, let me take this down. No deal with Trump is might be better than a bad one. Canadian Prime Minister said he was disappointed after U.S. tariff hikes. Some business groups and even his rivals say he shouldn't cave to Trump's demands. Yeah, I don't know why Trump thinks Canada is going to cave. Um, and just so you know, Canada has basically told Israel that if they don't get their act together, with what's happening in Gaza,
Right.
people, the Gaza aid stuff, that they would recognize Palestine at the next UN council meeting. And
Well,
it annoyed Trump. So what Trump did is raise their tariffs to 35% or something like that. So um,
well,
it
I think a lot of us are beginning to see that Netanyahu is out of control over there. I mean,
well,
he,
it's better late than never.
so
Because I think Netanyahu's been out of control ever since he got in legal trouble for corruption or whatever it is. He's been doing things for years which would make him necessary as prime minister. As soon as he's not prime minister, he's going to spend a lot of time in court. So I'm not going to go knee deep into this. Basically, Trump versus Carney. That's U.S. versus Canada. That's where we are. And no, there's really no reason to be adversarial. Trump just doesn't. Trump thinks he is Action Jackson. So, alligator Alcatraz detainees on hunger strike for 10th day. Holy shit. Protesting conditions. So, detainees at Florida's immigration detention center known as Alligator Alcatraz have been on a hunger strike for 10 days in protest of living conditions. The facility opened on July 3rd and houses hundreds, including Cuban immigrant Pedro Hernandez, who was detained during an ICE check-in in Miramar in July. Detainees described cruel treatment, unsanitary food, limited medical care, poor lawyer access, and constant lighting, while officials and some Republicans defend the center's role in immigration enforcement. Pedro Hernandez was admitted to the hospital but continues to abstain from eating, insisting he will not take any more meals until they receive respect, while lawsuits have been filed against the facility by civil rights and environmental organizations. The hunger strike and lawsuits have sparked political demands for reform and accountability, with deportation flights underway and ongoing debate about the center's conditions and purpose. So somebody's feeling strongly about about this the conditions down there. Any comment?
no, Stanley. I've been in prison before, and
Relevance
just crying over nothing.
to okay. Well, have you seen videos of Alligator Alcatraz?
No, I haven't. Have you?
Because it's basically like an open air prison. It's in a tent.
Yeah.
All those cages and bunks are in a tent in a flood zone.
Well,
So I guess what I'm saying is it's not like a regular prison.
right.
And it's in Florida. There's no air conditioning in those tents.
Well, it's supposed to be temporary, Stanley. It ain't like they're flying
Okay, well wait,
them in
hold it.
and
So the
flying them
torture
out.
so the torture is temporary. That makes it better.
Torture. Come on, Stanley.
Dude, I'm not gonna cut you a break on this. If if cruel and unusual punishment is the policy, the immigrate is in the deportation policy, then we need to rethink it. You know, the United States may be many things, but cruel and unusual punishment, that's Banana Republic, the stuff of Banana Republic.
Yeah, I
So
agree with that, Stanley.
I don't like the hunger strike look. Um, Clarice, let's see.
Well, there
She has
should
a
at least
history.
be
Oh, really?
3 hots and a cot in there, right?
Well,
Where they're
apparently they're not
getting that.
getting the hots. They got a cot, they don't have the hots. And speaking of
Mm.
cots, they don't. Apparently, there's constant illumination. And some people can't sleep with the lights on. I'm one of them. If lights are on, it's hard for me to get to sleep. Look, I just don't think that, cruel and unusual is deserved, even if you're here illegally, even if you committed a crime. If you committed a crime, then let's punish the crime. But, there are people who have committed no crimes down there.
Well, Stanley, I feel like we should treat them the same way we do American prisoners.
Uh,
You
I would
know what I
think.
mean?
I would think. But hey, it'll work itself out. Um, yeah, that's an interesting point, Clarice. I didn't know about that history. Oh, well, this is to you, 12th man. Clara says, 12th man, respectfully, you just drew a conclusion between tsunamis and nuclear submarines. Is it out of the realm of
Yeah.
possibility that the government isn't telling the whole truth about this prison? Well, let me just say this though, Clarence. In defense of Trump, the federal government, there's some intersection between the two, but this is a Florida operation. So DeSantis is pretty much in charge of it. So, I mean, Trump is the president. It is Trump's deportation policy that Florida is supporting. But I would think, closer to the ground would be DeSantis. So,
Well, Stanley, don't they have
however,
a
let me
few
let me
more
make
of
this
them?
point. Trump and what's her name? The Trump and what's her name? Christy Noam. They did tour that. I showed a video. If you go up to whitehouse.gov, you can watch them walking around and DeSantis being all
Oh, yeah.
sycophantic. So Donald Trump has been on the ground there. So I mean, he must have an idea of what it might be like.
Isn't there more of one of these kinds of prison now, Stanley? Aren't there like 3 or 4 of them or something?
You mean in like immigration detention centers?
Yes, sir.
There are several of them that I, just off the top of my head, but this one is different because it's tents. It's not actually some sort of permanent structure. Essentially, these are tents. I think they're on concrete slabs. Go up to whitehouse.gov. DeSantis, Christie Noem, and Trump actually walk around in
Yeah,
the
I've seen that
unoccupied.
video already.
You have?
Yes, sir.
Right. So I mean, I don't. I think alligator Alcatraz is unique. I don't think there are any others like it. Maybe Guantanamo, because I heard they were setting up something at Guantanamo, but I haven't heard anything about that in months. So maybe there's another one in Guantanamo, but you never hear about it if there is.
Yeah,
So
back in prison. I've been to prison in Florida, Stanley, and
in a tent,
well, in a compound, but not in a tent. No, sir.
Right. And by the way, the toilets and the sinks are attached to the same water source. So, in the mornings
Well, yeah.
you got 30 some people or more in a cage. So if somebody's brushing their teeth, they might be brushing their teeth right next to someone taking a dump. Um,
So,
it's some bad stuff there. Like somehow or another, the sinks are attached to the toilets.
yeah, the water's attached, but the sink part of the toilet is not attached to the part that flushes, Stanley.
I understand that,
They're
but
two different
listen to
things.
what you said. The sink part of the toilet. That means somehow or another they're the same structure.
Yeah, it's a toilet that has a sink on it. What it
That's my
is.
point. That's my
God
point. So
damn,
is it
Stanley.
possible you could be brushing your teeth next to someone taking a shit?
No,
Oh no.
because
Okay, well then I stand corrected.
prisoners know
Would
how
you
to have respect
would you
for
be
each
able
other.
to smell the shit while you're brushing your teeth?
It smells like shit the whole time you're in prison, Stanley.
Oh,
That's
okay.
just how it is. Yeah.
I got you. All right. Well, I will just suffice it to say this doesn't seem like the best of conditions, maybe even cruel and unusual, given that it's outside, in a tent.
I want to see what they eat.
That's part of their complaint. They say unsanitary food. So
They don't get hot dogs and
I
shit
don't
like
know.
that or
Don't know
nothing.
the menu, but I know they don't want to eat it. I know they're on a hunger strike, so the food can't be that good.
Oh,
So
geez.
judges keep restrictions on LA immigration arrests in setback for Trump agenda. An appellate panel held a finding that federal agents appeared to rely exclusively on race and other factors, such as speaking Spanish, in making arrests. In other words, they're profiling.
Judges keep restrictions on LA immigration arrests in setback for Trump agenda.
Oh, and by the way, I did a story maybe 2, 3 weeks ago about this sweep that ICE did. They were supported by the National Guard or the Marines. I can't remember, but ICE did a sweep in MacArthur Park, and I've never been to LA, so I'm just kind of MacArthur Park is fairly famous. But in any case, no, it wasn't MacArthur Park. It was some other park. But anyway, they wound up grabbing a couple U.S. citizens who were Hispanic, um, and one of them was a lawyer. And they took her, detained her for hours. It wasn't like oh hey, you're an American, we're not going to bother you anymore. They wound up taking her all the way to some detention center. Eventually, she was let go, but she's retained a lawyer. I'll put it that way. Um, U.S. citizens, and I've said this several times, U.S. citizens should not be harmed in this deportation policy process. Um, the kids, the lawyers, or whoever, U.S. citizens are U.S. citizens. They should not be caught up in some immigration, some ICE dragnet. That's not, citizenship has some privileges, I would think.
This article is by Miriam Jordan and Tim Arango and read by an automated voice. The Trump administration's agenda suffered another setback late Friday when an appeals court upheld a decision that temporarily halts federal agents from making immigration-related arrests in the Los Angeles area without probable cause. A 3-judge panel of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit affirmed a lower court's finding that the raids appeared to exclusively rely on a person's race and other factors, like speaking Spanish. The administration's immigration raids have stirred protests and fear for many Latinos across the city, its suburbs, and agricultural regions. The panel's decision merely allows a temporary restraining order that had been imposed by the lower court to remain in place. It curtails, for now, the far-reaching operations that began in June as the case proceeds through the courts. Judge Mame E. Frimpong of Federal District Court in Los Angeles has scheduled a hearing in late September as she weighs a longer-lasting order known as a preliminary injunction. In their ruling on Friday night, the appellate judges wrote that the plaintiffs are likely to succeed in showing that federal agents made arrests based on how people looked, how they spoke, and where they lived or worked. Civil rights groups led by the American Civil Liberties Union of Southern California and Public Counsel filed suit on July 2nd, accusing the Trump administration of unconstitutional sweeps since early June. Nearly 3,000 people have been arrested. American citizens and immigrants who are legally in the United States have been caught in the dragnet, which fueled protests in Los Angeles and across the country. President Trump had said that other Democratic-led cities would also be targeted, suggesting that the aggressive enforcement tactics deployed in Los Angeles might be replicated elsewhere. In their 61-page ruling, the appellate judges, all of whom were appointed by Democratic presidents, said it was likely that the arrests were made without reasonable suspicion. The judges added that because the arrests were part of a pattern of officially sanctioned behavior, they were likely to recur without court intervention. Mohammed Tajzar, an attorney with the ACLU representing the plaintiffs, said the decision was further confirmation that this administration's paramilitary invasion of Los Angeles violated the Constitution and caused irreparable injury across the region. The Department of Homeland Security did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Mayor Karen Bass of Los Angeles, who has repeatedly called on the White House to end the aggressive enforcement actions, called the ruling, quote, a victory for the rule of law and for the city of Los Angeles, and called on residents to, quote, stand together against this administration's efforts to break up families who contribute every single day to the life, the culture, and the economy of our great city. The city and county of Los Angeles and 7 other municipalities joined the lawsuit after heavily armed federal agents, escorted by...
Yeah, I'll stop it there. We know that part. Clarice, I tend to just scan the front pages. So no, I didn't see that particular picture. It's kind of like, this is kind of like, if you're on your way to work. Now, back in the day, we used to actually have newspapers, delivered. So I'm old. So, I just kind of do like pretend I'm going to work, and I might do a cursory scan of the front, maybe the second page, just to see the highlights. And so, I probably miss a lot of things like that. So the next story is something I actually thought would never happen. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting announces shutdown following funding loss. Says here on Friday, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting revealed plans to begin closing its operations by the end of September 2025. The decision follows Congress canceling federal funding for CPB in the 2026 budget bill and a prior rescission of $1.1 billion requested by the Trump administration. For nearly 6 decades, basically 1965 when I was born, CPB has played a vital role in supporting over 1,500 community-based public radio and television outlets, delivering educational programs, emergency information, and fostering cultural connections nationwide. President and CEO Patricia Harrison acknowledged that despite widespread public efforts to urge Congress to maintain funding, the organization must proceed with shutting down its operations. Most employees will be laid off by September 30, 2025, with a small transition group staying on until January 2026 to finalize the shutdown process. So there goes that. Now the local, NPR and PBS are kind of like down one layer. Um, but I imagine they're going to be greatly impacted. Local radio stations, and I'm just going to speak from my personal experience. Growing up in Savannah, Georgia, we had WVAN, which was in Pembroke, Georgia. Um, you know, uh, like I can remember watching, Sesame Street when I was like 3. Um, and the
Me
NPR
too,
station,
Stanley.
hold on one sec. The NPR stations, really the NPR station down there, I can't remember what the call letters are, but I mean, I basically got introduced to classical music by NPR, and I'm not like a classical music aficionado, but I do have my favorites, and I don't listen to a lot of music, period, these days. But it's gonna be a loss. I find, you know, if there was gonna be a public resource that I would fund, just wouldn't even think about it. You don't want to waste money, but PBS, uh, NPR would always be funded just because I think they do a lot of good. And you don't know about the good until the weekends. The weekends, the local programming, that's where the value in public broadcasting is, not so much the news or some of the like more structured talk shows on the weekends, Saturday and Sunday. Bluegrass music, uh, WAMU in DC. Um, I got introduced to bluegrass, which, believe this or not, bluegrass, I like bluegrass better than rap, easily. Um, there used to be a Sunday program on WAMU because I used to live in the area, called Stained Glass Bluegrass. And I actually used to listen to it, used to drive my father-in-law crazy. I used to listen to
Well,
these
you're
blue. Okay,
Stanley.
I need you to wait till I'm done, please. I used to literally listen to bluegrass style church music, which is a thing. So hopefully, CPB doesn't eventually lead to NPR and PBS going away, but who
They're
knows at
not
this
going
point.
anywhere, bro.
However, I actually kind of hopefully there's a Democratic president in 2028, who can resurrect CPB. A lot of the stuff that Trump's doing, what is reversible, needs to be reversed as soon as we get MAGA out of office, and it's going to happen.
Who?
6 months in, um, this is not going well. What do you have to say, 12th man?
Well, like, I grew up on PBS and Sesame Street and my ABCs, and that's where I learned my one, two, threes. But I mean, like, only 1% of PBS and NPR funding comes from the Fed, so shouldn't they be able to raise that 1% and keep it going?
Well, the
Or
problem is, they do the fund drives and everything. Um, I don't have an answer to the question, but the quarterly fund drives that they do, even places like WAMU, they do like damn it, the Jerry, I want to say Jerry Springer, the Jerry Lewis style, all night fundraising things for a week sometimes. So I don't know that I don't know whether they can. If it's
well,
one percent,
we were a little.
they may have to make 1% cuts. But the thing is that you know asking the public to give more. I know, like there's a West Virginia station, and West Virginia is literally the poorest state. in the country. Or
Is
maybe
that
it's
right?
Mississippi. I can't remember.
I
But
didn't
you know,
know
you
that,
really gonna
Stanley.
ask? Are you really gonna ask West Virginians to give more? And remember, West Virginia is a very Republican state. You know, they're not a hell of a lot of PBS fans, I would imagine. But I can tell you, that station, and I can't remember the call letters. They like every Sunday morning, they would do like West Virginia history stuff. Fantastic stuff. So anyway, I'm not going to sit here and cry.
Well,
It is what
Stanley,
it
can
is,
I
but
say
I
something?
just basically want to say that this country's not heading in the right direction if something as harmless as Corporation for Public Broadcasting is being defunded.
Can I say something now, Stanley?
Yeah.
Well, I think they've been moving more and more left and like
Who
way
cares?
beyond
Who
center
cares?
left, and that's
Who
why they got defunded.
who cares?
That's only 1% of their money. They can raise
Doesn't
it,
matter.
dude.
Okay, dude, I'm not gonna sit here and debate it. You said what you said, I said what I said. Um, let's see here. So Fred sent me this. It's Tim Black. This is Tim Black. You know these well, I don't know what he is. He's some form of progressive. I think he's more or less in that revolutionary blackout, or what is it? What is it? Revolutionary something or another. RBN. I think that's what they call themselves. Another PBS station. Basically, they're black Marxists, but they're not necessarily black. Black power. They're DSA types, and I honestly don't know. Other than he seems to be more DSA type left than anything. I don't really know Tim Black's politics, and I don't watch his show that much, so it could just be he said it and I don't know it. But anyway, he is funny though. I have to give him that. He will make you laugh. He's like basically the polar opposite of Professor Black Truth, but just as funny. And he is, I wouldn't say he's pro-Trump, but he's probably more, he's anti-Democrat. He's anti-liberal, which kind of de facto makes him pro-Trump.
Democrat,
How so?
and he's done a lot of things. Immigration. I'm happy about what's happening with immigration. I thought the stock market would tank. And I'm pretty happy with my 401k. There's a few things that I just thought things would go wrong, and I'm very happy.
Well, that is big of you to say. It'll probably lose you some friends in this polarized environment that we're in right now. But there's nothing wrong with being happy with results, no matter who gives them to you, right? So I appreciate your candor. Next.
And you got a lot of calls saying the exact same thing. And the sad part is that she feels that she can't say it,
Next on deck with Tim Black.
Yeah, you know what, man? It's okay for Black Americans to say it. Yeah, it's got to be okay for Black Americans to say how they really feel, man. And I'm seeing brothers and sisters from all across the internet stand up and say it. And I appreciate it, man. It's empowering. I know that you may face backlash from people in your group. You know what I'm saying? People that know you even. Particularly my people on Facebook, man, who have their home Facebook accounts. They got regular Facebook accounts. People know them. They use their real name. They get backlash for that. They get ostracized. There are people, literally people and families that don't talk to each other because somebody said Trump did a good job. Really. And that Biden didn't do a good job. Really. That's how bad it's gotten, man. Whole families getting split up. Marriages, families, All over what? Over an opinion of how the country's doing at the moment. And this lady said, when you talk about someone's 401k, we're talking about her ability to be freedom, about her living situation. This is not just some theoretical stuff. This ain't about checking boxes in the poverty tic-tac-toe board. We're talking about her actual money, how her retirement is being invested. And she's saying she sees positive returns on that. Because you know, they all said that we were going to go into a deep recession if Trump got in. Then when Trump announced the tariff, they all said the world's going to go to hell. We all going to be eating out of soup can. We have to go down to the.
You know what? I'm going to assume that this video was done before the jobs numbers were revised down. They weren't revised down by a little bit. Like May and June, maybe even May, June, might have been April, May, and June. They were revised down by 30+%. Let me find those numbers while he prattles on. Everything was going good until yesterday. It's like, let me get the numbers because they actually made me laugh when I heard the actual numbers or the revised numbers.
The pine and find a rock and put it in some water and boil it and make rock soup because there's going to be nothing on the shelves because Trump's going to mishandle everything. And then when it didn't happen, well, then we switched the story. We switched his focus again because then, can't admit that it didn't get worse. It got better. Our economy's better right now than it was under Biden. And you would think it's in the toilet. You would think it's in the toilet.
Dude.
And what I mean by that is just, I don't be so much concerned about stocks. I'm talking about your ability to buy food.
Okay, let me help you out here, Tim. I literally, egg prices have gone down, but I just ordered groceries a couple week and a half ago. Believe me, dude, prices have not gone down, even appreciably. Well, I'm sorry, they haven't gone down appreciably. I think prices are going up. As a matter of fact, I know they're going up. I can name specific items that cost more. And I'm not going to say they went up in the last 6 months, but grocery prices are not coming down. Gas prices really aren't coming down. They've been stable, and Georgia tends to have better gas prices than other parts of the country, but it's not appreciably. I think the last time I can remember passing by a gas station, gas was at $2.88, which is an excellent price compared to maybe a year ago, but it's not like $2.50. It's not like enough for me to go, damn, this Trump has made a difference. Dude, I don't know how close Tim Black pays attention to this, but he might want to be a little bit more meticulous in his analysis. And again, I'm going to assume this was before the jobs numbers or the revisions yesterday. Yes, sir.
Stanley, I've been noticing how beef prices are out of control.
Well, I'm not going to blame that on.
Well, cut of beef or T-bone.
Oh, hell yeah, yeah. But let me say this though. Let me say this. I'm not going to blame that on Trump. I am going to say prices aren't coming down. If anything, they're still going up. So, if the argument is that prices aren't rising as fast, you can make that argument, but it's a purely academic argument. When you go to the grocery store, you're still paying more.
All
It's
right.
not
That's what
at an
I
increasing
noticed
rate.
when I go to the grocery store, Stanley, is like some things are up, some are down. That's the way it goes, I guess. You're gonna
Slick.
save
Well,
on
look, look, look,
some
look.
and
Whoa, 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 whoa. You're misunderstanding me. I'm not going to blame Trump that prices are going up. The only reason he even enters my mind is videos like this where Tim Black is saying prices are going down. Not where I live, and I live in rural Georgia. I live in small town Georgia. I'm not ever paying, I don't pay New York prices for stuff, but I can
well,
say prices are not going down. Don't say they're going down if they're
can
not
I
going
ask you
down.
a question, Stanley?
What's that?
When, when was the last time anything really went down since you were a little kid? I mean,
Well,
everything. I
my
mean, we had
point would be don't say they're going down when they're not. That's really the crux of my complaint.
right. Yeah, I get that.
And
But they
Slick
really
Rick, you
don't.
know what? I don't ever use the inflation calculator. I'm old and I want to live a good life between now and the end. The inflation calculator is just going to depress me.
Yeah, prices
Y-
never go
yeah, they
down,
they
Stanley.
actually do overseas in Europe. I'm sorry, what?
The prices never go down. I mean, since you were a little
Uh,
kid,
it's
did
pretty rare. It's pretty rare that they
remember
do.
you
But I mean,
remember
that's
when you
look.
were 5 years old, right?
Uh,
And you went to bubblegum machine with a nickel and you twist that bubblegum machine, right? And
right.
you got your piece of bubblegum. Did it ever go down to a penny or did
Well,
it go
as a
to
matter of
up
fact,
to
have
10
you
cents?
heard? Have you heard Trump is planning on getting rid of the penny? So the
Yeah.
answer would be no. But that's fine. I mean, that's just life in a capitalist society. The trick is to beat inflation by investing. Salary increases are not going to keep up with inflation. I think we pretty much know that, at least on
Right.
average. That's why people invest. That's why, because essentially your dollars lose value because of inflation. That's why you gotta invest in something. So, that's my young people invest speech. Let's get back to Mr. Black here.
The prices have gone down from where they were.
No.
And that's enough for a
Eh,
person to say, hey, I acknowledge that.
Okay, and by the way, egg prices were never a Biden thing. There was an avian flu. I pretty much knew, you know, I basically, when I go to, because I usually buy eggs 18 or even 36 at a time because I bake. Like when I make bread, I usually use an egg. So, but when that 18 pack of eggs, was at $9, I stopped buying 36. Yeah. So, prices do affect me. Um, but I knew why the eggs were up. I wasn't happy. I wasn't going to forgive it. I wasn't going to keep buying like I
Why
was
were
buying,
the
but
eggs up,
I didn't blame it.
Stanley?
I didn't blame it on Biden because I watched the news or read the news and I knew what was going on.
Well, can I tell you what happened, Stanley? What
Sure, go ahead.
happened? What happened was like a bunch of those hens had to be killed because they carried the avian flu, and so Joe Biden ordered like 300,000 or something like that
Do you
killed.
think Joe
And
Biden actually signed did an executive order.
It might have been an auto pin. I don't know.
Okay, well, I don't think he personally did it, but let me tell you something. Why avian flu is something you want to call. Number one, it affects all birds, and it shocked me
Yeah.
years ago. Years ago, I saw some special on, like, if your hen gets nabbed by like an eagle or something like that, it's gonna get the flu. So it affects other birds.
Yeah,
And
it does.
you do know that things like avian flu jump species. So if you have a bunch of humans exposed to it, eventually there's a chance that humans start getting the avian flu. So that's why you want to call them instead of having humans and just wild birds exposed. So I think he did the right decision. It just, it's an act of God as far as I'm concerned.
One last thing, she said immigration. You know the price you got to pay for that if you say that if you're a Black American? These people have Black Americans, and I'm not talking about the politicians, and I'm not talking about the commentators. They got to say shit to keep the audience. Okay? But there are regular Americans who aren't working in politics or in media who are convinced that it's something wrong for Black people to want less immigration coming in, less people coming into the country as far as immigrating. And they make that a white supremacist thing. That's what they make that like you are evil. You're evil for wanting less competition and less people accessing resources out of your city. Less fighting over meager resources that are in your city, the budgets. We all know most of the budget in these cities go to law enforcement, go to jails and cops. That's what most of it goes to. You know what I'm saying? That's the biggest expense.
Let me stop this right quick. This Saturday show isn't exactly a pop-up show. Lupin, it all started with Lupin asking me if I was doing a drunken Saturday show or something to that effect. And I was like, well, I hadn't really planned on doing a show, but you know what? Hey, maybe. So, he contributed, he supported the show, a Saturday show. Deacon Dave supported a Saturday show, and today DiCapriono is supporting the Saturday show. And I want to stop and make special mention. I like doing this, and I'm probably the most boring motherfucker on YouTube, but it is what it is. I have the things that I'm interested in, and it is not for everybody. That's why I actually really appreciate the people who support me, the show. It is very important to me. I just want to, I'm not Mr. Emotional, but I want to take time out because this is folks' hard-earned dollar, and that they honor me with contributing to the show definitely requires special mention. So, gentlemen, I appreciate it. And let's get back to Mr. Baldy Black.
Of a city, that in schools, then hospitals, then roads, highways. But it is damn right sad. It is downright sad, man. The number of Black Americans that I run across online.
Wait,
I hope it's not in the real world.
Let me stop it. And 12th man, I'll have to add you to the sponsor list for today. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, anytime, Stanley. I appreciate you for tolerating me. How about that?
You know what? It's we tolerate each other. But the bottom line is you, me, and well, you and me specifically, but you, me, and Solid Snake. We're originals. That is for sure. You're a day one.
Yeah, I was wondering if you wanted to go over that link I sent you earlier. I don't know if I sent you a link, but
I don't think you did.
But
oh, and by the hold on one sec. Just put the link in the back. I want to make one show note. John, I think he says he's starting. He's scheduled to start at 9. So when he does, I'm probably just gonna move the whole thing over to my channel, so he can do what he does and I can do what I do. Show sponsored by DiCaprio. Let's see. Hold on one sec here. Damn it, man! You know what? It's funny. When I was in high school, I had a choice. I graduated in 1983, so I had a choice of taking a typing class or the very first computer class that my high school offered. So I was in the inaugural class, computer class, and I wish I'd taken the typing. I can't type worth a damn. And how I wound up working in IT, and when people watch me type, I get really nervous. So I start making all kinds of stupid mistakes, typos. Like right after DiCaprio,
okay.
there's an
You're
apostrophe.
retired now.
Yeah, it's
You don't
still
have to worry about none of
it's
that
still
shit.
dude, I'm doing a YouTube show. It helps to be able to type. Let's see, Fred has dropped more information. Uh-oh. Food price outlook summary findings. Damn, Fred is taking us down data row here. Well, we got something to look at after Mr. Black is done. Let's see. There
World, man, where they're just carrying this cross for people to be able to come into America as if that's a positive for us. It's like, look, man, there's nothing wrong with you wanting to help other people. I get that. But there is never, ever anything wrong with you making sure your house is in order first. And Black Americans, our house is not in order. It's nowhere near in order, Johnson. How are half of the homeless families in America Black when we only make up 14% of the population? How in the hell could you fix your mouth? Yeah, because Jasmine Crocker said that. How could you? No, who was it? It was Tiffany Cross she was on CNN and she was telling this Jewish sister, she said, don't fix your mouth to say. Because she was defending migrants being deported, saying they should not be deported and they were being thrown in concentration camps. And the Jewish lady was like, what? Concentration camps? That's offensive. That's an insult to Jewish people. And she said, don't you fix your mouth to say you should be upset about these people being put in concentration camps. Don't fix your mouth to be, why are you upset? How dare you say that? You shouldn't even fix your mouth to say that. That's what she said.
Insulting to Jewish health. I find it insulting that you could even fix your mouth to defend this disgusting behavior.
It's not a death camp.
It doesn't matter. It's a concentration camp what they're doing. And
you shouldn't be able to fix your mouth to say that. Now, you know what, Tiffany Cross? Maybe this video clip find you. And those like you who think as you do. Tamika Mallory, My Zone, any of you, so-called street politicians. Whatever that is. What you should be saying is, in a country where we're only 14% of the population, we are 50% of homeless families.
He kind of reminds me of the Godfather of Harlem a little bit, because he ain't taking nobody's shit, man. But y'all need to straighten up your own shit.
Yeah. And I understand that kind of respectability politics, but it only goes so far with me.
Is in America. And
by the way, as far as taking care of your own shit, I actually more than agree with him. It's expected. However, sometimes you can even take that too far. Now, his nature is to be, tough love. I understand all that. And, he has an audience. He's got like 200,000 subscribers. The problem I have with his style is a lot of times the Be Braves of the world will go, well, Tim Black said it. That's an occupational risk. But the thing is that I have no doubt that Tim Black knows the history. Be brave, not so much.
You should never fix your mouth to say bring anybody into this country until those people are off the street. Okay. How dare you fix your mouth to champion for anybody to get any relief in this country before fixing that problem? You sellouts. How dare you? Fix your mouth to talk about men who decided they want to be women or are women trapped in men's bodies. How dare you fix your mouth to champion for them? When black women died 3 of the rape, black women with uteruses who are giving birth die 3 times more likely than white women. How dare you fix your mouth to champion for men who decide to become women, who say they are trapped in women's bodies, before you say, fix that statistic for black women. How dare you fix your mouth? How dare you fix your mouth to say, to snicker and laugh, you clown, over me putting it down passionately for my people, while you think this is a game.
Not a game.
Some people care. You hi-hat. Shame on you. Take your degree and shove it up your ass. You and 3 other academics that look just like you. I don't give a shit how prolific a speaker you are. It don't mean nothing if you ain't saying nothing. Use all the Queen's English you want. Use all the 5-letter words you want, the $5 words you want. But if you ain't saying nothing that empowers black people, what are you saying? Nothing. Nothing at all.
The First Amendment is first for a reason. The Second Amendment is just in case the first one doesn't work out.
The Tim Black Show streams Sundays, Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursday, and Friday.
All right. Well, that's what Mr. Black has to say, and quite frankly, I don't like being preached at. Like I said, I understand his zeal and his passion, but much like Tamika Michelle, it gets a little too preachy. But hey, Fred, if you weren't, what?
Reminds me of Bumpy at that Harlem show a little bit. Like Bumpy would come in there.
I don't think I've ever watched that show. Fred, I was also
the Godfathers of Harlem. Stanley, I sent you a link to it a while ago, but I
today
know you can't watch it on that show.
You sent it today?
Yeah.
I don't see it. Oh wait, hold it.
Send
No,
your
there's.
email.
Okay. No, I haven't had a chance to check it. But I will. Uh, I was gonna say, Fred. Believe it or not, we watched Tamika Michelle. Remember the lady who was on the No Bull podcast with Charles Love and Wilfred Riley? She's got her own YouTube channel, and I watched a couple videos of hers yesterday. I find her a little too preachy, but I will add her to the roster, people to look at, when they talk about stuff that I'm interested in. She is a character. I'll just leave it at that. So Fred has provided us, and we might as well just call him our our consulting or our consulting producer, because you know what? I just a lot of times not knowing what I'm going to talk about, sometimes minute to minute, it's hard for me to talk, type, and research at the same time. So anytime anybody can kind of back me up or dispute me for that matter, I always appreciate it. So Fred provided us. I don't know if you can see it here. Let me take this down.
So, can I ask you a question, Stanley?
What's that?
How much are you into Malcolm X or any at all?
I am not really, to be honest, I'm not that into him. I'm not. I'm kind of weird. I just never jibed with him. Um, and it's really more a style thing. But then, to be honest, I've never really jibed with Martin Luther King. Like when I went to an all black Catholic school, first to sixth grade, and I remember I remember Martin Luther King, being mentioned, but I don't remember Malcolm X. And Catholic education tends to be a lot of respectability politics. And back in the '70s when I was in grade school, Malcolm X was just the more um, martyr like. He's almost like a made for TV martyr.
Right.
The way Malcolm X died, not so much made for TV. It's made for movies. So little kids, and it's really, again, if I had to pick a black leader that I actually admired, it's always going to be Frederick Douglass. It's just, it's more a taste thing. There's no concrete reason. I just imagine, and it is imagine. I'm not making a comparison, but if I had a hero, and I've said this many times, it would be someone like a Frederick Douglass or Martin Delany even. Those were people that were living in rough times. I mean, former slave, escaped from slavery.
Yeah.
Eventually, people in England wound up paying Frederick Douglass's former master so he would stop hunting Frederick Douglass. That's the kind of drama. And I'm not saying Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, it was the segregated South, but that you can be as great and overcome as much as a Frederick Douglass. He defied all odds. And not only that, and I didn't know this until maybe 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Frederick Douglass is literally the most photographed man of the 19th century in America. Like, he had more photographs taken of him than any other American presidents. Just so some.
Stanley, you know what? I was trying to get you to watch the Godfather of Harlem series on MGM, I don't have
MGM.
I'm only 8 seasons into it, and so far I thought Malcolm X had the best head on his shoulders.
So it's
That
a
guy
so
really
it's
knew
a
what he was doing.
so it's an MGM series.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's why I've never heard of it. I would have to get
It's called
MGM through.
the Godfather of Harlem.
Yeah, I would have to get MGM through Amazon. I don't subscribe to it. That's probably why I've never heard of it.
Yeah.
So let me get into this information. It's basically the consumer price index for food. Uh, Food price outlook summary findings. This is the USDA Economic Research Service, and I will see if I can't subscribe to this because I really need this. So I'll figure that out. But Fred was nice enough to send it, and basically, I'm going to read this right quick. Economic consumer price index for food, not seasonally adjusted. And it reads the All Items Consumer Price Index, CPI, a measure of economy wide inflation, increased 0.3% from May 2025 to June 2025 and was up 2.7% from June 2024. Food prices rose at about the same rate as overall inflation. The CPI for all food increased 0.3% from May 2025 to June 2025. Food prices in June were 3% higher than in June 2024. The level of the level of food price inflation varies depending on whether the food was purchased for consumption at home or away from home. The food at home, grocery store, or supermarket food purchases CPI increased 0.2% from May to June 2025 and was 2.4% higher than in June 2024. The food away from home, restaurant, and other food service purchases, CPI increased 0.4% from May 2025 to June 2025 and was 3.8% higher than in June 2024. Those are not insignificant jumps. Anything around that 3%, when the Fed generally wants to keep inflation around 2%, that's not chopped liver. So you can say, hey, it's kind of a function of the Biden economy. I think you could make that argument, though I wouldn't agree with it, but you'd be justified in making it. The end of the year numbers are going to be all Trump. And food prices are not going down, Mr. Tim Black. And again, these numbers are brought to you by Fred, my buddy over in Germany. Known him for a few years from a political discord. So, it is what it is. Mr. Manioni, my black hero is pilot Walter Watson and explorer Matthew Henson. This panel of clowns will have to look them up. Well, I know who Matthew Henson is. Don't know who Walter Watson is. I bet Fred does, though. So, let's see here. Let me see. Let's see what my next video is. I have no clue what is lined up. You know what? History videos. Fred, you might appreciate this video. So I'm going to go ahead and play it. This is my new favorite male historian. Eric Foner has moved down to number 2.
Work,
it's only because this guy's younger.
Is given all of the time that you spend breaking things down, what do you replace it with? You tear down American myths. Is there anything that we can look at that actually is good? Well, yeah. And here you go. Here on Independence Day, I build with the real declarations of independence by Black people. Hey, I'm Tad Sturmer. I'm a visiting scholar at the University of Southern Denmark here at the Center for American Studies on Independence Day, a lecturer at Johns Hopkins, and the author of the forthcoming A Resistance History of the United States. Independence in America.
This guy is actually interesting. He's a public historian. He's worked at places like Williamsburg and Mount Vernon, places like that. But this book that he's writing is basically on, well, what does he call it? Rebellion? Not rebellion, resistance history. He's going to write about things like Bacon's Rebellion. There's a chapter in there on, and I don't know that I want to get too deep into this yet, but the 1619 Project is actually going to wind up being the accepted version of history, specifically the part that slavery played, or resistance to slavery played during the American Revolution. There was real pushback from people like Sean Wilentz and some of these what Ted calls them national or patriotic historians. And he basically thinks that people like Sean Wilentz basically treat Black people as property or objects, basically deny that they're human. And it's an argument that, of course, is going to resonate with someone like me. He's basically saying that all those Blacks that ran to work for Lord Dunmore, they went to Lord Dunmore for a reason. Of course, they had a part in, say, encouraging Georgia and South Carolina, for instance, into joining the American Rebellion, which became a revolution. Counting Black people out as part or a player in the American Revolution is just basically practically denying them their humanity. Of course, Black people didn't want to be slaves. And it also goes back to an argument that SKC and I have had, where SKC's contention is Black people in America would never have been freed had it not been for the largesse or the kindness of white people. And my response is freedom for Black people started in their brains, between their ears. If you don't want to be a slave, that is the first step of freedom. So that's my argument, and there are very good and prominent historians who would agree with me. And you know what? I didn't have to read a historian to know that. That's literally critical thinking. If you want to be a slave, you will be a slave. I don't know why the SKCs of the world are so dependent on white approval. And I hope someone in this chat goes back and repeats my words to him. I intentionally said that.
Hey, folks, in doing my work, one of the questions that I get asked most frequently is, given all of the time that you spend breaking things down, what do you replace it with? You tear down American myths. Is there anything that we can look at that actually is good? Well, yeah, and here you go. Here on Independence Day, I build with the real declarations of independence by Black people. Hey, I'm Tad Sturmer. I'm a visiting scholar at the University of Southern Denmark here at the Center for American Studies on Independence Day, a lecturer at Johns Hopkins, and the author of the forthcoming A Resistance History of the United States. Independence in America wasn't declared just once on July 4th, 1776. It wasn't written into being by Thomas Jefferson. It was taken repeatedly by people who had no access to parchment, or no access to permission, or at least weren't interested in permission. For tens of thousands of enslaved people, the American Revolution became an opportunity not to celebrate liberty, but to seize it. And they did. They walked away. They negotiated their freedom. They forced the British to meet terms their proclamations never intended. That's the war for independence I'm interested in. Because what Black loyalists did between 1775 and 1783 wasn't a side story. It was a direct confrontation with the system that the Patriots were fighting to preserve and the racial hierarchy that a lot of white loyalists hope to maintain. And it started in 1772, or at least that's where we can start. With a signal, not the Somerset case, decided in London in 1772 with an opinion by Lord Mansfield, was never meant to apply to the colonies, was never meant to be a broad statement about the freedom of enslaved people. Lord Mansfield purposefully ruled narrowly that slavery had no support in English common law, and thus enslaved people couldn't be forcibly removed. That was the underlying fact pattern. But enslaved people in America weren't waiting for clarity. They were watching. So news of the ruling, in a way that is impressive in terms of what it says about communications networks among enslaved people, it spread quickly. It was printed in colonial newspapers, it circulated in port cities, it was discussed in taverns and kitchens and tobacco fields. And while white patriots kept telling each other that it didn't threaten slavery in America, black people read it differently, or they made it more to the point to read differently. If they reshaped the narrative into one in which slavery had no foundation in law in the empire's center, they could argue the same where they lived on the periphery. So they began running. Not in ignorance, but in anticipation. They reinterpreted a narrow legal ruling into something far larger, a justification for rejecting the claim that they were property at all. It didn't matter that Somerset didn't end slavery. It gave them a story to use against it. Let's fast forward a couple of years to 1775. We're done.
Oh, you sound like you have some historical points of contention. I'm eager to hear them.
Well, continue to play it, Stanley. Maybe.
Oh, you don't want to go note by note?
Not right now.
Okay, then what are the exclamations for? You sound flabbergasted.
Well, it sounded like he wanted to control black people. You know what I mean?
No.
This guy.
The guy is a historian. I mean, he studies this sort of stuff.
He wanted to, like, control black people.
What do you mean control? What do you mean? How would he control black people? By telling them. But so your problem is his looks, not his history lesson.
What was that black behind
Okay,
him?
dude, I don't. Okay, dude, you know that kind of argument isn't gonna fly. So you're basically paying more attention to his black turtleneck than what he's talking about? Because that's what it sounds like to me.
Well, just continue it, Stanley. You'll see it.
Okay, well, he won't be changed. I've heard the video already, so I know where this is going. And I approve of the message.
More opens the door of it. So 3 years later, the feckless John Murray, the early royal governor of Virginia, issued
that's
his
funny.
proclamation that allowed
I have to stop
historians
it
and
for
other
this
writers to
comment. So Clara says, 12th man is an anti-white white. Oh wow. Oh, that's got to be a show title.
That's news to you, Stanley.
I'm sorry, what?
That's news to you, brother.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. Do you see the comment up on the screen?
Yeah.
So I think it's funny. I talk about anti-black blacks, and I've never thought of it this way, but I think
Clara's... wondering if you're just now finding that out about me.
You know what? Yeah, I'm just finding it out. Apparently, it took Claris, professor that he is, to teach me. All right. Oh, by the way, let me drop this link while I'm thinking about it. This is the the page to subscribe to the USDA for these inflation numbers and stuff like that. There are a bunch of different types of newsletters that the USDA puts out that are farm and food related, and I just subscribed, so I'm going to drop those links there.
Good job, Stanley.
Well, no, I credit our director of information, Fred, and I'll drop this in the back chat.
But none of these motherfuckers know how to feed themselves. Not their families, not anything.
What motherfuckers?
They're all a bunch of goddamn
Okay, I have
fools.
no idea who you're talking about.
Well, never mind all that.
Okay.
He offered freedom to any enslaved person held by patriots who would bear arms for him, for the British. He knew that the patriots were terrified of few things more than the idea of a black man with a gun. It wasn't a moral gesture. That's not who John Murray was. It was an act of desperation. Dunmore's authority was collapsing, and he needed reinforcements, and he wanted to scare the hell out of the patriots. So his offer was narrow, limited to men, and only those held by his enemies, and only those who would be willing to pick up a gun. The black people saw more. They didn't wait for perfect conditions. No resistance can rely on that. So thousands fled to Dunmore's line. Men, yeah, but also women, children, the elderly, and even those held by loyalists. The proclamation may have been narrow, but they expanded it through action. And in doing so, they forced Dunmore to accept a reality he hadn't planned
Okay,
for,
you
and
do
he wasn't
realize
prepared
that
to
this
manage.
dude is actually writing a book, so he's doing the research. He has a reason for saying this. It's not just some made up political point. I mean, this is your history there, Patriot.
He tried to deal with the influx. He created the Ethiopian regiment. He issued uniforms, but the logistics overwhelmed him. Murray got overwhelmed easily. And so they were unprepared to shelter or feed all of the people who came. Disease spread, conditions deteriorated. There are still mass graves on Grin's Island right off the Virginia coast that have not been excavated yet. Dunmore failed. But the people who came to him didn't fail. They had moved. They had made a claim. That was the first wave, and some made it through. Oh, and it didn't push Virginia to the Patriots. Just get that out of your head. So now let's move to 1779. The British commit whether they want to or not. In June 1779, the war had shifted. The British had lost at Saratoga, and the French were now calling the shots for the Patriots. So the British need to recalibrate the strategy. Sir Henry Clinton, the commander-in-chief of North America, issued the Philipsburg Proclamation. It declared that any enslaved person who escaped from a rebel master and reached British lines would be free. No conditions, no requirement to fight. They are free to pursue any occupation they want. They cannot be claimed as property. This was not an act of abolition. Clinton wasn't interested in liberating anyone. He was interested in weakening the Patriot economy and winning the war. But again, enslaved people saw an opportunity. And this time, the scale exploded. Tens of thousands moved. Every British landing in the South became a liberation event. Every new loyalist militia unit, every loyalist detachment, every Royal Navy ship became a potential pathway to freedom. Enslaved people followed. They guided, they interpreted, they negotiated. They made the British Proclamation mean far more than Clinton had ever intended. British-occupied cities were transformed. Charleston, Savannah, New York, St. Augustine. Free back.
No, what you are is unread in history. Those slaves that were running to the British. Why do you think that the slaves were running over to the British side? Any idea?
I don't believe they were.
So you don't think that Dunsmore's proclamation slaves in Virginia, especially, heard about it and went over to the British side to escape their masters? You don't think that actually happened?
Can you prove it?
Motherfucker, read a history book. Literally, this now the Dunsmore Proclamation, that's high school history. This is like something that they literally teach. And if you are learning about the American Revolution, you will have heard of Lord Dunmore. He literally is like history one of high school history. Dude,
I
y'all
don't
need
believe
y'all no no
in
no no
black
no no.
people
Y'all need to, you know what
during the
often
Civil War, Stanley. You
okay.
really believe black
Okay,
people were?
dude. See, this is I experienced this on CT's panel with Aaron C yesterday. As soon as you get pinned down on a point, you want to squirm off to something totally
I'm not
irrelevant.
squirming,
There were literally
motherfucker.
80 plus years between the
God
Civil
damn it,
War. Hey,
Stanley,
motherfucker,
I'm not
don't overtalk
squirming.
me. Do not overtalk me.
I'm
There
not
were 80
squirming
years,
anywhere,
80
motherfucker.
years, 80 years between the American Revolution and the Civil War. I'm talking American Revolution. I'm talking high school history class. You should know who Lord Dunmore is. You should know about his proclamation, which promised freedom for any slave that ran away from their rebel slash patriot masters. Fuck. Thomas Jefferson, I think, lost a slave or two. So the guy's not full of
Did
bullshit. Okay, dude, I'm gonna put you in the back if you keep over talking me. What the problem is, this guy's not an idiot. You just don't know American history. That's the problem.
Black populations grew rapidly. Populations made up of people who had declared their own independence by crossing enemy lines and forcing the British to recognize it. The result was 2 wars for independence.
Hey, Clarice, put a pin in that thought at the end of this video. I didn't know how committed to keeping promises the British were. Um, you will be pleasantly supported here.
It's running parallel. One was fought by white patriots to secure political independence from Great Britain, fine. But the other was fought by black people who rejected the patriot republics as guarantors of freedom and instead created their own terms of engagement. The patriots saw it clearly and feared it. George Washington didn't see these people as refugees, well, or as people. He saw them as property.
Okay, in this, basically, he, Gerald Horne, and others basically are making the argument that those slaves that went over to the British side actually played a bigger role in the American Revolution than people like Sean Wilentz and others are willing to admit. And at the very end of the video, he confirms it. And better than that, I'll buy his book when it comes out. I think in the fall. He will footnote, and so you can go read the actual documents, the primary sources of.
Stanley, you gonna
Okay,
buy
dude,
that
don't.
white
Oh,
man's
whoa,
book?
whoa, 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 whoa! Don't overtalk me drunkenly. You need to know your American history, and when it's presented to you in a way that your high school history teacher didn't teach, dude, you went to high school what 30 years ago or something like that, or more. Things change. History is not static.
Stolen from rightful owners. He repeatedly demanded their return, and he was repeatedly told no. And so did other patriots who understood that if people could free themselves simply by escaping across a line, then the logic of slavery collapsed within their narrow view of patriot republicanism. The white loyalists were less unified. Some welcomed the black loyalists. Many, like William Franklin, as racist as his father, didn't. But they couldn't ignore it, like the patriots tried to. or excluded.
Run them
The
out of
Patriots
this
did.
country.
Free black
Dude,
people
I
were
don't know
now
why
present
you have
in
to
every British
overtalk the
held city
historian.
in large numbers, claiming resources, laboring for wages, serving in regiments, forming churches, building families. They weren't waiting to be granted rights. They were living as though those rights already existed, and they were daring the white loyalists to challenge them. So when the war ended and Washington negotiated terms with Sir Guy Carleton in New York, he made one final demand, that black people who had escaped be returned to their patriot owners. And Carleton said, no. Pointing to the Phillipsburg Proclamation, he said the British had made a promise that people were not property. Instead, Carleton...
You hear that? George Washington wanted all the Patriots' property returned, and the British said, nope. They are people, not property. Love it. Love it.
Who gives a fuck about the British? They got their ass kicked and
Dude. I'm sorry. Your little patriotic feelings are hurt. Folks, this is what Governor DeSantis doesn't want kids. Dude, I'm not putting up with that. Behave yourself. This is what DeSantis does not want high school kids to know. It's basically, hey, the British were on the right side of history with this decision.
So it's about Ron DeSantis. Okay.
No.
Got it.
You know what? It can be. Would you like me to go there?
Well,
If you want it to be, do you want it to be about Ron DeSantis? I can make it about Ron DeSantis.
He seems to make it want to be that way.
He hasn't mentioned DeSantis yet. I did.
He roots for the
Okay,
British,
dude. Don't do this to me. Don't do it to don't do it to yourself.
This white boy loves the British. I get it, Stanley. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It means I'm pro-British, all right. Jesus, dude. You guys, you and Be Brave and Renato Manioni all get in your feelings when something is said that is obviously fact, dude. Let me get it out. Y'all get all in your feelings as soon as America is called out for its original sin. Why is that? Why do y'all get your patriot butts hurt?
We kicked their ass.
Yeah, and guess what? You kicked their ass, but they were right on slavery. America continued to be wrong for 80 years, and it took a war to end slavery. And see, what Ryan wants to... Well, okay, dude, don't interrupt. What Ryan wants to do is go back, well, who sold them in the first place, without actually thinking. And you would think someone like Ryan would know that there are two sides of a transaction. The seller can't sell if the buyer doesn't buy. So I usually just chuckle at, well, who sold them in the first place? Well, Ryan, tut. Who bought them in the first place? That neutralizes that bullshit argument.
I agree with that.
Yeah, you know what? The slave folks, the slavers, the whoever it was in Africa, selling the slaves, couldn't have sold them. But anyway, that's besides the point, because we're not talking about slaves who were sold. We're talking American Revolution. Literally, you're moving the goalpost back to Africa.
Why, literally don't give a fuck about it.
Okay, and you know what? You literally don't give a fuck about American history. I got it. Now, what kind of patriot doesn't care about American history? That sounds mighty unpatriotic. What's up with that? Why are you not a patriot? Tell me.
I am a patriot.
No, no, you're
I'm
not.
just not an
Patriots,
Englishman.
Patriots know their history.
I'm not an Englishman.
Okay, dude,
Okay?
we're talking
I'm
American.
not an
We're
Englishman.
talking American history, not British history.
No,
I
you're
guess it
talking about.
could be British history.
Oh, we're gonna go over to Britain
American. You
because
don't care about American history. That makes you unpatriotic.
they're gonna treat us better
Anyway,
than
folks,
the
one of the themes now that
Englishman.
I'm pretty much done with the the news part of the show. This is my friend. This is your fellow Alaskan. And before you ask, okay, okay, I need you to stop over talking me.
All right.
I need to explain before there are questions asked. She had brain surgery 2 or 3 weeks ago, so cut her a break. But anyway, she's visiting in Chicago, and she's doing Breakfast in Chicago. That's the title of the show. And just so you know, the next phase of the show will be African foodways. And she is or was like a professional chef or line cook or something like that. She does a cooking show. And anyway, this is alive. She's in Chicago. She's eating breakfast at somewhere.
Wow.
And since this part of the show's theme, one of the show's themes is food, I figured we tune in for a bit.
Yeah.
Waiting for John. John May. He was scheduled at 9. If once John starts, I'm moving the whole thing over to my channel. What's up, Dave? So anyway, let me turn up the volume again. She's recovering from brain surgery, and at some point she's going to be doing therapies of different sorts. And if the sound isn't good, we'll move on.
I don't know. You know, my daughter just said, "Why do you have that kind of support in Alaska?" I don't know. I don't know what y'all doing out there in India, but y'all be supporting each other. I don't know what's going on in the U.S. Or is it the world? Or I don't know what the heck's going on. In my mind, it used to be so easier. It'd be easier to support each other than it would be tear each other down. But India, I don't know what y'all be. What the teachings are in India, but they support each other. They really do. They are the biggest supporter of A-List Playtime. They support me on Facebook, support me on YouTube in a major way. I am not sure what is for lunch, Jerry. We're gonna be going to the airport here soon, and we're gonna try to catch a flight. We got some standby, so we'll see if we can eat lunch here, or are we eating lunch in Alabama? I don't know. After we ate all this food, though, we're not
lunch in Alabama would be better, tasting at least.
She's not Alaska. No way.
I literally said she's in Chicago.
Happy birthday, Allison. Look, y'all. Don't worry about Big Man. Okay. Thanks out for y'all. How do you turn today, Allison? Is it working?
Well, I don't know that we want to sit there watching.
I remember being 22. Girl, I thought I knew everything.
But you got to understand.
I thought I knew everything.
This is a She's got a pretty tight audience. She's got a pretty tight and supportive audience. So, and I know it'll be boring just sitting here, watching her eat. So, if you say so, Brian. Funny enough, the older I've gotten, I'm the only time I eat Doritos is if my son brings them home. Bologna and cheese, um, depends on the cheese. I tend to like cheddar or Swiss versus American cheese. Um, Bologna, I still love. Doritos, not so much. I really never like Doritos that much. I don't like the aftertaste. So, I don't know. I actually do have uh, a 2 hour video, which I hesitate to start, but let me see. I think I have one more history video, a short one. Huh, this is interesting. All right, let's do this. My history folder or history video folder is called Willents, after Sean Willents. Oh, here we go. Oh, you're gonna love this one, 12th man. Let me restart it. There we go.
Are we a republic or a democracy? First ask, who cares? I'm seeing the debate pop up again across the media, whether the United
12th
States
man
is a
left.
republic or a democracy. And from where I sit as a historian of the American
Yeah, Pepper
government,
Jack
of
works
American
too,
political
speak.
development, not much of a debate. Terms pretty clear, but saying that out loud is kind of dismissive. And worse, it misses what's really going on here. There is a there, and I get it. So let's talk about it. Hey folks, I'm Tad Sturmer. I'm a visiting scholar at the University of Southern Denmark, a lecturer at Johns Hopkins, and the author of A Resistance History of the United States, coming at you next year from Steerforth Press and Penguin Random House. The republic or democracy debate, and I think you all know this, it's not about political theory, it's not about political history, it's about power. It's about a modern grab for power and justifying and legitimizing it. But most of what I see, especially from the right, but also in some leftish, left of center, is there an American left responses, isn't a real engagement with the history or the term.
Yeah, I probably, hey, Dave, guess what? I actually wasn't drunk. I basically took it on the road, but I listened to CT's show for a while. And of Aaron C., he really gets on my nerves. Um, this smugness he has. I just basically every time I see it, I want to reach out and slap him a bit. That was really what motivated me to go on CT's show. I hadn't been up there in months. Um, so I'm glad you enjoyed it. And the other reason I went up there was Jay Prince. I've never really engaged with him. Just wanted to feel him out a little bit. So anyway, glad you enjoyed it. Maybe I should clip it. Oh, I hate joining panels because I get like an adrenaline rush, and I just once I start, I'm like a rock rolling down, or what stone gathering snow rolling downhill. Once I start rolling, I just want to take out the whole. I just want to go for total destruction, and that is a very it works in the Navy or certain types of jobs, but it really shouldn't be that way on panels. I literally wanted to just humiliate. I literally wanted to humiliate them. And unfortunately, I didn't accomplish my goal. What's up, CKJ3? But I'm glad you enjoyed it. I don't think I was that great, to be honest. I didn't really get to sink my teeth into Jay Prince like I wanted to, but I'm sure there'll be a next time. He knows who I am now.
Terminology. It's a loop. Most people are responding to someone else's response to someone else's summary of a blog post based upon a YouTube video quoting a book that they haven't read.
Oh, wait, hold it. Ryan, you are so right. How do you think I win debates? I control the fucking narrative. Dude, debates are won when you control the narrative. Of course, I'm not going to let you say what I don't want to hear. I want to control the narrative 100% of the time. You finally figured it out. And don't be bitter. I control the conversation. I don't let you control it. You don't win a debate that way if the other person's controlling it. You got a point there, Dave. So I'm glad you figured it out there, Ryan.
They're in the discourse. They're not in the subject. If we were actually talking about political forms, what a republic was and is, what a democracy what it was and is, how those terms have evolved over time, the argument would be over. In 2025, republic and democracy have become functionally synonymous. There are distinctions without a difference today.
Let's see.
If they did matter,
let me drop the link. I didn't realize it wasn't in the John Galt chat.
It means that they've collapsed into each other. And that's not a moral failing. It's not a problem with America's educational system. It's American political development. So the only reason why we're talking about it is because the far right wants us to. They're appealing to history because they know how powerful it is as a legitimizing factor. They know the hold that it has on American political culture. And they now have the federal government on side. That's
well, you know what? I didn't get a chance. CKJ3, the thing is, Aaron C., the SWOs, the surface warfare community is kind of, looked down upon. The other warfare specialties are a lot more specialized. Surface warfare officers, the ship drivers, they call them, or black shoes, are a lot more generalists. However, I think I set the tone when it really didn't matter what type of officer I was. I could have been an admin officer. Bottom line, son, if you and I had met in the Navy, you would have called me sir. You would have saluted. And as a matter of fact, I didn't get to tell him this. You would never get to see me, especially on a carrier. Dude, you would have to go to your LPO. Then you would have to go to the chief. And you might get to me, but I would assume that the chief or the LPO would handle it. Dude, you would see me at quarters, and that might be the only time you see me. So, and I don't usually like doing that, but this motherfucker wants to get up there and talk about his blue-blooded past. Dude, your great, whatever great blue blood ancestor in Virginia, they probably would be disappointed in how you turned out. And I didn't, I didn't get to say it, CKJ3, but when he said his aunt bought him that Navy t-shirt, I almost died laughing. I think I was in the audience by that time. Dude, you are talking about the Navy when your aunt bought you that t-shirt. She probably bought you the hat too. Dude, Aaron C is a fucking joke. And he wants to pull this superiority complex. He and Be Brave are actually kindred spirits in that way. They just basically want to pull a superiority. And I love my favorite moment on YouTube is when I told Ben Thorpe that, you know what? You're not Newport. Dude, you are a fucking, you are not Newport. You're not a moneyed individual. And I recognize the type, and you're not that type. So anyway, y'all hit the link if you want. Yeah, well, the thing is, the quality. I wouldn't care. Other than, look, I don't like people who basically get up there and act like they are all that without any. Dude, if he was literally like some rich guy who was an expert in something or another, I would give him his due respect. But Aaron C is literally white trash. And I have more respect for Be Brave. At least he admits and knows he's white trash. Aaron C is Heritage America. There is no such thing as Heritage America, to be honest. And you worship that whiteness if you want to. I expect my Heritage America to be like better than some fucking Navy E3. The dude grew up in the hood. You didn't hear him say that? So Heritage America is Hood America? Help me with that, Brian Nichols. Can you connect those dots?
That's why the Make America Great Again historical narrative is baked into the entire lead up to the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. And I know if
well,
you
that's
haven't
good to
been
hear,
watching
Dave.
closely, I get it. There's a lot going on. But
You should tell her that next time you run into her.
NEH-9 funding has been repurposed to support patriotic programming. That's hundreds of millions of dollars. National Park and Museum interpretation being policed, online sources being scrubbed. The National Archives is virtually closed to researchers. And just a few days ago, the Department of Education, you probably missed this one, redirected funding to promote discussions of the American Revolution, but funneling support towards schools that reinforce the Make America Great Again version of civic education. And at the same time, historians who challenge it are being harassed, deplatformed, defunded. This is a Steve Bannon play, folks. Pay attention to him. Distract, distort, dominate. The "it's a republic, not a democracy" line is bait. It's meant to force a fight that the leftish, can't win. Not on those terms. And it's not because the far right is right about modern government. They're not.
This guy is making an excellent point. This version, I would love to have engaged with him on this. Okay, I have said that MAGA is basically oligarchs dressed in flannel shirts trying to be working class Americans. Steve Bannon is the perfect example. You know, he walks around unshaven with greasy hair and, you know, kind of like some sort of Carhartt jacket or something like that, a barn jacket. Dude is a millionaire. Okay, he is a millionaire trying to look like some guy who can turn a wrench. And by the way, he was a surface warfare officer, so you know I will give him a little bit of credit. You know, and the ship he was on was literally like a steam turbine in I think it was a frigate. So I mean, he is about that Navy life. You know, you will get dirty on a ship. But the point I'm trying to make is that this argument, republic versus democracy, the founders and the framers, and especially the framers, let's just talk about the framers of the Constitution. They were not Democrats by any stretch of the imagination. As a matter of fact, they were the concessions they made with the with the House of Representatives being, direct elections, that was a concession because they wanted voters to basically be on their side. But they literally, the first, at first blush, none of it was going to be direct elected. Um, so I just I wish some of these anti-black blacks and the white shades actually knew American history. 12th Man is the perfect example, and God love him. He's a friend of the show. He supports the show even monetarily. But dude, the reality is patriots don't know their history. And people like DeSantis has I can't remember, I think he went to Harvard. He's got like an elite Ivy League education. I think it was Yale and Harvard or something like that. He has an Ivy League education even for his law degree, yet he doesn't want. So I know he knows the history, or at least some version of it. And he wants to deprive other people of their access to American history. Is Pelosi an African American like Musk too? Well, you do know she's from Baltimore, right? DiCapriona, Nancy Pelosi's father was mayor of Baltimore. So, that's about as close to black as she gets, I guess. Musk is a joke. Go visit John. Has John started his show yet? I don't see the live. Anyway, once John shows up, we will pretty much switch the stream just to my channel. But anyway, I know he was up late. Let's see, 12th Man living in igloo. I don't think he's living in an igloo. I think I've seen a picture of his house. It's pretty nice. Vance is working class, but what does that mean? Is that an advantage? He's not president. And I honestly don't think J.D. Vance will be president. I still think Marco Rubio will be, or the next president. Elon Musk's, I don't know that much about it, other than, if the budget deficit, or the borrowing is his main purpose, it won't. It's just a political organization, and if he runs as the head of that party, it's doomed. Hopefully, he will just fund it and let someone else actually be the face of it. But Clarice, I don't know if you were here. Musk has some problems at Tesla. They just lost a $200 million lawsuit. Now they may get to appeal it. I don't know. Oh, well, you know what? I encourage you to come to America, Abiola. And I concur, Brian. John needs to be his first stop.
But it's because they're right about the founding. It's because they're right about the founders. So when you hear that phrase, a republic, not a democracy, what they're saying is, we want to justify voter suppression. We want to ignore popular majorities. We want to consolidate minority rule. And we have the history to back it. And, well, they do. Surprise, surprise. Spoiler. The truth is, the founders would not be on your side if you're against that. If you're for it, oh, yeah. They're your huckleberries. And that's the part too many people get wrong. It's a historical blind spot for liberal nationalists. They want to fight back with Jefferson quotes and the Declaration of Independence and Thomas Paine and misunderstanding the Federalist Papers to create this kind of imagined democracy. But the more the left tries to recruit the founders into their camp, the more ground they give up, because the founders weren't small d Democrats. They weren't big D Democrats either. They knew the difference between a republic and a democracy, and they built a republic to stop democracy. They said so, clearly, often, repeatedly, explicitly. No room for much confusion there. But let's be specific. The Patriot Republicans, those who, here's the Bible of them, those who drove independence in the 1770s and then framed the federal government in the late 1780s. And that last group is a small subset of the first group, which is already small, created a political system rooted in classical republicanism, based a lot on the Roman republics. That meant rule by the virtuous few, the educated, landowning, white Protestant men who could claim independence from a landlord, a master, a pope, a spouse. That's who was fit for govern. That's who was eligible to exercise the responsibilities of citizenship. That's who independence was gained for. That's who the system was built for. And it's why the first state constitutions and then the federal one linked political participation to property ownership, religious affiliation, and that kind of freedom. And in most states, the more property you had, the more power you got, more votes, more offices, higher stakes. The only real innovation between the American constitutions and the system they left was whether wealth without land could count. And that's not much of a revolution. It's just a recalibration of the English system. And it's important for us to recognize the continuation of English political culture, where property-owning Protestant men had been voting for members of parliament for generations. But no one is calling Elizabethan England a democracy just because some guys in clean shirts got to vote for other guys in clean shirts. That's not a democracy. It's just elite consensus dressed up as participation. And the American version didn't change that a whole lot. The folks who could vote in Virginia in 1790 were the same folks who could vote Virginia in 1770. The only thing that changed was who you could vote for, not who could vote. And then the federal constitution that they created, it's a masterclass in adapting the British model to a federal republic. Hamilton said it outright. The British Constitution was perfect. We just need to drop the monarchy-ish and keep the rest. So the House ended up being the only directly elected branch with a narrow set of voters, and the framers worked hard to keep it small. One of the main arguments of the anti-federalists was that it needed to be bigger because it was the only voice of the people. No, the ultra-nationalists at the core said. We need to keep it small to make sure that even those representatives are removed enough from the voters that they can be insulated from their passions. The Senate, appointed by state legislatures. The president, chosen by electors, again, not voters. The judiciary was appointed by an unelected executive and confirmed by an unelected Senate and served for life. That's a republic, folks. They erased monarchy on one end and tried to cage democracy on the other. But to them, democracy was the real threat, not monarchy. Monarchy, like primogeniture, right, hadn't been a real problem for more than a century.
I'm going to do a wait and see. I think I pretty much disagree with you here, Clarence. He's not leadership material. You can see it in his eyes. He's not inspiring MAGA. J.D. Vance has a big chance of being a slave to MAGA, a slave to populism, which literally is going to go against the Elon Musks of the world. Steve Bannon pretends to be a populist, but you don't get, I'm going to be honest, you don't become a naval officer because you have populist tendencies. And he was basically an 03 Navy lieutenant, surface warfare. I have that same background. You don't become that. And if you are a populist, you either fail or you get it bred out of you. Steve Bannon's no populist. He is a very dominant personality. he knows how to drive a problem. He knows how to get results. I would actually think Steve Bannon will be president before JD Vance. And I think he was pardoned, so I'm not sure he even has any felonies on his record.
But democracy was a clear and present threat to them. It meant the passions of the poor, the demands of the dependent, and the politics of the many. And they had no intention of turning the power they had earned over to that. That's not why they fought for independence. And still, the language shifted. Jefferson and others started using democracy, not because they embraced it in practice, but because they saw political opportunity. And the French Revolution reframed the terms. It changed everything. You want to understand American political development, you're better off starting with the French Revolution and moving forward than starting with the American Revolution or even the 7 Years' War. By the mid-1790s, thanks to the Reign of Terror, republicanism had become suspect. Democracy started to sound more legitimate, more modern, and more aligned with the white male popular base that Jefferson saw the opportunity of building. But the structure didn't change. The rules didn't change, just the branding. That's how we got the Democratic Republican Party. And that's the root of the modern Democratic Party. We didn't get it from the Declaration of Independence. We didn't get it from the Constitution. We didn't get it from the American Revolution. We got it from the French Revolution. So when you hear we're a republic, not a democracy, understand that it's not a call for nuance. And when people try to push back with the founders, they're walking straight into a trap because the founders didn't believe in democracy. They believed in controlling democracy. And we know that because they said so a lot. If you want to defend democracy in 2025, I'm with you. But don't pretend the founders are your allies. If you're going to invoke them, be honest about what you're doing. Don't be sanctimonious about it. You're using the past to fight for a better future than they imagined, and that's fine. But don't confuse that with fidelity to them. Because the democracy we need to protect didn't come from the founding. It came from generations of struggle against it. And that fight's just beginning. If you're in resistance, whether against a massive evil regime or a single tinfoil tyrant who likes...
You know, that's going to be pretty much a repeat. Let me do... Give me 1 second here. One second here. War of Independence, Kings and Generals. This is interesting. Uh-oh. Well, I will leave that there. Give me 1 second here. Sorry about this. Sorry. Let's see. What are we watching? I had another one I wanted to play. I'm trying to kind of do a delay here because I was thinking John might be on. So I got another short history video. And if that doesn't work, actually, you know what? Let's do this. This is on the Shannon Sharpe thing.
Good morning, good people. Welcome back to the channel. Thank you for being here. And if you are new, welcome. You all know that Shannon Sharpe has been fired from ESPN. I talked about him months ago when the story first broke about him and the young girl or whatever. But this is what I have to say about this, is that when will people or men like Shannon Sharpe learn that 9 times out of 10, these women that you are dealing with is strictly just out for your money, especially if you have some money? That's the bottom line on that. When will some black man just realize that when you hit a certain age, and when you have young women that are willing to do what you ask them to do, just be aware and know that these women are out for your money. Just plain and simple. They're out for your money. Nothing else. Nothing else. You know what I'm saying? You might be in it for sex. They may even be in it for sex for, for a moment. But it's all about getting what they can actually get the bag, as they say. So I guess, men like Shannon Sharp, I guess one day you'll learn exactly what it's all about, which I think you know what it's all about, because you all are willing to pay these women and do all of the things or whatever, but that's what it's all about. They really don't want you like that for real, and then 9 times out of 10, these Caucasian women that dates these black men, a lot of them really have internalized racism about themselves. They're straight up racist, even though they may be seeing you, a black man, but a lot of them are just still racist to a point, So, but Monique told him what type of woman he actually needed. He didn't need a 26-year-old, a 36-year-old. Shannon Sharp is pushing almost 60 years old. When will some of you men realize and just work with your brain here and not your other part of your body? I mean, really, it'll save you a whole lot of trouble.
Funny enough, Aramio Primpon, for those of you who weren't at the start of this show, he kind of said the same thing. He basically said that, people who read books, this probably wouldn't have happened to. And I talk about that too. If you're not a book reader and you get up here, and start talking bullshit, I will, kind of go, well, what book have you read? And that will be the eternal battle between me and John. He doesn't think books matter, and I think they are like essential. They are literally, in my opinion, they are the edge. If you're in a head-to-head competition, the person who has read a lot and knows a broader range of things will win. And I saw it in the Navy. If they are racist, then what are... Dude, Deacon Dave, you haven't figured that part out. You can be racist but still like your person. Kind of like someone who likes, say, pit bulls. Like if I had to have a dog, I have a thing for pit bulls because of my last dog. She was a female, very well behaved, a little bit annoying, She wanted to always be in your business, but if I had to get another dog, it would be another female pit bull. I wouldn't. Someone said, "Hey, you want a female Chihuahua?" I'd probably say no, but they're all dogs. What's the difference? I tend to like one particular dog or type of dog. Kind of the same thing.
And maybe even save you some coins too, But again, a lot of times these girls, these women don't want anything from you but your money. So now he has
and
to pay
black
this woman all
women
this
being
money,
racist,
and she is set for life.
that's a
He
very
is just
conservative
has
point.
paved her way for life, pretty much, if she handle her money the way she needs to. But again, when will you men just realize when you hit a certain age, these girls, these women don't want you like that for real? They really don't.
Well, I'm
They
sorry to
really
hear that,
don't want
actually.
you like that for real. Monique tried to tell them what type of woman that he needed, but he didn't want that. A lot of men don't want that. They want that young, tender, woman, as they say, that girl, as they say.
But see, that's kind of
want to
funny.
be
What's
one
up,
that's
Dave?
really gonna be there in.
Hey, what's up, man? Great
Well,
show yesterday. I was laughing. I was laughing my ass
what
off at that chaotic trip.
CT? Yeah, You know what?
Yeah.
You and someone else said that they appreciate. You know what? In retrospect, I could have been sharper, but it's been a while since I've been up on CT's show, and I think I'm out of practice.
Yeah, you have. I think you were more calculated because you don't have the controls. So you definitely dominated the mic game. That was part of it.
But yeah, I got a good mic.
Yeah, when you have that though, you can win any argument, regardless if you're right or wrong. It's about the performance,
Well,
not the substance.
I want to say one thing though. Aaron C knows where I am, and you know what? I'm not going to say no when he comes up here, but he has that same complaint, Stanley. If I come up, you're going to put me in the back. Hell yeah, I'm gonna, dude. I'm not ashamed of using my power. Okay, see what people don't understand is that, like, when I was an officer, and I talk about it a lot, but one of the reasons I talk about it a lot is it taught me how to use power. If I had my perfect government, we would have a philosopher king, one who knows how to wield power, but be cruel when necessary. And there are certain people other than Trump I might be okay with, but being a naval officer, especially a black naval officer, because I was generally the only black officer in in these environments. Oh yeah, if you want to be an asshole, I'm going to show you the definition of asshole because I have more power. Now, if you're cool, if you're working hard, dude, I'm going to be your best friend. I'll tell you a story. I think I've told this story before. My shit was going through a major engineering inspection, and I had just made O3. I had railroad tracks. However, being the evil person that I am, I was wearing like blue coveralls because I was, down in the engineering spaces. And I made it a point because everybody on the ship knew who I was, but the inspection team didn't. So I didn't even wear like my rank insignia or anything. I was basically incognito. And I told my division, my last division was an engineering division, as long as you're right, I will defend you to the end. And there is no junior officer, at least on this ship, that will fuck with you. And you know what? If they fuck with you, they're fucking with me. Like it's some random, like the electricals officer once fucked with one of my guys, and I outranked him. Oh, dude, I pulled him aside and told him, "Don't you ever fuck with my people again. You better come talk to me before you talk to them from now on. Period. There will be no exceptions." And you know what? He didn't like it. And he was an academy graduate, by the way. He didn't like it, but he knew that there was no one, including the captain, that was going to tell me I was wrong. So anyway, but I was also kind of evil. So I walked up on this chief, this E7, fucking with one of my E3s, just dressing him down. So you know what I did? I walked up to that chief, no rank insignia at all. And I'm like, "Chief, what the fuck are you doing? Okay, you don't do that." And walked off. He had no fucking clue who I was. So he went to the chief engineer, my boss, and he was like, "Well, there's some black guy, young black guy, walked up and said this to me and walked off. Why are your enlisted people?" And my boss just like, "No, that was Lieutenant Cross." And you know what? when I heard the story, my boss didn't even say I was wrong. He just said, "Hey, Stan, stop doing that. Can you please stop doing that?" I just dressed out a motherfucker, a fucking E7, zero. He thought I was like a like an like a E3 or something. It's like, why are your E3s addressing cheese like that? And my boss was like, "Oh, that was Lieutenant Cross." Dude, I've done that so many times. I got another story, and I will stop telling Navy stories, but my evil even amuses me because this happened like 25 years ago. I had gone to a PT test, so I was wearing like athletic gear, stuff you would run in. So on the way back to the ship, I had a pump that was being repaired. So I walk into the repair facility and walk up to this senior chief. And I'm like, "Hey, senior chief," I didn't identify myself, of course, and he had no way of knowing who I was. Dude, I think I was just being a race crusader. It's like, "Hey, you see a black guy, you just assume I'm enlisted?" So I walk up to this senior chief and I go, "Senior chief, I have a pump, so and so and so. I need to check on the status of it because we need it to get underway." So this senior chief just fucking dresses me down. He's like, "How dare you walk in here in athletic gear?" And now, athletic gear to and from the track is uniform of the day. You can do that. Now, I did cut a shortcut. You probably don't want to walk into, somewhere that's not your ship. But I did it because I'm an officer. I will do what I want to do, at least under controlled circumstances. So he's like, "Well, you know what? If you want your pump, you go talk to the colonel." Like, motherfucker, he thought I was some E3 or something who wouldn't. Not the colonel, the captain. He's full bird. He thought I was just gonna not do it. So you know what I did? I walked right up to the captain. I'm like, "Captain," now I identified myself to the captain. "Captain, my name's Lieutenant Cross. I'm on my way back from a PT test, and I thought I would stop in and check on the status of the pump." Now, this captain was a Mustang, meaning he was prior enlisted and was commissioned. Now, he made it all the way up to 06, so he is, he's not chopped liver. You know what the captain said to me? He's like, "You tell Senior Chief so-and-so if he doesn't give you what you want, I'm going to put my foot up his ass." So I walk back down there and I go, "Hey, Senior Chief, the captain said he's going to put his foot up your ass. By the way," and then I identified myself. Oh, I heard about that. They banned me from that repair facility. They're like, so I get back. By the time I got back to the ship, about a 20-minute walk, my boss is like, "Stanley, what did you do? You're persona non grata there. What did you do?" He's like, now the lieutenant commander who outright me and my boss, who was that senior chief's boss, who was black, by the way, he did not appreciate my approach, and he knew who I was. So, dude, I love that evil Machiavellian shit. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, that walking around throwing uppercuts and shit.
I wasn't throwing uppercuts. I was not identifying. I was abusing my authority, probably. Most people would wear or identify themselves. You know what? Take me as I am. Look, my thought is what E3 is going to walk before a senior chief and ask him authoritatively information about a fucking pump? No E3 gives a shit about the pump because he would have to install it. Who else but some form of boss is going to be checking on a pump? That's that senior chief's lack of common sense and deductive reasoning. What motherfucking E3 is going to walk into a SEMA and ask the repair status of a pump? what he could have done is gone, can you please tell me who you are? That would have been a good first step. This motherfucker just wanted to go off. So I made him pay. I made him pay for his stupidity. And
That
that's
sounds
what
like
I
something
do
that
on
Cross would
panels.
do. Yeah, for sure.
That's what I do on panels. You know what? You want to come up here, you're going to pay for your stupidity.
I do every time I get the link.
No. Dude,
I'm
you know
just
what?
playing.
I
I'm
don't
just
think,
playing.
dude, I take it easy on you, but Aaron C, after listening to that motherfucker, and you know what really got me? He was just like acting like he was running the fucking panel. You know, he was talking to JP even, like, dude, like he was like had some superiority. I'm like, motherfucker, no. I literally sent, I don't usually do this, but I sent some cash apps trying to get one-liners across,
Hmm.
trying to send a warning like, dude, I'm gonna fucking roast your ass. And CT sent me the link, by the way. He like emailed me back the link. And I resisted doing it. But finally I just had to go up there and do like a captain told me to do, hold some schoolhouse. Dude, um, I want a Aaron C to come to my panel. I'm gonna hold schoolhouse.
Yeah, y'all used to run into it a while back too. Hey, something happened with your microphone. It sounds muffled now.
Yeah. I just had a Bluetooth go out. Hold on one sec.
Okay.
I don't know why I did that.
You know, I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
saying, I think you
yeah.
might have misunderstood my chat that I sent up here. But for me personally, if somebody's telling me that a white woman is racist, you
Yeah,
shouldn't even.
I reread it. I don't. I mean, what's your basis for thinking black women are racist?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You misread it because I wasn't saying they're racist, but you know, when they compare who done who wrong the most, you really can't compare because there's good examples either way. Just saying it just sounds disingenuous. Just worry about yourself or your own or whatever. You can't use one as an example for all either. But we all know that they're not talking about all ever. But then some people do.
Wow, what the hell happened here? Hold on one sec.
That thing is rolling around on the floor the way you sound.
Hold on. I have no idea what happened here. Give me one sec.
Can you hear me at all or no?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. What kind of Bluetooth headphones do you use? 'Cause they sound pretty good.
Well, they're not headphones. They're JBLs. They're earbuds.
They actually sound pretty good. It sounds just as good as their mic.
Uh, I think that the mic might have kicked in. Damn. You know what? Give me a You know what? I'm gonna hop out and come back in. I hate to do this. You know what? I want to play this video though. Let me see. I'll play this video. Then, if I can't fix it, I might have to go out and come back in.
Their corner, and that's going to tell them the God honest truth on what's going on. You know, they don't want that. They want that young girl. You know, that's the reason why a lot of them get caught up in the mix, the whole 9 yards. So, but I guess one day they'll learn. And then he also, you know, talked about his brother. He talked about ESPN, how he asked them to, you know, not, you know, say anything about his firing right now. Wait till, you know, after Monday, because his brother is being inducted into the Hall of Fame Sports or whatever. And they basically told him, no, we're going to do it right now. And that's simply because they don't care. They don't care. You're just a warm body to do what you needed to do at that time. And when you messed around with this white girl, they got rid of you. But he asked them to wait because he didn't want it to overshadow his brother during this time. But again, Shannon should have thought about that. He should have thought about all of that. When will it come a time when some of these men start making better decisions? You know, they don't have to do what you ask them to do. You caused this domino effect. You did. So you have to suffer the consequences now. But Shannon Sharp will be okay. He will be A-okay because I'm sure he still has that show that he does, Club Shay Shay. But yeah. But I'm just wondering, when will it come a time when these men just realize that these young girls don't really want you for real? They just want your money. They absolutely just want your money. So yeah, you guys comment, like, tell me what your thoughts are on this. Please hit the like button because you know that lets YouTube know to push my video on out to more viewers. And yes, and if you enjoyed this video, check out my next video because I think you will enjoy it.
Yeah, man. There's so much of a rush for a black woman to come on a camera and psychoanalyze two participants in a situation when she doesn't have a fucking clue what they was talking about.
Well, this particular woman is not the most articulate, and I kind of get the same impression you do. Let me hop out and come back in because I'm trying to get this Yeti to work, and for some reason, StreamYard
Sounds
isn't.
good.
Huh?
Sounds good.
All right. Well, we'll roll with it till it doesn't work.
It's a little low, but it sounds good. Sounds clean.
Is this any better?
Hell yeah. There you go.
Louder?
Yep, that's nice.
I don't know what the hell happened. Yeah, this StreamYard does not play well with Bluetooth, I've noticed. So let's see, what else do I have here? I have
Stanley, if you got a lot of money, let's say you got 20 million, just 20. Are you taking a woman serious or are you paying for it?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
Let's say you hit the lottery, you got 20 million. Everybody knows you hit the lottery. Now you're getting attention from women. And you see one that fits your type. She's smart. She reads books. She's funny. She has a great personality. Are you skeptical, or are you?
Well, absolutely, I am.
Like your first inclination isn't to be careful. Is it to be careful or to go ahead and enjoy it?
If she's young, well, all women, if I hit the lottery and it's public information. However, young. Look, I'm 60, and I tend to like age-appropriate women anyway. Like maybe 45 might be the youngest I would go. So if you're 25, hell yeah. Even you would have to be extraordinary at 25 because even if I want to, I have discipline. I'm not gonna fucking, ruin my life for some pussy. Under any circumstances, and believe it or not, I have had that much discipline in my past. One of these days, I'll tell a story I'm not particularly proud of, but I
think we all got those in our closet.
Well, it's not exactly a skeleton. I had a woman, and I was maybe 24. I had a woman that I'd known for quite some time, more or less grew up with her, but not exactly. But, we knew each other. And you know what? We were in bed and I'm ready to go. And you know what she told me? Not without a commitment. And you know what I did? I rolled over, blue balls and all, and said, okay, well, I can't do that. And went
This
fell.
isn't the story you're not proud of, is it?
Yes. I should have
Why are
lied.
you not proud of that? That was a principle. That's a principle. I don't take you as like some type of pookie or nothing. Like you're just gonna say anything to get it,
dude.
If you
I swear, I'm telling the truth. I told my sister that I have a feeling that on my deathbed, my one regret in life is that I wasn't more a pookie. I wish I could have just been more prolific. I'll put it that way.
And well, it would have a different effect on your life if it wouldn't have went this way. I don't know. Maybe I'm a believer of that because I've had some instances when I was younger. If I was more of a pook, man, I know I wouldn't be where I'm at.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't change. You can't. I can't change how it is. I can't change. Look, my father once said, Stanley, you know, if you're anything like me, you can never be a criminal because you're a bad liar.
Right.
And I learned that early. And by the way, the truth is more fun. It makes me laugh more. that's why I'm so blunt. Sometimes seeing the reaction of people when you tell them something like the truth, if not the outright truth, sometimes the gasp is worth the pain.
Yeah, you might miss out on some stuff, but man, nothing. You don't have to hold the burden of remembering the lie, you know?
Oh, I don't care about any of that. I used to have a good memory. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that it's more fun being truthful. Not always, but sometimes it is, and it's just worth the truth. And I'm just not. I'm not a good poker player.
Me either. Me either.
Gerald Horn is live, and I'm resisting doing more history than I've done. Let's watch this. I know everybody will like this one, but I do have a food waste video that I really want to watch and will. Talk about pineapple. There are just some women, when they hold a knife, it just makes them more attractive. And she's one of them. I was going to say, I'm saying some women are just more attractive when they hold a knife. Just kind of adds an element of danger. And I think this woman, I think I like her holding a knife.
You like living on the edge.
Occasionally. Like, I know I'll never meet her. So, whatever. But
you was giving me shit. You was giving me shit about this lady. You said she has kind of a gut. And
she does.
She's still an attractive woman. So
you know what?
When I get to criticizing,
if she were black,
the color has nothing to do with it.
Yeah. Okay.
What? I'm dead serious.
Hey, I said okay.
I'm fair and honest like Fox News.
You know what? No doubt you are.
Ну, экзотика не понимаю. Дай нам якогось гарбуза.
Something about her rubbing that meat is pretty nice too.
Affirmative.
Wow, that's interesting. You know, I can see this putting it on a charcoal grill. God damn, that might actually be really good. I don't really like sweet pineapple-y stuff, but I'd definitely be willing to try it. She should have used a pair of scissors to pop those things, to cut those toothpicks.
Does she say what this is? Is this a skirt steak or no?
Yeah, I think it's a skirt. Yeah, a flank maybe. I think they're the same thing.
Oh, okay.
I think
It looked
flank
the
and
same to me.
yeah, I think one or the other. That's Dave's cock.
And this is how you do a video. You don't put hip hop beats behind you wrapping pineapples with skirt steaks. Like, yeah, she's doing it right.
Oh yeah, she's got a gut. Now who is this?
He also has a tattoo.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I would definitely have to get over it. Especially, I would have to get over it. I just think it's almost like, I'm not real religious, but that body is your temple sort of thing, I kind of get behind.
I was raised like that too. I don't have any tattoos.
No, I'm just, it's not my shtick.
I tell you what, you put her on 6 months of the carnivore diet, she'll drop that weight.
She's not doing
I think it's
shit.
when you, she probably won't, but when you have to actually work for it, like go outside and run or ride a bike, doing the physical activities, they're definitely not. They're not going to cooperate with that.
Well, the thing is, though, if it's something she likes to do,
What are those real low bicycles? They're like 3-wheelers, and you sit down in them and you pedal.
a rowing machine.
No, yeah, but yeah, you can get them like for the street or whatever. I forget.
Oh yeah, I don't know what they're called. I know what you're talking about. Oh
You
yeah,
get her something like that and make it fun. She'll do that, I'm sure.
you know, I had some sort of network hiccup here. Something happened, and I don't know what.
Hey Stanley, that's the definition of subtle. Subtle.
Yeah, after this video, I'm gonna go out and come back in. See, my icon has disappeared. Something happened, but I can't figure out what. Something hiccup. Ooh, she's gonna be back on there naked. Now this is supposed to be Ukraine. What's up, Juan? How you doing? No, I think they're skirt steaks, or actually, I don't know what you call the big ones, but it's some sort of skirt over pineapple. Dave, do you think that old guy doing the beekeeping was her husband?
No, that was her dad. She lives at home with her dad. This is how she
It's like
supports him.
the Ukrainian Shannon Sharp.
Nah, man, I'm sure you know that most cultures outside of America are more family oriented. He could have just been over for the weekend, or maybe she actually lives with him.
That doesn't matter. How many kids do you think she has?
You said this is Ukraine, right?
Yeah. At least that's what the website says. Oh, the site said. Luba from Ukraine. She is. I wonder how tall she is.
She looks short.
You know, she reminds me of. She reminds me of Christine Hendricks.
Christine Brinkley?
No, Hendricks. She was the redhead in Mad Men.
Yeah, I'm not familiar. I don't know these people.
You didn't watch Mad Men, huh?
I haven't watched TV in the last 20 years.
Well, you know what? I actually watched Mad Men back in the day, and I can't remember. I think it was back in the early 2000s, but I watched the majority of it. HBO or somebody had it, so I binge watched it. Let me go out and come back in. This is driving me nuts. The icon and everything.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. I'll hold it down for you.
Yeah, it'll just be hopefully just a minute or two.
That sounds threatening, dude, I'm sure. Yeah. What's happening, people? Juan, Kelvin, Abiola, Slick, Brian, what's happening? What's happening? Welcome to the Stanley Cross versus the World podcast, where there's not much world showing up, but it's a lot of Stanley. Y'all see the little icon at the bottom left of my avatar, one of my favorite animals. You know, I like the wildlife. Pretty cool character. One of the few that have opposable thumbs so they can do a lot of shit like we do. And you know, don't mind me, I'm just at work. Doing nothing, acting like I'm working as usual. Lots of traffic in and out of this room. But who knows? It's a beautiful day here in Northeast Ohio. Breeze. Just beautiful.
Yeah, I don't get what happened here. But everything's back to normal. Usually I didn't have a power outage or anything. I don't know why that hiccuped. But anyway,
I didn't notice anything other than the avatar, but that would drive you crazy.
Well, on my end, usually the Yeti mic shows up in the audio selection, and it just disappeared. And
everybody's been having issues with StreamYard.
Yeah, it could be. All right. Well, you know what? Juan, hit the link if you want, or anybody else if you want. There you are. What's up, Juan?
Good to see you guys this morning.
Are you better rested?
Not really. Not really. But I mean, the show must go on, as the saying goes, right? I mean, if you guys are out there working and providing entertainment for the rest of the world, I got to get up and work.
Well, it was actually kind of a command request. Lupin asked me if I had a drunken show planned for the weekend, and I had to oblige him. And he and Deacon Dave, supported the show as well as DiCapriono and 12th Man. So you're right. The show must go on. Now I'm a paid entertainer. I can add that to my resume.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Who's got the echo, or is it me? You know what? I bet it's me. Hold on one
No,
second.
it's probably me because I'm using headphones.
And I need to be using headphones.
I think it's Juan.
Okay, let's see here. Where are we?
We were just at the part where we saw the Ukrainian version of Cooking with Kaya.
I'm down. I like the Ukrainian version. No, I had this Instagram post and I shared it with the fellas, but it was a girl. She was standing in line at a food truck, and the camera said that this is a 4 in Holland, but a 10 in the United States, and she would have did better at the American Eagle ad than Sydney Sweeney. She actually filled out a pair of jeans.
Yeah, I don't get. That's the thing about it. Sydney's. I don't think those clothes look good on her at all.
I didn't.
To be honest, I don't think she's that good looking.
I didn't pay attention to the commercial that much. I did like the play on words, jeans and jeans. That I thought was hilarious.
Yeah, well, I think it's racist, but I think that as a matter of fact, there's another critique out there. Dunkin' Donuts did something similar, but the commercial wasn't good enough for me to even bother with. But
It was
no, I
actually
think
layers to that, Stanley, that I actually appreciate. That guy that did the commercial, he's a married man. He's the young heartthrob or whatever. Yeah, he's the young heartthrob. You know how teenage chicks, whatever. And what he represents, if that could ever come back, get married when you're young, have your family younger, instead of these women who wait till they're 40, they're in their 40s to try to be taken serious. You might have, I'm not gonna say you might, because you won't. It's not enough to move the needle, but just the influence of like the right way to do things could encourage youngsters to do it the way it used to be done, or society would thrive, because you can't have communities without family.
Yeah, you know what?
I know it's wishful thinking.
You are the Fred Flintstone of American culture.
I don't know, just because I value that family element.
Well, I value it too, but here, you know what? I brought this up on Freezy's panel, which, by the way, Juan, I finally wandered up to. It'll be a while before I do it again. I had a good time, but I've been on too many panels lately. I think that America would be better if it just butted out of people's business. I mean, I know what I would encourage my son to do. However, I'm just not, unless it's harming, and people will make the argument that, hey, people are just doing things that are harming the society in general. Setting an example or a bad example can harm society. And I can't defeat that argument, but it just makes me cringe. Unless it's egregious, like this particular Sydney Sweeney commercial, I think the left or whoever on the left did themselves a disservice because it comes off as shrill. It's just words.
What do you mean, the critique you're talking about?
The critique. Yeah, the critique.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, that's true.
Well,
I agree with the critique, but you're not going to be able to defeat their argument when they go jeans and jeans. It's a play on words and nothing more than that. How do you defeat that without sounding shrill? Like you knew what you were doing? No. That's not going to work. You just have to you just have to chalk this up as a loss. And now boycott the jeans. They don't look that good on her.
Well, I was gonna say, Stanley, unless the company has a history of doing something like that. Like if I did something like that, and I've been doing it for over 20 years. You could defeat my argument all day by just receipts, by bringing the receipts. Hey, didn't you do this 2 years ago, Pacheco? Hey, didn't you do this 4 years ago, Pacheco? Oh, and at that point, I'm screwed. Does that make any sense?
But you know what? Would you be though? I mean, like in the court of public opinion, I don't know, Juan. I think even if you had a history of being racy, it's just genes.
Yeah, and then the greatest thing about the
you either buy the jeans or you don't.
And then they got a bump in the stock. The stock went up like crazy, and now
I don't
become
put
a
much
thing.
stock in that.
But it's becoming a thing that if you piss off the left, you could get so much support for doing that.
Well, they made $400 million in a day because of the left.
Well, yeah, it's paper.
Exactly, it's paper. But that translates into stock price going up and going down. That's also paper as well, right?
Well, yeah, but here's the deal. You know what? I told you, Dave, that if I want to hurt you, I'm going to extract blood. And being shrill isn't going to do that. You know what? If it's that big a deal, organize a campaign. Or they boycotted Target. I honestly don't think everyone that I heard critiquing it, and maybe I'll have to take that back, but it just sounds like a liberal white thing. Blacks don't give a fuck. Nobody. What black do blacks buy American Eagle jeans?
My daughter has some, but my daughter's not all the way black though.
I have not heard a whole lot of black rage and wanting to boycott. Nobody wears that stuff.
I might go get a pair.
I'll bet you would. You probably you'll give them to your wife for Christmas, right?
Yeah, because I like the effect it had. I don't know. I like the shit starting. It's good. Bring back the Archie Bunker in society.
Oh, you're
I'm
the
not that
instigator, huh,
sensitive.
Deacon Dave?
Yeah, I guess so. But I'm just not sensitive like that. And I wish people would stop being so sensitive. Like the word racist has lost all its meaning because everybody says
Not
it
when
for
I
every time
use it.
they're offended.
Well, I got a question actually. Speaking about that, what do you think about what happened in Cincinnati, Ohio over the weekend at the Jazz Fest?
I think it was a bunch of drunk people who were misbehaved. And from what I understand, the white guy slapped the black guy, and then that just erupted. I think if you are a white guy in certain neighborhoods, you don't slap people.
Well, you keep
That's
your
just
hands.
going to get a bunch of people mad.
Yeah, you keep your
Devon,
hands
you
to
got a
yourself.
bunch of feedback. You got a lot of feedback on those headphones. Yeah, they're
You know
crackling
what?
and
And
rattling all over.
I don't by any means condone the beat down. Everybody participating. I mean, in civil fisticuffs, it's one on one. The guy, the slapper and the slappee should have been the ones to square off. But this is 2025 in America, and we are more on edge than I'd like to see. But if the white guy slapped the black guy, you know what? He didn't deserve the beat down, but you know what? You light a fire, it might not always be controlled.
Right, right. But the thing that got me though, and the reason why I was asking the question, I was actually directed more toward Deacon Dave, is because they said that not only did he get smacked, I saw the still shot. They don't have the video of the smack, but I
You
saw.
got to go on X.
Yeah, I'm on X. And all that they're
I've seen
showing
it.
me are black nationalist commentary. What is the other one? The Black Panther Party commentary, and I'm just like, I don't see anything other than commentary. But they're saying that this guy also called the other guy the N-word, and I'm thinking, why are you giving that word so much power? I mean, that to me
the
is
black guy, right?
the black guy. And so, and by the way, they charged the white guy, from what I understand, but he, because it was a smack, got charged with a misdemeanor. It's a simple assault.
Right.
Whereas everybody else is facing, felonies on
CKJ3, do you have time to hit the link, or are you at work? Because CKJ3 lives in Cincinnati. He should.
Come on up and enlighten me.
You know what? But I'm gonna say, look, this is 2025, and you might be in a part of Cincinnati where that slap is more. It'll be the slap heard around Cincinnati. Dude, white guys should not be slapping drunk black guys when there are a bunch of black people around. And you know what? The dude got off with a misdemeanor. He could have lost his life.
Yeah, his wife got pummeled.
You know what? She was probably mouthy too.
Well, from the video, she jumped in the middle of it. So,
that girl actually, believe it or not, will qualify for. That girl, believe it or not, will qualify for a U visa because she was the victim and she was actually from Russia, and she hopped on a plane the next day after getting out of the hospital because of all of that.
Understand. What does that mean?
Because she's a victim, that guy basically gave her a ticket to permanent residence in the United States. I was just saying that.
You know what? I'm glad I won't be the immigration judge, because her ass would stay in Russia.
Stanley, that's not the Democrat way of looking at it now, is it?
Oh, well, guess what? I'm a pragmatist. Wasn't you who said I will defy my party? I
think we all said
defy my party when it's pragmatic to do it and the right thing. Why did she jump in the middle of it? That's crazy. I wouldn't jump. Well, I'm old, but in my prime, dude, you got 12 black guys. You don't jump in the middle of that.
Yeah, I would leave. I'm going to the hotel. It was a nice jazz fest.
Well, I mean, I like that she cared about whatever it was she was caring about. Look, I think people, if they commit crimes, should be punished, even if they were kind of morally right. But that white guy slapping a black guy, maybe it's a black part of town. You'll have to tell me, CKJ3. But if you got, dude, if I am in a crowd of 20 white guys, I'm not going to go up and slap a white guy. I'll get my ass handed to me if I'm that lucky. There's some things you just have to have situational awareness. And I understand maybe there was alcohol involved, but that was not a wise decision. And sometimes words have consequences, so do slaps.
Well, the slap Sometimes I
portion,
agree
yeah.
with you, surprisingly. But I definitely agree with you on this one.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I agree on the physical part. I mean, everybody just keep your damn hands to yourself. Maybe there wouldn't be any problems at that point.
CKJ3 says that there were black men trying to stop it before it happened, and then the white guy smacked the guy, and all hell broke out. Well, you know what? Again, actions have consequences, and I know, piling on was not the right thing to do, and there's some black guys that will wind up, in hot water for this, but the white guy started it.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Don't be brave. that was be brave level.
I'm trying hard not to laugh, though, because the way that you said that, Stanley, reminded me of when I was a kid and my brother and I would get into fights. I said it. I would talk to my mom literally the same way you said it. He started it. He shouldn't have started it.
Hey, look, and the motherfucker was wearing white pants. That's unforgivable.
Hey, come on, it's summertime.
The dude looked like Barry Manilow.
Not only the Cincinnati PD, but the Fashion PD came out.
I'm going to hell, but that
Ignat,
was sorry.
Hey, Ignat, I saw you and forgot to say hello. My bad. So Ignat, salute. And anytime, you know what, Lupin, I'm kind of glad that you put me up to it. So much appreciated supporting this foolishness. You may have opened a can of worms. So
Saturdays used to get a different crew of people.
Lupin and Dave are the ringmasters of this circus. Blame them. What's up, Speak Radio? Hit the link if you want. Portia's actually busy. So I'll drop the link again.
By the way, salute to Portia. I was able to watch.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, there's going to be a flurry of lawsuits here in Texas. I looked at the map and I saw the District 20, which is near Three Rivers, San Antonio, that area. Like they're their own little island.
Well, Jasmine Crockett's going to lose her district, right?
Yeah, she might. She could.
What do you think of that? I think it's so calculated.
Well, of course it is.
Stop it, but it's really cynical. And you know what? They're not playing fair. But then there's what's his name in the Supreme Court nomination. So you know what? Democrats need to play some dirty pool too.
Well, the Democrats here in Texas play dirty as well, so they don't here in Texas, at least, they don't have any room to talk. But it's reminiscent of it's reminiscent of when I was a kid, when they tried to redistrict North Carolina back in 1991, and they redistricted District 12 in that state, which was, I think, just west of Raleigh. And the way that they districted it, they basically shut all the black people out and basically left them on their own island. And that's what I saw with District 20, near San Antonio. That's, a predominantly Hispanic part of the city. or the metro area, and I'm like, you guys are basically shutting them out. This is not gonna work at all. And in my district, even the Democrats might actually lose their representative as well, because the way they carved it out, they're basically giving Vicente Gonzalez, District 34, a run for his money as well. He might actually lose next year.
Well, but then there's Pritzker up in Illinois, Gavin Newsom. He and Arnold Schwarzenegger are about to start a brawl, apparently. California and Illinois are talking about, reciprocating.
I saw that, but for anybody that's in those two respective states, don't they have redistricting commissions that take care of all of that?
Yes. I don't know about Illinois. I know that California does, but it's nonpartisan. That's why Schwarzenegger may be part of that redistricting. The panel, but I think the Democrats could probably make it happen in California. Don't know well, I think Illinois is actually, I think Democrats are about as powerful in Illinois.
Yeah, anything west of DuPage County in Illinois is going to be red, but basically your Chicago area, your Springfield area, you're cooked. I mean, and that's where the majority of the people of Illinois are centered.
But let me also say this, and I was just kind of interneted out, or I almost hopped. I don't know. Were you and Portia on the panel or something? Or did she just play it?
When yesterday?
Yeah.
No, I'm 5.5 hours south of where they were at. I was not there. My boss was there.
No, I mean on. I noticed she streamed it at first on Rumble and Kick, I think it was, or one or the other. She didn't do it on YouTube at first.
Well,
No,
I don't know whether she added it.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Well,
no, I wasn't.
You go ahead and tell them.
I was going to say, I was just going to answer your question. No, I wasn't there. I'm barely getting out of this funk of jet lag today. So no, I didn't see anything. I just talked to her about it privately, but that was pretty much it.
Well, I was kind of proud that she did it. We need to do more stuff like that, even though it's boring. I do the Supreme Court, so we need to do more stuff like that.
Well, I'm waiting to see if Carmelo's going to.
There's Texas is thinking about adding 5 more congressional districts. Basically, they think Trump at least thinks that the House is going to be close next year. Possibly they lose it, and adding 5 districts to Texas would he's thinking offset any seats they lose.
That's not going to work. We saw Stanley, you and I both know from 1988 and 1992, respectively, that didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, but oh well. I mean, if Trump wants to, as much as I am center right, you can only do dumb things so many times. So go ahead.
Well, what do you think? What do you think about him firing the Labor Bureau chief because the numbers didn't go his way?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't have an opinion on that.
Well, here's the deal. They adjust numbers up and down per quarter. They've been doing it forever. Look, all I'm saying is that he's going to be able to get away with it, but I honestly think that Trump is panicking. He does not look calm and in control. Medvedev. He's the vice chairman of something. Makes some comment, and Trump is in the news talking about repositioning nuclear subs. Well, he does not look in control. He seems very reactive.
No, he wasn't at peace, but in his defense regarding the Medvedev thing, Medvedev and Russia backed that up. They actually moved one of their subs close to me, believe it or not. So that was
okay. Basically, again, let me tell you why. if you're actually going to be repositioning nuclear subs, you just say, hey, we're going to take action, or we're going to, you don't just fucking mention nuclear subs. Because to be honest, that is a security issue. You could, probably not, probably real low probability, but dude, you don't tell them what you're going to do unless you want them to know what you're going to do. And I just, dude, I'm not getting a feeling that Trump is in cool, calm control. He's reacting. He's not controlling events. He's not shaping events. He's reacting to events. That's not the way you want to command.
Right, and they also, and to complement what you're saying, he pulled a Biden. They basically changed the formula on how to count, I guess, the jobs coming in versus going out or what have you. And I'm thinking,
okay, I don't do that Biden every other sentence comparison. To me, it's whataboutism. It's more about Trump, who happens to be president.
No, I wasn't doing whataboutism. What I was simply saying is that he did. He's doing the same thing, and it's backfiring, and he's getting nervous as a result. I was complimenting what you were saying. I wasn't doing a compare and contrast between the administrations.
I'm sorry. I've got Biden. I've got Ryan like fatigue. It's like every time he mentions
Stanley,
Biden,
I'm not Ryan.
You're touche.
But the thing is yeah, I agree with you. I think he is overreacting. I think the Republicans are. I think they're looking at things backwards. But I talked about that on my show 3 months ago before I went into hiatus. The thing is
you know what? Damn it! I need to start tuning into your show. You're on Rumble though, right?
I'm on both now. The last show that I had, you were in the audience, was the last title said the Republicans just lost the midterms, and it has the flag of South Africa on it. That's the very last thing that I did.
Yeah, Stanley would be there for that for sure.
Well, the reason why I put that up though, Dave, is because at the time Trump had revoked TPS for the Haitians, so they have to go back home to basically no government. The gangs are running the country right now. At the same time, literally 2 days later, he gave all of the white Afrikaners refugee status. So the optics basically killed them, and nobody is addressing that. I'm thinking, dude, you see on camera brown people getting loaded up on planes every single day, but white Afrikaners are welcome here just so long as they don't have a criminal record.
Yeah, I heard he brought some more in.
Yes, he did. He most certainly did. And the thing is what I've noticed, Stanley, is that what I've noticed real quick is that the Democrats are eerily quiet on the subject, but I've already seen this game like in 2006. It comes out literally 3 months before the midterms, and that's what's going to happen, and nobody sees that. The optics killed them, and nobody sees that. Not even Trump, not even the Speaker of the House right now, and not even Senator Kennedy, the senator out of Louisiana. I'm thinking, you guys got to address this because this will kill your campaign next year. Figuratively speaking.
Right. Well, that's why I think Marco Rubio is going to be president in 2028. If MAGA wins, Rubio is going to be the one to do it. And I know I'm making a crazy long shot point. Rubio seems to be the only one out of the news doing his job, and he seems in control of his portfolio.
He's working with Mexican intelligence, and in my neck of the woods, these cartel groups are getting broken up hook, line, and sinker. It's glorious to watch.
And Rubio is doing it?
Yeah, Mexican intelligence, the Mexican Foreign Relations Ministry, and our Department of State are in collaboration. It's just that nobody's talking about it. I know about it down here, but it's not major news.
I'm telling you right now, it's gonna be Rubio. It's not gonna be JD Vance. Rubio is literally the smartest person in that administration. And I'm not a Rubio fan.
JD Vance is the equivalent of Canelo Alvarez when he fought Mayweather. He doesn't have the experience yet. He would be overwhelmed.
Well, yeah, he doesn't have the gravitas. Look, You know, I think let me tell you something. When Rubio went on and did, I think it was an op-ed about the layers of things that, Catholics or just people in general, Catholic doctrine, it's like family, then, he just like he prioritized what people should care about. And then the Pope, the new Pope just told him, basically the new Pope told him, look, you're a convert. You have no clue what you're talking about. I loved it. JD Vance, and I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I'm just saying he seems hapless. He's out there invoking authority and gravitas, and he doesn't have full command. He knows a little about Catholicism, and there's a problem with a little knowledge is a dangerous thing.
Well, that's the other problem,
And
Stanley.
politicizing Catholicism. I know it's done. He's just not the one to do it.
Well, that's where there's another huge problem, and the problem is the Catholics and the evangelicals and their support for Israel. And my daughter's generation, your son's generation, even part of my generation, we're not having it. And so as a result, people that are going in with you need to vote for so and so because they're a Christian, it's not the same flex that it was 30 years ago. Now it's actually a turnoff.
Okay, let me address Abiola here. Abiola, River Girl has not attempted to join this panel. You're out there fucking sputtering around like a chicken with his head cut off. I said hello to River Girl. She has not attempted to come up on this panel. Why are you embarrassed other than at your behavior? She's welcome if she hits the link. I've dropped the link twice. She has the opportunity. When she takes advantage of the opportunity, I will gladly let her up. But dude, you need to stop acting like a fucking, schoolboy in love with his first grade teacher. Or it's going to be, don't make me the focus of, don't make you the focus of my attention.
Part of the game. Don't hate on him, Stanley. Damn.
No, it's annoying. It is annoying.
It's this game.
All I'm saying, he's acting like I won't let River Girl up. I have literally never talked to her. What reason would I have to not let her up?
Come on, River Girl. It's fine up here.
I don't think she's even in the chat. The last thing I saw is she does a vertical type of show and we do a horizontal. I haven't seen her type in a while, but Abiola seems like I did something to her. I
have heard the name a couple of times in here. I
don't care about any of that. I'm just asking Abiola to stop being a spaz. Honestly. If she wanted to come up, I've dropped the link. Please ask her to come up. She will be treated with respect. I literally don't know her. I usually disrespect the people I know. To know you is to disrespect you.
Absolutely.
Lindy Lou, what is Lindy Lou doing? I saw somebody, Slick Rick, said that Be Brave is hosting CT's show. I wonder if that might not be worth watching. And Lindy Lou is really obsessed with you. You know, what can I say? I have an odd sort of charm. I told her she used the N-word, and she is too stupid to even understand that she did it. Why would I lie? And I don't care. I don't care. I don't remember. But she did. And I'm not going to spaz. She can spaz. I'm not going to. And there was something here. Somebody. What do you think of this woman? I think she's attractive in a very kind of matronly way. But if I were, say, 50 and my wife looked like this, I would be thrilled.
I can't really see her, but so far so
Well,
good.
I mean, mostly her. Well, you'll see her. But what I mostly mean is just she's a little portly. She's a little flabby, but you know what? I think it's actually attractive. She's not like overweight. She's just not toned, and she's cooking. You know, if you can cook and you're funny, you got me. I guess I could turn on the sound.
Man, those were some ripe tomatoes.
It's got to be Argentina. I'll look it up in a minute. Got to poke some holes in them sausages, ma'am. That knife isn't sharp. You have to do all that to cut a sausage. Nah, I'm okay with her. Ooh, preserved lemons. Ooh, she cans. I am more than okay with her. Hey, CKJ3, did you see much of the show of CT's show yesterday? There's a reason, probably, I'm guessing, why Be Brave is hosting. Apparently, Be Brave thinks his channel has been taken down. The channel's there, but he's saying he can't broadcast some racist bullshit that he did. He got in trouble for. And then Hood Conservative apparently just waxed his ass in a in a debate about something much ado of nothing. And Be Brave literally gets his feelings hurt so easily. So, you know, I'm thinking CT's just trying to appease Be Brave or something.
Oh, that debate was about, do upper class whites like blacks more than they like lower
I know
class?
it. Look, it
Something like
really,
that.
I don't even know why they wasted 2 shows on it. Of course, it's obvious. They would it's really more a class thing. I think Hood Conservative was right. And then Be Brave's premise, whether whites would prefer white trash over black trash, that is such a stupid fucking premise that I would have disengaged. I wouldn't have even entertained his dumbass. They would, blacks, like upper class blacks, wouldn't fucking want black trash or white trash. Then it came down to, well, if rich blacks would prefer white trash over black. Dude, these motherfuckers are so racist that they come up with racist hypotheticals. It's like, dude,
That's part of
y'all
it.
imagine racist scenarios. Like, y'all are just fucking nuts.
Racial simulations.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, you people are imagining race wars 20, 30 years in the future.
I like it. It actually was like a theme of the space the
This
whole day.
motherfucker is doing science fiction novels about race.
I think it what do you call it? It happened between Hoodservative and I forget the guy's name. He's always on
Hold on one sec. Oh, I caught that part, CKJ3. As a matter of fact, I almost came up there, but I'm like, nope, CKJ3 is holding it down. I don't need to come up. I eventually did because, Aaron C just got too uppity.
Oh, CK was up there too?
Yeah. Well, not at the same time. CKJ3 literally, actually that argument CKJ3 did, like, if you're so, blue-blooded, dude, why are white people not dominating? Because they got too many Be Braves for starters. CKJ, your argument should have been good enough to fucking shut them down and change the topic. But these motherfuckers are just so stupid. It's like they don't even know when their argument has been trashed. And same thing with Be Brave. Hoodservative literally should have just disengaged and just said, hey, look, this motherfucker's too stupid for me to continue this. And I'm not generally, that into Hoodservative, but Hoodservative really just waxed on. He should have waxed off.
So you did go back and watch it?
No.
What, you seen it live?
No, they CT replayed it on his show.
Oh, okay.
Did Hoodservative simulcast it to his channel?
No, it was just the whole Be Brave. I was telling you about it yesterday.
Well, yeah, you know what? Unless I can get into the chat and troll, Be Brave, oddly enough, doesn't put out content that's worthy of my interest. I mean, I know what racists are. He's not adding anything new to American racism. So let's go back and continue this lovely lady. I'm just into this woman. I actually like her. I would learn Spanish for her.
Spanish? Oh, you said Argentina.
I think so. I'm not sure. Just looking at the food, it's like a lot of meat, a lot of beef.
A lot of cheese. What the hell? Low-grade cheese.
My son, I mean, I've always loved cheese. My son might as well be a fucking mouse.
Damn. I'm not a cheese fan.
Oh, I could eat it night and day, every meal. Damn. You know what? I don't usually like seeing women pig out, but I'm just okay with this.
You can buy a ticket, man. This is like a 1 in Argentina, I'm sure.
Let me see. Let me make sure. Because they do, it's called Royal Cooking. Shit, they've got 3.5 million. Damn.
Yeah. If you could do if you could tap that foreign market of YouTube, man. That's why I don't understand Latino for Trump, man. He should have the Spanish market and the American market sold up.
Does he have a channel?
No, but if he was bilingual, man, he wouldn't have to do much, man.
He is bilingual. He doesn't speak.
I
He
don't know.
speaks Spanish. Have
I'm
you
not
heard
sure if
his
he is or
accent?
not.
He speaks Spanish. If he
That
doesn't,
doesn't mean
then
he can speak Spanish, because I know a lot of
you know
Spanish
what? Then
American
I'm gonna
people who don't.
no. I'm gonna assume he does. Because if
I
he
want
doesn't,
to too.
you know, did you hear? You probably didn't hear this joke. Like Wicked, I told him, Wicked, you know what? Your accent needs to be deported.
That's fucked up.
Dude, you pissed me off. I'm gonna go for it. I'm just going to go for it. This is her second channel.
I bet you Latino and Wicked both know about DJ Joey.
Okay. What's up, broke
I don't
genius?
I don't see why they can't tap both markets, man. That would just be insane. They don't have to even do much. Most content on YouTube is dumb as hell.
Well, I feel guilty now for contributing.
I'm here, man. It wouldn't be. It's not stupid because I'm here.
Yeah, well, you know what? They don't have to go to the academy, but I can tell you right now, I know Naval Academy people who like graduated with a 2.8 average and wind up in grad school at Harvard. The Naval Academy is an elite school. Hey, CKJ3, did I tell you that a girl that grew up in the house, like when I was a kid, the house across the street, her daughter graduated. I guess she probably graduated this year from the Naval Academy. So pretty cool. Yeah, Clarice, he was in the Navy. So anyway, let's see what else we got here. I guess John is running late. You know what? I'm just going to play this food video. And I'm sorry it's going to be dry and boring, but I'm going to goddamn do it. Because, and let me set this up while I try and find this video. I was told by a black man who is over 45 that black people in America have no culinary culture. Black people basically mimicked, the words were, hey, meat over a fire isn't original. And my jaw dropped. I'm like, how can a black man who is purportedly, and I don't say supposedly, I say purportedly educated, think every culture on earth, dude, man discovered fire. Of course, every culture is going to have like ways of applying heat to food. Fire was the first heat source. So that kind of argument is just stupid. However, I think the Black American foodways is a thing, a historical thing, and is studied. In that, for someone to just say that black people basically wouldn't know how to cook if it weren't for Europeans, that is so anti-black that other than just kind of whining about the ignorance, I have no defense against that. The hardest person to argue against is someone who does not know anything.
That's true.
So, if the argument is that barbecuing is not original, well, you know what? Neither is making alcohol. It's been done for quite some time. I don't even know how to defeat that kind of stupidity.
You'll find some of this anti-black stuff comedy at all. Like you
No,
can't
dude,
can't extract the humor in it.
I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. I think the most depressing thing I can think of is an ignorant black person. There are so many
What happened? I'm
opportunities.
sorry. I had somebody over the intercom.
Uh, I think that black people in America have so many opportunities for knowledge, self improvement. Yeah, there might be a wrinkle or two or speed bump or two. There's nothing in nothing in America that a black person can't overcome, even if
Yo,
you
you
might
there?
have to. Yeah, you can't hear me, folks. Can you guys
You on mute?
hear me in the audience? Put a one if you can hear me. Well, maybe not. Can folks hear me?
Your mic came disconnected or something. I don't know. I don't hear you.
Dave, I can hear me on YouTube.
Disconnected or something. I don't know. I don't hear you.
Dave, go out and come back in. Clara says the audio is good, Dave. Oop, there he goes. I'm gonna wait for Dave to come back, but I'm gonna tell you right now, as much as I complain about race and racism in America, there's nothing black people can't do, providing you have the the intelligence and the prerequisites. There are really no doors that a black person can't get in. There probably are, but none that a normal black person couldn't get through with a little effort. So for me, to be honest, the saddest thing, and I'm being a little bit of a race man here, but the saddest thing is a dumb black person. You have every opportunity to know stuff, and if you literally are willfully ignorant, I can't help you, and I will have no sympathy for you. And I don't care whether you're left, right, man, woman. If you are intentionally stupid and you don't make the effort to educate yourself, then you know what? Come up to my panel. You get what you get. Or, just in general, I just, the ignorance is unnecessary. And to be honest, I'm a little bit harder on black people because your parents should tell you what you're up against. There are B Braves. Dude, did you hear Air and C fucking talking about JP and Linwood and all these people? Dude, I literally thought, this was a slave auction. He had such a superior attitude. No, Abiola. River Girl never made an attempt. Not one attempt did she make. Don't know why. Take it up with your girlfriend. Can you hear me now, Dave?
Yeah, I can hear you. That's bad.
Okay. So anyway, so that's my point. Black people have no excuses, and they actually have less an excuse for not knowing stuff, for being successful. So never think that I'm gonna take up for some, Jay Prince. Motherfucker, I think he's despicable. And I actually think CT is problematic for even hosting that shit, even if it's for shits and giggles. And it's not so much because he's a bad reflection on the race as much as it's cringe. JP is
CT is a necessary evil. You see how I think we all know a Jay Prince in real life.
No, I don't.
I know several.
Well, let me put it to you this way. If I did, I no longer do. I
Right.
don't hang around J Princes. I'm too old. I don't find this shit
I
amusing.
know them and I know of them. I know where they're at, and I don't go there.
So anyway, this is this is going to be 2 hours.
Hey, before you hit play, before you hit play,
Yeah, I'm
sorry,
willing
didn't
to
mean to cut you
stop
off.
at any time. If John comes online, it is 11:33. He has a show he said he was going to do, and if something better comes up, I don't have to watch this. But
Hold on, don't hit play yet. Don't hit play. Don't hit
okay,
play. I just want to make
this
a
is
statement.
specifically called "How Black Cooks Turn Scraps into Soul Food Classics."
Now, if this is a woman who is overweight, I think gives me every validating reason not to participate in this type of dietary practice.
Have you ever heard of the saying that moderation in all things?
Yeah, but they don't.
And so, if a woman is fat and she's not your woman, why do you even care enough to feel a certain way?
I don't feel a certain way, but I definitely take it as an example of not to go this way.
Okay, dude, you know what? If you want to take it as an example, were you here when I went up on black what is it, blackstatistics.com or whatever it's
Black
called?
demographics.
Yeah. White people are just as fat as black people, a little bit less. Not exactly.
I can't let you use that argument because they're not.
Oh, no. This isn't an argument I'm making. I'm literally saying that, you know what? Black people eat better, so they might be a few percentage points ahead in those statistics. Seasoning, if you don't season your food, you're not going to eat as much of it.
Yeah. Good point. But I don't think that's what the statistics bear out, though.
The statistics bear them out, at least according to black demographics. And by the way, all credit to Hood Servative. He's the one who introduced me to black demographics. So, he
next
has
time
been.
y'all have a conversation, you can't do the Stanley thing because you sure are giving them a lot of credit lately.
What's the Stanley thing?
Oh, come on. The flood the zone thing you do.
Oh, I don't flood the zone. You know what? People let me do it, and I'm going to do it. Dude, if you want to go against me, dig a deeper hole. I won't flood it as fast.
Right.
Have you ever wondered why we eat soul food? Well, today.
I'm sorry, what?
They just better not be fat, Stanley. That's all I'm saying.
They're going to be fat, Dave. Prepare yourself. Gird your loins.
Today we're going to talk about the history of African Americans and soul food. And if you like stories like this, you can find more stories like this at onemichistory.com. But without further ado, let's get started. Although fried chicken evolved independently across many different countries, fried chicken is a distinctly American invention. The origins of fried chicken can be traced back to enslaved Africans who brought together Scottish techniques of deep frying chicken with fat and seasoning techniques from Western African cooking. One of the earliest recipes of fried chicken came from the British cookbook in 1747 called The Art of Cookery, made plain and easy by Hannah Glass. The recipe, which was a hit in Britain and the colonies, particularly in the southern states, called for the butchering of pieces of chicken to be floured, then fried in lard. While there's not a lot of strong evidence that fried chicken is from Western Africa or it was invented, then brought over in the transatlantic slave trade, West Africans did have a history of cooking chicken. They typically would use a method of braising their chicken. This is most likely the slave population that became linked to fried chicken because they were already familiar with cooking chicken and because of the prevalence of poultry here in the United States. This is where the history of chicken takes a racist turn in the early 19th century. Fried chicken then became linked to southern states, and southerners started to link it to racist stereotypes connected to African Americans. They depicted them as poultry thieves and ravenous eaters.
By the way, and I'm sure hopefully this video will get into it, you do realize that rice was introduced to the United States, they literally used to bring slaves from a particular region, and I can't remember. I'd have to look it up. But in Charleston, they imported slaves who knew how to grow rice. So literally, rice was introduced from Africa. So even just that little historical point disproves John's bullshit.
What? It's the why she asked who makes the better jollof?
Okay, listen to what I just said.
I know. I just want to throw that out there. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I just assume if rice wasn't native to America and it was introduced from Africa, and they used to target Africans who knew how to grow rice. That's kind of original, even if it's only rice. Something that Europeans had no experience with is very pervasive and ubiquitous in the United States. They fucking grow wild rice up in probably not the same varieties of rice, but I just don't understand how people don't know this. When they want to talk shit, at least know what your shit's about.
Eaters of fried chicken. You start to see the popular stereotypes used in the connection of African Americans eating certain foods, reinforcing the idea that African Americans were not intellectual. Two of the most popular images used in terms of food was fried chicken and watermelon. Ironically, plenty of white people love these same foods, but for whatever reason, the idea and the negative stereotypes associating these foods with African Americans, and it still exists today. The irony of it is that before the 20th century, fried chicken was seen as a luxury item only eaten on special occasions. Although the recipe is extremely simple, not everyone has the right kitchen tools or the access to poultry to make it at home until dramatic improvements in poultry farming in the early 20th century. As the United States began to flex its military muscle at the beginning of the 20th century, Black GIs taught the world about delicacies of American barbecue, chitlins, and fried chicken. Motivated to settle overseas because of the enduring racism of the United States and the relative social acceptance of African Americans in other countries, many former servicemen opened up restaurants and shared their beloved recipes and turned regional soul food into a global phenomenon. The global spread of soul food really took off after the end of World War II. Recently discharged Black military veterans in the European theater stayed overseas.
Yes, sir.
Well, I didn't mean to run Deacon Dave off.
He's back. He's back.
Okay. Continue on, sir.
Okay.
And opened and operated restaurants. At first, they mainly cooked for African Americans who were on active duty, but these home-style meals also found patrons from an unexpected source, foreign foodies. Europe was not the only place where soul food thrived. African American veterans stayed behind to open restaurants in Asia. After serving in Korea and Vietnam, these countries became well known for soul food restaurants with a patronage of both African Americans and Native Asians. American soldiers were stationed in South Korea during the Korean War, introduced the concept of frying and battering chicken as a substitute for turkey on Thanksgiving. This was likely the first introduction of the food to the Korean people, who were primarily steaming chicken or eating it in stews. However, it would not be for decades after the end of the Korean War that American-style fried chicken took off in Korea. During the 60s, the first ever rotisserie chicken shop opened up in Korea, along with the invention of the yellow bag chicken. Salarymen would bring home yellow bag chicken, which was a whole rotisserie chicken in a bag, and give it to their families. At the time, chicken was still not widely consumed in Korea, thus the price was considerably expensive. Chicken became viewed as a luxury item that all families look forward to eating once in a while. The reputation and popularity began to skyrocket. It was this nostalgia that helped fuel the boom of the coming fried chicken movement. Then, two changes occurred during the 70s. cheap cooking oil became widely available and fried chicken became more affordable. This made it possible for families to prepare their own fried chicken, season it, coat it in flour before dunking the entire bird in hot oil. Fried chicken then went mainstream in 1977 with the opening of Lem's Fried Chicken in the basement of Seoul's Sinsky department store. The owner of Lem's Fried Chicken had traveled to the United States in 1975 for university and saw how KFC sold its fried chicken in pieces. He began experimenting and creating his own ginseng chicken and selling his creation in a 6-piece set. Lem's Fried Chicken became the first fried chicken franchise in South Korea, and the appetite for the dish only grew larger as KFC entered the market in 1984. As of February of 2022, there were a staggering 87,000 Korean fried chicken joints in South Korea. In an ironic twist, the phenomenon has gone full circle as Korean fried chicken stores now open up restaurants here in the United States.
Hey, I'm about to take off because I got fall to the chat because I'm about to leave work.
Okay. Well, enjoyed it.
Every year, America enjoys the traditional feast known as Thanksgiving. And during this time, pumpkin and sweet potato pies sales spike. But did you know the history behind these beloved desserts and their connection to Northern abolitionists, Thanksgiving, and the holiday season as a whole? See, Thanksgiving pumpkin pie was once the hotly contested battleground in America's cultural war. In the 1800s, pumpkins and sweet potatoes became a totem in the fight to abolish slavery in America. The introduction of sweet potatoes.
Yes, sir.
No, I actually like sweet potato pie better than pumpkin pie.
Okay.
Did you ever have sweet potato pie?
To be honest, I mean, I'm not really that much of a pie fan, but probably sweet potatoes a little bit more solid. Pumpkin pie tends to be a little, I don't know, kind of mushy, foamy.
Well, so is pumpkin pie.
If your pumpkin pie is like kind of meaty in texture, then it's overdone. Pumpkin pie should be fluffy. Maybe that's the best term for it. If it's not fluffy,
sweet potato pie. You never had that?
It tends to be a little bit more meaty because of the starch.
Yeah, I like sweet potato pie. Fuck
I heard.
Pie.
Okay.
Western Africa in the 16th century was a very slow process. Initially, root vegetables such as cassava and yams were preferred over sweet potatoes. However, after the transatlantic slave trade, which helped spread the popularity of sweet potatoes in Europe and the Americas, it was only then that the African American community started using sweet potatoes because of their convenience. Western Africa is a yam-based culture. While sweet potatoes are not the same thing as a tropical yam, enslaved people embraced them as a substitute in the absence of true yams. Before they had sweet potato pie, they had something called sweet potato pound, which is a corruption of the Native American word for baked bread. Enslaved people were eating roasted sweet potatoes cooked in the embers of fire and started spicing and mashing up sweet potatoes. As they got access to cooking technology and equipment like ovens, they started adding pie fillings, and the sweet potato pie was born. After slavery was abolished, African Americans began to migrate away from the southern United States in what was referred to as the Great Migration. During this time period, many African Americans brought along one of their favorite dishes, sweet potato pie, and it was introduced to other regions of the country. During the same time period, during the early 19th century, eating pumpkins and celebrating Thanksgiving became synonymous with identity politics. Abolitionist and pumpkin enthusiast and home economics pioneer Sarah Joseph Hale was the driving force behind the pro-Thanksgiving campaign. Hale campaigned for state-level Thanksgiving celebrations and was largely successful in the early 1800s, helping spur declarations for Thanksgiving in 29 states by 1850. But as the fight over slavery intensified and the Civil War loomed, people in the southern states began to reject what they saw as northern cultural aggressions. The state of Virginia in particular wanted no part of Thanksgiving. In a letter to Hale, Virginia Governor Henry Wise, who was strongly pro-slavery, expressed his disapproval of New England abolitionist goals by referring to the theatrical national claptrap of Thanksgiving, which he said was used to encourage ministers to preach Christianity politics. Still, in 1863, Abraham Lincoln would declare the last Thursday in November as the National Day of Thanksgiving. Lincoln hoped that this holiday would serve in some way to heal the wounds of the nation and restore it. And since then, every president has kept that tradition alive. Still, some members of the Confederacy were unhappy with the Thanksgiving celebration and perceived it as a political move. They were especially unhappy with what they saw as a New Englander attempting to dictate how they should live. So for many years after the Civil War, Southerners refused to celebrate Thanksgiving and refused to eat pumpkin pie. It was not until after Reconstruction that Southern states began to accept Thanksgiving, and it wasn't until 1941 that Thanksgiving holiday was officially recognized into federal law. So, in the absence of pumpkin pie, Southerners started cooking sweet potato pie made by formerly enslaved people. Pumpkin pie, despite its popularity, remained a Yankee food for many generations. It didn't gain widespread recognition across the South until the 20th century, when television and supermarkets began to promote mass market pumpkin pie filling.
On there. Oh boy. Well, I wanted to give a little context.
The stereotype of African Americans being excessively
sweet potatoes too, because like they'd make pies out of it, but they'd also use them to keep warm, Stanley. Just like the Irish use potatoes to keep warm in the streets. Like, they'd roast them up, and then they'd actually keep warm with that shit, because the masses didn't give them anything else to keep warm with, right?
If you say so.
Found of watermelons came during a specific period in history and was used to fulfill a specific political purpose. After slaves won their emancipation, they made watermelon a symbol of their newfound freedom by growing, eating, and selling it. Southern whites responded by using the fruit to depict African Americans as unclean, lazy, and childishness. This trope was so widely accepted within popular culture that the origins of it are almost forgotten. The trope of the racist watermelon didn't emerge until after emancipation. In the early 1900s, the European imagination associated the typical watermelon eater with Italians or Arabs. A British officer stationed in Egypt in 1808 described the watermelon as a poor Arab feast, and noting that the locals ate them ravenously as if the passers-by was going to snatch them away. Watermelon rinds were apparently a common sight on the streets of the port city of Rosetta. In Egypt, watermelon was also associated with uncleanliness, laziness, and childishness. These associations eventually made their way to America, but watermelon hadn't yet been connected to African Americans. In fact, at that time, Americans were just as likely to associate watermelons with white Kentucky hillbillies or New Hampshire yokels as they would a black South Carolina enslaved person. During chattel slavery, some plantation owners would allow their slaves to cultivate and even sell their own watermelons. Sometimes they would even give them a day off during the summer to enjoy their first watermelon harvest. Southern plantation owners viewed this slave's delight in watermelon as an indication of their own supposed compassion. Slaves were also careful to relish watermelon in a manner that followed the code of conduct established by whites. As a result, whites could expect slaves to act in a manner of a caricature of a watermelon-craving, juice-dripping pickaninny. Refusing to comply with this stereotype could jeopardize the precarious relationship between master and enslaved. The abolishment of enslavement drastically altered the relationship between Black people and whites. formerly enslaved individuals avoided sharecropping on white-owned plantations by growing, consuming, and selling their own watermelons. This behavior of enjoying your freedom and cultivating your own land and selling watermelon in public markets provoked a major fear within the white community. Newspapers would then stoke this fear that whites have and strengthen the idea of African Americans having an affinity for watermelons. In 1869, Frank Leslie's illustrated paper published a cartoon of an African American eating a watermelon. The accompanying article stated that Southern African Americans have a strong liking for watermelon. They thoroughly enjoy eating it. 2 years later, a Georgia newspaper reported the arrest of a black man for allegedly poisoning a watermelon with the intention of killing his neighbor. The article compared the man's actions to that of the Ku Klux Klan and asked if the Republican Congressional Subcommittee investigating the Klan should look into this incident in particular. The article also described the man as walking to the courthouse carrying an enormous watermelon. Medical journals also wrote with a scientific earnest about black patients. They claimed that their intestines were clogged with watermelons. In an 1888 report by Dr. D.Z. Holliday of Harlem, Georgia, describing how he broke down a bowel instruction of an African-American man. He claimed that the mass was filled with 820 seeds, all of which the man had ingested in one night. Also, during the 1880 election season, Democrats accused South Carolina state legislature, which was majority black during Reconstruction, of having wasted the taxpayers' money on watermelons for their own enjoyment. In 1915, the white supremacist band D.W. Griffith, A Birth of a Nation, included a watermelon feast as a depiction of the emancipation, as corrupt northern whites encouraged former enslaved people to stop working and enjoy watermelons instead. This idea of implicating black appetites and black character through the watermelon, with the primary message being that African Americans were not ready for their own freedom, and that stereotype of associating blacks with watermelon remains a common occurrence.
12th Man, this video is talking about Birth of a Nation, the movie. Have you ever heard of it?
Vaguely.
Okay, so the video isn't racist. They are reviewing a racist movie.
In the United States, even today. For example, in 1947, when Jackie Robinson broke Major League Baseball's color barrier, he was confronted by race-baiting taunts, including crowds throwing garbage, tomatoes, and watermelon rinds at him. Even in 1989, blacks protesting the killing of a black boy in Bensonhurst, New York, were taunted by whites, some of them holding watermelons over their heads and screaming at them to go home. There are literally hundreds of instances over the years where the watermelon in association with African Americans being used as a tool of insult. Even decades after the end of the Jim Crow era, this cultural symbol of blacks and watermelon continues.
Now we gotta talk about ice cream.
Crow laws enforced racial segregation in the American South from the 1890s to the 1960s.
12th Man, nobody has you. Nobody has you chained to this panel.
No,
you are free to leave if the subject doesn't interest you.
Way more racist than what I'm used
Okay,
to.
dude. Again, you have. Are you this drunk? You can't tell that this video has a topic and it is reviewing other types of media. The video itself isn't racist. It's looking at videos that are racist. What you need to do is either take a nap so you have a better sense of reality, or just mute and enjoy the ride.
Thomas Rice and his minstrel character, Jim Crow Rice, these laws were designed to maintain racial hierarchy.
It's literally not hard to understand, but you might need a nap.
Rights to public transportation and were strategically designed to marginalize African Americans. The insidious impact of the system extended beyond legal restrictions, seeping into social norms and customs that enforced a rigid racial hierarchy. One particular instance of Jim Crow's absurdity was the claim that Black people were prohibited from eating vanilla ice cream except on Independence Day. While there is no direct evidence refuting or confirming this claim, that's because there was no laws or ordinances that expressly banned African Americans from consuming ice cream. This claim seems to have emerged from the societal arena where riddled with prejudice and unspoken practices. To understand this concept is crucial.
Abiola, I don't know if you quite understand. This is going to be the last time I say this. And then if you keep this shit up, I'm just going to boot you for the day until you come to your senses. Your River sister came to this chat. I dropped the link. She never hit the link. I couldn't allow because she never tried. Now, I'm not in the mood to deal with dumb bullshit, and you are giving me my fill. Shut the fuck up about shit you either don't know how to express or understand, or just just go about your day. We can come back and try it again some other day. But that I didn't allow her to come up. Sorry. Maybe something's being missed in translation. She never made the attempt. I can't say no if I'm not asked. She didn't try to hit the panel.
Can I get your back on
Okay,
that,
dude,
Stanley?
is this going to be something that pisses me off?
No, sir. Because even you let me up here, because don't nobody be saying that Stanley didn't let him on the
You know what? You weren't
panel
even
or
on the panel when she was in the chat. Dave was. And of Aaron C, I sent you a personal invitation. I put your name there and dropped the link next to your name. You be a pussy on your own time. What you're gonna get if you come up here is your place dictated to you. You can creep around in the chat and pretend I'm not letting you up. Bottom line is you need to know your place, and I am great for telling you what your place is. Stay your ass in the chat. Dude, don't interrupt. Of Aaron C, you can stay your sorry aunt. Dude, your aunt bought you a Navy shirt and you want to pretend you're some naval hero. Dude.
Oh, Lord. Here we go.
And then he wants to basically, like, I asked him a blunt question. If you and I were in the Navy, hypothetically, what would you call me? It wouldn't be Stanley. We would not be peers. And whether I was surface, okay, hold on one sec. Whether I was aviation or subs or whatever the warfare specialty, your ass would be calling me sir. So in real life, if you have an E3 attitude, I'm going to treat you like an E3. So let's get back to this video.
To delve into the idea of Jim Crow laws and how they were formulated and implemented. Jim Crow came in two forms: laws and etiquette. Southern states instituted a rigid system of segregation laws that limited access to public facilities, businesses, transportation, and even leisure activities. But etiquette was unwritten rules that dictated how African Americans should perform in white society. This varied from person to person, but some common norms was not being allowed to handshake a white male or display any friendly gesture to a white woman, avoid eating with whites, and if by chance they found themselves eating together, whites were to be served first. For example, in the book Behind the Backlash, White Working Class Politics in Baltimore, 1940 to 1880 by Kenneth Dunn, Dunn mentions that segregated dining was the norm and asserted that Black people could not eat vanilla ice cream in the presence of white people except on July 4th when everyone could eat anything. Another example is Maya Angelou's biography, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. Maya Angelou shares that people in her hometown believed that white people were so biased against black people that they couldn't even buy vanilla ice cream except on July 4th. Additionally, ice cream parlors were a social hub for white Southerners and typically off limits to blacks. If they were served at all, they were relegated to a separate window and prohibited from eating on the premises. What the specific role that vanilla ice cream played in all of these customs seems to be a bit ambiguous. Perhaps the consumption of the popular flavor was merely seen as a privilege reserved for whites. Arguably, the restriction of vanilla ice cream could serve as a clear boundary between blacks and whites and remind them of their secondary status. Vanilla ice cream seemed to have served as a metaphor of showcasing the unnerving realities of Jim Crow. And in light of this bias, African American community seems to have gravitated more towards butter pecan ice cream. Roasted peanuts were a favorite of Native American communities long before they were incorporated into desserts. But
yes, sir.
Do you feel like it's still like this to some degree?
Sorry, what?
Today?
Okay, hold on. You're slurring. I can barely understand you. Can you talk slower?
Yes, sir. Do you feel like it's still like this to some degree?
Still like what today? Still like what?
Like all this watermelon talk. And do you feel like it's still like that to some degree? Or
do you have any idea? Okay, yeah, to some degree.
Where?
What the fuck do you mean where?
I want to
in America. In America.
Yeah, I never see that. Like,
okay, dude, I don't care what you do. You asked me a question, I've answered it. Now you want to qualify it. And not only do you want to qualify it, you want to put yourself into the middle of it. Dude, I answered your question. And America is a racist country. It is fundamentally racist. It needs to change. 2025 is not 1925. It's not 1825. It's not 1725. Things have gotten better, but we aren't post-racial. And anybody who thinks we're post-racial is either a moron or a Pollyanna.
so you think?
Okay, I literally answered your question. The answer is yes.
Okay, thank you.
You said to some degree, and yes, to some degree, might be. I mean, it's not like I said, it's better than it was 100 years ago. So that's something.
Credit for popularizing butter pecan as a culinary delicacy goes to black Southerners who were known to integrate pecans.
Yes, sir.
I feel like if someone disrespected a officer, a black man, while I was in line for an ice cream cone, I'd probably get in a fight, dude. I'm telling you, man.
Gotcha.
Carry on, sir.
Traditional dishes, suggesting the familiarity and preference for the ingredient. During segregation years, pecans became an integral part of African American cuisine, especially in New Orleans. The city's cuisine was famous for their pecans, which was tossed with butter and brown sugar before being cast into many different culinary delights. This ultimately led to the introduction into ice cream as a way to implement more ice cream flavors. As African Americans produced, churned, and sold butter pecan through neighborhood parlors, this fostered a sense of community and shared identity and economic independence in these segregated spaces. Basketball player Shaquille O'Neal recounted in his 2001 autobiography, Shaq Talks Back, that his father scolded him for wanting vanilla ice cream and insisting that they only ate butter pecan. Celebrity chef Gerby Garvin recalled that butter pecan ice cream became a regular part of his family's tradition, and former NFL player Albert Hainsworth recalled that butter pecan was the flavor of Black people. In the end, the Jim Crow laws and resulting.
Yes, sir.
I always love butter pecan, especially if the pecans are real soft. Man, that's the best ice cream ever, dude. I'm telling you. I could die for butter pecan ice cream.
Gotcha.
Racial etiquettes created a severe societal divide in the southern United States. And even when the context of something as simple as just consuming ice cream, while there's no actual law that prevented African Americans eating vanilla ice cream, there are enough personal stories that indicate that this etiquette practice did exist, at least in some forms, in the southern United States. And the rise of butter pecan as the African American flavor of choice exemplifies our resiliency in the face of adversity. And it's a testament how African Americans continue to communicate their culture through our foods.
There you go, Stanley.
The origins of barbecue as we know it can be traced back to native tribes in the Caribbean and their indigenous cooking methods. The first Spanish colonizers embarked on their New World voyages in the 15th century. They were fascinated by the techniques employed by the indigenous Taino people. The Native Americans would slow cook their meat over wooden structures over a pit of fire. This method was termed barbacoa, and this enthralled colonizers so much that they incorporated barbacoa into their Spanish lexicon, with it eventually becoming the word barbecue. The story of barbecue doesn't end with Spanish colonizers. These explorers took the cooking method of barbacoa with them to North America, where it was adopted by the local people and colonizers alike. The first known written mention of pork barbecue was around Mississippi. The book, The Historical Roots of the Yaknak Tapapa, 1540, 1962, authors Don Harrison Doyle wrote in December of 1540, near present-day Tupelo, Mississippi, the explorer Hernando de Soto and the Chickasaw tribe had a feast of Spanish cooked pork using the barbacoa method. By the 16th and 17th centuries, barbecue had become an integral part of everyday life in the southern part of North America, where there's even a painting from 16th century French explorer Jacques Lemoyne that shows Native Americans in Florida using a wooden frame over burning logs to cook a variety of foods like fish, mammals, and reptiles. George Washington, who was once charged with procuring meat for his soldiers during the French and Indian Wars, even talked about barbecuing in the Indian manner. With the arrival of enslaved Africans to the Americas in the 16th century, this caused a significant shift in the cultural and culinary landscape. Forced to adapt to a strange new environment, these Africans learned to sustain themselves through ingenious methods. They closely observed the cooking methods of the Native Americans, specifically the technique of barbecuing. This slow cooked method was ideal for larger cuts of meat, which made it popular for communal gatherings. It's around this time that the groundwork was laid for the Southern style of pit barbecuing. However, the adaptation from the Native American techniques of suspended racks to in-pit barbecue is very murky. There is scant written references from the 18th century to shed light on this evolution. But despite the lack of documentation, it's plausible that this move into the ground was an inevitable progression. Around the same time was the introduction of unique African flavors and cooking techniques into barbecue by the enslaved community. Enslaved Africans didn't just learn Native American techniques of barbecuing, but they contributed their own, like the process of smoking meat over a gentle flame. It was a common practice in several African cultures and was originally designed to preserve the freshness of meat. This method eventually fused with the open pit cooking style that formed the basis for the barbecue style that we know today. Southern barbecue would gain popularity around the mid-1700s on Virginia plantations and then slowly make its way south from there. However, it's important important to know that barbecues were not a regular event, but they were organized
Stanley,
around
can I
holidays,
ask
special
you a
events, and
question?
political gatherings.
Yes, Wealth Man.
What do you think the Vikings were doing 2,000 years ago? They
Who
were
gives a fuck?
killing shit.
Who literally? I have no clue. Why don't you tell me?
They were already doing that shit like 10,000 years ago.
So
Now they
was
want to
every
act
other.
like
So was
it's an
every
art.
other. So was every like. Yeah, I had to cook your food. Don't know
That
why this matters.
caveman knew how to do that shit. What
I'm
the
sorry.
fuck?
What didn't?
Caveman.
Okay, Aaron C., you are a moron. Have you ever heard? You know what? Civilian outranks everything. You literally no. We are not official peers, son. I'm your social better. Okay, what you need to do is you need to maybe study how civilian life works. Have you ever heard of class? I'm a higher class than you. I'm your social better. I need to put you in your place. We are not peers. Stop the foolishness, son. Hit the link so I can teach you how to be a civilian. We are peers. Motherfucker. Wait, whoa. Son, we will never be peers.
Gatherings. Adrian Miller, the author of Black Smoke, a book around the history of black barbecue, would state that by the 1830s, people believed that a proper barbecue required an African-American cook and his team. Barbecue was seen as a black experience. Furthermore, because African Americans popularized pit cooking, they earned the title of pit master. Originally, pit masters were the elderly slaves that were proficient in cooking who supervised the barbecue preparation. Later on, the term pit master will become known more broadly. One of the earliest known references to a pit master was published in September 22nd, 1939 in the Daily Times.
You know what? By the way, I really should do this now. Let me put this up here, somewhere around here. Want to thank the show sponsors of the day. DiCapriono, 12th Man, who is up on the panel with me, Lupin, Reigang, and Deacon. Okay, I just don't know why I can't do a commercial without you interrupting.
I'm sorry, Stanley.
Sponsored by DiCapriono, 12th Man, who is up on the panel with me, Lupin Reigang, and Deacon Dave. There would not be a show today had it not been specifically for Lupin and Deacon Dave, but 12th Man and DiCapriono enjoying the show today decided to support the host and support the show. I gave my, thanks. It is very important to me because I've known all of you for quite some time. You're pretty much all day ones. I appreciate the support. Also, make sure, please hit the like button. Hold on one sec. Let me make sure you hit the like button, folks. Please make sure you support the John Galt Urban Landlord channel if you're new. I'm going to drop the link to my channel in the John Galt chat because, I don't hype it up enough, apparently. And make sure you subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips channel. That's where John's shows get clipped up. The street interviews are highlights. So make sure you support the show, support the host. We had 4 folks who, like I said, wouldn't be a show today had it not been for Lupin and Dave. So, and you know what? I would have been bored had I not done the shows. So we go. They knew I wanted to do a show. It was too lazy. So they motivated me. So
Yes,
on with the
Stanley,
show.
but if it wasn't for your show, Stanley, I'd be over there still
Over where?
watching Godfather's Harlem or something like that.
Well, I don't know. They don't talk back. So
Yeah, well, they get into some nasty business, you know, like
I'll bet they do.
start chopping each other's legs off and shit like that. So it was kind of
Where
scary.
was I? You know what? I have forgotten where I was gonna go. Let's see. Stan, hit the link if you want. Would love to have you up here. And anyone's welcome to hit the link. However, I'm not doing, 9 people on a panel yelling back and forth. This is kind of a chill day. So that's that until I remember what I was going to say. Oh, I know what I was going to say. Look, the reason we're watching this video is I had a 50 plus black man tell me that blacks in America had nothing or have nothing original to contribute to American culinary culture or just any culinary culture. And I took umbrage with that. There are whole cookbooks and celebrated black chefs if you take the time to go and actually do some research besides just being an anti-black bitter old man. Do your research, you will seem less of a fool. And we all present as fools at some point in our lives, but doing it intentionally or if the ignorance is preventable, you should prevent it. That's pretty much where I stand on that.
News in Burlington, North Carolina. They wrote that Jeter Crushfield, pitmaster, will supervise the beginning of a roasting pork for barbecue tonight at midnight. This is the first known
Hold on one
use of the
sec.
word.
Yes, sir.
I'm just trying to say that barbecue and meat goes back to the Vikings. I mean, people have been barbecuing each other for a long time.
I'm sorry, say what?
Yeah, they eat people.
Who is they? Can you go back to who they is?
Like Cambodian?
Dude, you know what? I don't even know how Cambodians come up in this conversation. Let's go forward with this.
Pitmaster in print. And now Jeter Crushfield was a white man, and it was not uncommon for white men to be the face of local barbecue. But more often than not, the ones doing the actual work were African Americans. It's also important to note that the article specifies that Jeter will supervise. But regardless, it tells us that the term pitmaster had become so wrapped into the lexicon that it's found its way into a newspaper article by the 1930s. What makes enslaved Africans' adaptation to barbecue so ingenious was that it was built amongst their limitations. Barbecue is a complex, laborious process that requires mastery and precision, from building an adequate fire to keeping consistent temperature for hours to expertly handling the meat to achieve a perfect blend of texture and flavor. They were often provided the least favorable, tougher cuts of meat, and these skilled chefs used these knowledges of seasoning and slow cooking to render these tough, overlooked cuts of meat delicious. By the Civil War, Southerners had been barbecuing for almost 2 centuries, and a great many of these cooks were African American slaves who tended these pits and barbecues organized for the white community, as well as events for their own family and friends. Sunday was often a day of rest and church sessions. This day became when enslaved people would barbecue for themselves. Thus, barbecue culture became an integral part of African American traditions. Today, celebrations like Juneteenth often center around barbecue, underlying the importance of barbecue within Black culture. After the Civil War, thousands of talented cooks in rural areas and small towns brought their barbecue tradition to hungry Southerners. Such examples was an African-American cookbook author by the name of Abby Fisher, who was born into slavery in South Carolina in 1832 and shared her cooking skills while on plantation kitchens. After she obtained her freedom, she published a cookbook in 1881 named What Miss Fisher Knows About Old Southern Cooking. The cookbook does not contain any barbecue recipes, which is understandable because barbecuing was traditionally done by men outside in pits. However, one barbecue recipe stands out. It is called game sauce. The recipe calls for stewing a peck of plums after removing the stones with onions, vinegar, sugar, cayenne, black pepper, cinnamon, and salt, simmering the mixture for a full day, and she states that she will have the best barbecue sauce in the world. In the years after emancipation, Black barbecue traditions continued. While the names did not make the newspaper or other historical records, being a pitmaster was a high demand skill. And as freed African Americans began to form their own communities, they passed down this craft to the younger generations, and those traditions became integral into Black culture. Over time, Black cuisine and barbecue tradition became an essential part of larger American society, particularly in the Southern United States, where it is now known as Southern barbecue. However, this adoption came with issues like cultural appropriation and accommodation. Today, barbecue has become increasingly popular within mainstream American society. It's considered an integral part of American cuisine. However, the widespread recognition often overlooks and glosses over the origins within Black culture. As a result, the origins of barbecue is often changed or even completely forgotten. Also, barbecue has become an increasingly profitable business. And with this, its cultural significance is washed away in a wave of commercial interest. Often, mainstream American barbecue business cherishes barbecue as purely American while hiding the Black history behind its influence. Despite the appropriation, the authorization, and accommodation, the tradition of barbecue still holds a special place within Black culture. It represents unity, resistance, strength, and freedom. This deep cultural meaning can be seen at Black family reunions, church gatherings, and other social events where barbecue is a crucial element. Moving from a survival strategy in enslaved Black community to a popular American tradition, barbecue shows the strength of shared culinary traditions and how they influence America's cultural identity.
Well, there's a lot of truth in that, Stanley.
The concept of fried chicken goes all the
I
way
would
back
hope
to
so.
ancient Rome. A Roman cookbook named the Abacus was the first to suggest the recipe of fried chicken. However, it was the Moors who truly developed and refined the art of frying chicken in the Mediterranean. Traditional fried chicken as we know it has its origins in two distinct cultures, Scottish and West African. The Scots were the first to introduce the idea of frying chicken, which was quite different from the usual European cooking methods of baking and broiling. There was evidence that the Scots had been deep frying poultry in fat since the Middle Ages. An interesting piece of evidence from 1773 diary of the writer James Boswell wrote about a dinner he had in the Isle of Skye, which included fried chicken. One of the very first known written recipes of fried chicken comes in a British cookbook entitled The Art of Cookery, Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glass in 1747. The recipe, loved by both British and the American colonies, in the recipe calls to cut 2 pieces of chicken into quarters, lay them in vinegar for 2 to 4 hours with salt, pepper, a bay leaf, and cloves of garlic in very thick batter. First with a half a pint of wine and flour, then 2 egg yolks, melt a little butter, grated oregano, some chopped parsley, beat very well, dip your fowls in the batter, and fry them up in a good deal of hog lard. While it was Scottish immigrants who first introduced fried chicken to the United States, they were definitely not the ones that popularized it. That was
must
done
be
by Western
hungry,
Africans.
Stanley.
During that time period, Western Africans were very familiar with cooking chicken, and they usually used a braising technique. However, once in America, enslaved Africans used their culinary traditions to introduce the concepts of seasoning and spices and imbued the flavor and zest into an otherwise mundane dish. See, at the time, the Scots weren't putting any seasoning in their fried chicken. Upon arrival, enslaved people found themselves in an alien landscape amidst an unfamiliar food and culinary norms. Nonetheless, they were expected to utilize the ingredients that were accessible to them while continuing to draw on their deep culinary traditions. African culinary habits brusquely featured poultry and fowl, and chicken played a significant role, making this an easily adaptable ingredient when they reached the New World. Their culinary skill and ingenious improvisation of the enslaved people played a huge role in the growth and popularity of fried chicken. They combined their African cooking techniques with already available ingredients in America to create something completely different. For example, West African cultures use palm oil most often with fried foods. However, in America, enslaved Africans had to switch to using lard or pig fat, the fat of other animals, to fry chicken. This was because those ingredients were more readily available and less expensive. Chickens also played a significant part in the lives of enslaved people. Chickens were amongst the few animals that enslaved people were permitted to keep and care for, and they became a key part of their meals. Raising chickens was manageable and presented enslaved people with an opportunity to express some level of independence. Chickens also had economic importance because sometimes enslaved people were allowed to trade or sell their surplus eggs and meat for other goods. However, if a chicken fell sick or died, enslaved people were forced to eat it to avoid wasting the food. Therefore, they came up with the idea of cleaning and seasoning the meat, then frying it in hot oil. During slavery, fried chicken was a luxury reserved for special occasion. Although the recipe is extremely simple, preparing it took a lot of time, effort. Not everyone had access to the right kitchen tools or even access to available poultry. Still, as more and more people tasted fried chicken, it began to disseminate across the South. And by the end of the Civil War, the connection between African Americans and fried chicken was already firmly established. In the period following the Civil War, mass-produced fried chicken and inexpensive oils became readily available. However, during the same time period, racial laws restricted employment opportunities for African Americans, particularly women. So they resorted to selling their homemade fried chicken, often considered Sunday meal, to travelers. This economic strategy helped propagate Southern railways and therefore solidify fried chicken as a Southern staple and a nationwide symbol. The best example of this took place in Gordonville, Virginia. Despite this small town of only 900 residents, Gordonville, Virginia was an important stop for two major railroad lines. During that time period, trains did not have dining cars, so passengers had to figure out how to feed themselves, and some would pack their own food, while others chose to purchase meals during their trip. Spotting a business opportunity, African American women used to sell their homemade food to passing travelers. They would serve fried chicken and pies and biscuits and deliver them to the hands of passengers on a platform through the train windows. The women were known as waiter carriers. But by the turn of the century, majority of the trains began to equip with dining cars, and governmental regulations became more stringent for platform food vendors. And as a result, this innovative business tradition had to come to an end. During the Great Migration, many African Americans moved from the South to northern industrial cities, and they took their food traditions with them, including their beloved fried chicken that reminded them of their former homes. Over time, African Americans started to eat fried chicken as a staple meal after church. They also would serve the best part of the chicken, typically the breast, to the pastors as they visited the home. During this time, chicken would become known by gospel bird or the Sunday cluck. This would continue up until around World War II, when fried chicken was still only being enjoyed on special occasions. It was still relatively labor-intensive process. But by the 1950s, the popularity of fried chicken exploded due to the rise of fast food chains. Many entrepreneurs in the fast food industry saw America's passion for fried chicken and decided to capitalize on it. Companies started to brainstorm ways to quickly cook up a massive amount of fried chicken and serve them fresh to their customers. It was during this time period that fried chicken went from being a national American dish to an international dish. However, it was also during this time period, during the Jim Crow era, where racial stereotypes between African Americans were closely tied to fried chicken, asserting Black folks as poultry thieves and ravenous eaters of fried chicken. This portrayal cast African Americans as inherently savage and unintelligent, as predatory, lustful beings who exhibited primal, uncontrollable affection for food, particularly fried chicken. In 1915, the film The Birth of a Nation popularized the trope of African Americans as chicken thieves, painting them as dim-witted and lazy. In one scene, elected Black officials were seen swigging from whiskey bottles and putting their bare feet on tables, while another man is seen ravenously gnawing on a chicken bone. Such imagery permeated deep into the 19th century, and these stereotypes continuously showed in various types of movies and media and TV shows and advertisements. These often showed African Americans indulging in specific types of foods like fried chicken and watermelon. This was propagated to the point to insinuate that African Americans were less intelligent and highlighted white society's perceived cultural and racial superiority. This stereotype was often employed with the humor trope to belittle Blacks, thus underscoring Black people's subjugated status. In today's world, the stereotype persists, and the media plays a significant role in establishing and perpetuating and amplifying these stereotypes. From racist depictions, minstrel shows, to negative portrayals and modern advertisements, media contributed significantly towards the racial myth-making of fried chicken. Even as attempts to counter these negative stereotypes in contemporary media, old tropes occasionally resurface and underline the persistence and cultural baggage that fried chicken seems to carry. In 2010, a Kentucky Fried Chicken commercial in Australia depicted a white person calming down a rowdy crowd of Black people with fried chicken. While the ad was labeled as racist, it's also seen as an example of exactly how these stereotypes continue to spread. It forced KFC to apologize publicly and pull the ad. However, despite these stereotypes propagating in the media, many African-American chefs and food writers have made efforts to attempt to reclaim the narrative and highlight the historical and cultural significance of fried chicken. They continue to elevate Southern traditional meals, including fried chicken, to the realm of gourmet cuisine. And the success of Black-owned businesses shows that African-American entrepreneurs can succeed despite these stereotypes. Strides are being taken to dismantle these stereotypes, but the work is ongoing. As historian Michael Twitty points out, fried chicken is a soul food classic, but it's not the whole of African Americans' culinary heritage. Nonetheless, fried chicken continues to remain a staple in many African American gatherings and celebrations, and resembling resilience, resourcefulness, and culinary creativity amidst a history fraught with.
I'm sorry, what, 12th man?
That looks nasty. Would you eat that? I would.
Yes. Why wouldn't I? As a matter of fact, I don't really fry chicken, deep fry it.
The picture on the screen.
What about the picture on the screen, 12th man?
You wouldn't eat that, would you, that fried chicken?
I was about to explain to you that yes, I would. And I often fry chicken myself. I don't deep fry it these days because I'm too lazy to clean up. I used to fry chicken outdoors. It doesn't make a mess out there. But I have figured out a way to make a pretty decent oven fried oven fried chicken. That works as well. I don't need I might. Okay, let me finish what I'm saying, please. I've been meaning to do it for a while now, but I got a family pack. Okay, I don't know why you have to interrupt me when mid-sentence. Okay, dude, I'm just gonna put you in the back because I'm gonna say what I have to say. So do me the favor, or I can, be mean. I have a family pack of drumsticks and a family pack of chicken thighs that at some point I'll thaw out and oven fry it. And it comes out looking about this good. I have seasoned flour. I actually have it down to a science. So yes, I would eat the chicken. Sorry for the long-winded answer. Now, what do you have to say before we start this?
Well, I was wondering, like, you'd really eat that fried chicken?
Why wouldn't I? Assuming
Like
it's
the
not,
one on the
assuming, whoa. Assuming it's edible, if it's plastic or food model, I'm not going to eat it.
I'm telling you, homie, I wouldn't eat that.
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't really, I have your answer. I guess whatever.
I go home.
Questions to ponder.
I go home and throw a pot pie in the oven before I eat that shit.
Questions to ponder. Welcome. Welcome.
Yeah, clearly.
Calgon, take me away. You are my Calgon right now.
Oh, take me away. Yeah, I remember those. Calgon, take me away. I remember those commercials. Well, it has been interesting, Stanley. I hate to divert the direction of your current live, but
wait, hold it. My what?
Your current live. Your live.
Oh, well, you're not going to. But unless it's interesting.
Well, I think maybe you will think it's interesting.
Okay. Well, now I'm all ears.
I wonder if you do. So Be Brave has been on the run, demanding and receiving a very clear question. The question posed by that, there's an obese 25-year-old. Hold
on, ma'am. Can I stop you for a minute?
No. Whoa. No. You have been nattering on. You have been nattering on for minutes, and now you want to interrupt this lady? Really?
Well, I wanted to ask her a question. Is Be Brave on the run? That's what you said, right? Be brave.
How about let her finish what she's saying?
All right, my bad, Stanley.
I'm sorry. Calgon, take me away.
Okay, that's hilarious, Calgon. So CKJ, I think you know what I'm referencing. Brave posed a question that was originally noted by a 25-year-old young man. He's obese, like 500 pounds, a white fellow. He really believes that
500 pounds?
He really believes that rich white people would rather be around poor blacks.
You didn't count. Whoa. I was on CT's show yesterday. You missed that?
No, I did hear you. Yes, and I definitely saw you with of Aaron C.
Well, he's my little whelp right now. I'm trying to whip him into shape.
I thoroughly enjoyed that with both of you. Why were you,
ma'am? Ma'am, did you say somebody weighed 500 pounds?
Oh my Lord! So far, twice.
Is that what she said?
So would you not?
Wait, hold it. Have your earbuds gone out? Sometimes he uses.
I couldn't believe she said a white boy weighed 500 pounds.
Oh my God, dude. Ugh. I've often said that you are a racist and you just don't know that you are. Why can't you believe a white boy weighs 500 pounds? I must know.
We call that a whale in Alaska, Stanley.
Yeah. Oh, you were waiting to make that joke. Well, now that you've made it, may questions to May questions to ponder speak now. Uninterrupted, by the way.
Sir.
Thank you, Stanley.
Thank you, Stanley.
Hello, CKJ. Salute. Hello, CKJ. You were hilarious. I will admit that I do like how the channels like cross each other. And
Not willingly. Not always willingly. But Avarin C was just so like, dude, he was overseer, not planter class, and I just needed to go and let him know that. You don't get that reference, do you?
Planter class? The planter?
No, he was overseer, not planter class.
You really believe that Avarin C would have been an overseer?
Well, it's an oblique reference to he is white mediocrity at best.
Right.
Planter class is kind of like elite.
The landowner who owned the
he's just a workaday bud. He is a hourly employee, not the owner of the company.
No,
class.
I understand what you're referencing. I do.
Wait a minute.
Because I also remembered that many of the overseers were also
sometimes they were slaves.
Biracial. Yes, that they were slaves. They were like the children of the planters of the plantation.
Right, but remember, I mean, a lot of them were basically damn, I can't remember the term, but they were basically white trash, and you might be smart and you might be hired by the plantation owner to make your way in the world. And I mean, a good place to start would be overseeing slaves, and just that young and up and coming white trash boy trying to be an overseer. He just reminded me of Aaron C. Just reminded me the way he was treating JP and Linwood, and I've read too many.
But Linwood, but Linwood and JP.
Whoa! I need you to wait your turn, son.
But
just so many books that I've read of that ilk, where you get that young and coming white trash boy. And some plantation class dude like wipes the smut off his face and gives him a whip and a new pair of shoes, and he takes the power to his head. And that's what Avarin C reminds me of. He's not there yet, and it's possible he won't be able to gain enough of the master of the plantation owner's respect to marry the daughter. I suspect he won't. I don't think he's that bright. Y'all don't get my references, do you?
No, we get the reference. No, I can get.
Well, don't say
no,
we.
We don't get it. We don't get it.
Oversee. Well, not you. I do.
No, I'm not doing a whole history lesson. Read a book is my recommendation, and you'll get it.
That's a great point, Stanley. It's getting kind of obvious within these YouTube streets who reads and who does not read.
You're fairly new.
Clearly, evidently, there's a lot of people who do not read at all.
Ponder. Why do you think I'm not shy about just whipping people about the ears? Dude, none of these motherfuckers read.
I mean, CT said he reads. He said he reads books.
CT, he's not that much of an exception, but he at least did a major where he was forced to read books at least.
That's very true about him. That's very true about him.
I read my Bible.
Yeah, well, you know what? At least you read something.
I'll be honest with you. The most well-read outside, if I were to just say like millennial well-read, would be Imperius. But he also comes from Catholic.
Yeah, he's pretty well read. Another person, and I don't know that you've ever run into him. Actually, the most well-read person I know, probably better well-read than me, or better read than me, is a guy named Blacks Who Defy. And you will know him when you meet him because he is very precise. Now, he has flaws. He's not like all that, but both his parents were like professors or something. And you can tell a person who reads a book or
Oh,
two.
100%. 100%. You really can tell. And Stanley, I'm going to bring it up. It's real interesting how the K through 12 Catholic diocesan kids are the ones who read. Imperius went through Catholic education. You did. I certainly did.
Well, I'm going to push back a little bit. I mean, my son went to public school, but
But you
it's
went to Catholic school, Stanley. You're not hearing my point. Your son may have gone to public school, but you yourself went through the education, K through 12. So even though
well, I mean, he went K through 12 to public school, and he, believe this or not, his mother was actually a science PhD, but she was a big reader. He actually read.
and you're in Georgia.
I mean,
Georgia has some of the best public schools in the country. Gwinnett is
well,
like
around the Atlanta area, but he did K through 8th grade in Virginia.
okay, you know
Which, in
that.
my opinion, actually has better schools. They impressed me when they were teaching the second graders cursive. It made me laugh.
But you're supposed to learn cursive. Are you serious? You're supposed to learn
There are school systems that don't teach cursive, at least at that time, because I was kind of surprised.
I cannot believe like there's the reality I grew up in and everyone else. Like you're just stating right now that you're so surprised they taught cursive in the second grade. You're supposed to learn cursive.
Well, I didn't learn it. I didn't learn it till like the 4th grade.
Stanley, I literally learned cursive. We had something called dictation where we would repeat what the teachers. I remember my second grade teachers.
Oh, don't bring me. Don't. Now, see, now you're giving me flashbacks.
Cursive. Stanley, now that I think, I learned about like igneous, like the different types of rock, volcano, igneous rock in the second grade.
Yeah.
Like all types of interesting things.
No, I don't know. I don't remember all that, but you know what? To be honest,
oh my God,
I remember maybe second grade. Well, I remember bits and pieces, but look, bottom line is somehow between 1st and 12th, I got what I needed. And I'm very satisfied with the public school in my little Georgia town. Got my son into Georgia Tech. Oh, and by the way, he got a full ride to Georgia Tech.
Oh, that's really great. That's really good. Good for you.
Oh,
Really
hey,
actually,
he's
it's
a
pretty
smart
great.
kid.
So that's pretty good. Georgia Tech's not easy to get into. It's a good school. Very good school.
He did the first choice option in the winter, got picked up. He didn't even do the general. It's like, this is where I want to go. They picked him up.
I know what you're. Yeah, and once you commit,
and I don't mean to brag. What I mean to say is, my son's not the brightest bulb on my Christmas tree. So, if he can do it, he did set a goal and he did work to get it. I think any kid can, if you really are focused, and he can be pretty focused. As a matter of fact, he's more unfocused going into his sophomore year. He unfocused. Let me tell you a story. He unfocused. I think it was his AP economics teacher sent me an email. He's like, well, Trevor is he's missing a couple assignments. He's got a C going into this midterm. So you know what I emailed back? You will see the difference tomorrow. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Georgia Tech can unaccept you. That's the thing with these elite schools. If you decide to slough off, and your final grades are not very reflective of your first 3.5 years, they will dump you. So I'm like, what the hell are you doing? You are not home free yet. Helen, hey Helen, how you doing? Helen said she had to teach her son cursive. The school didn't.
So I heard, Stanley, that some public schools were stopping the teaching of cursive.
Yeah, Helen says she had to teach her son cursive.
That this is more across the board, across the nation. They're not teaching these children cursive. So,
well, I actually have to engage a conspiracy theory, which is ridiculous, and it's a joke, but I'm going to introduce the conspiracy theory. So finish up, and I'll tell you why I think they're not. And Jay, we're going to get to you.
I think the reason, if your child doesn't know cursive, you have to wonder how they're going to.
Well, you can't read cursive if you don't learn how to write it. That's a huge thing. Like, if look, the Declaration of Independence, even I sometimes have trouble because they used to write their S's like F's. You know what I'm talking about?
No, S like an F.
Like Sierra, like Foxtrot. They wrote their S's really weird. Let me find a copy. And go ahead and finish your point. Let me find this.
So hopefully that would be, I admit, I think it would be interesting, especially with your background and Aaron C's background, if you wanted to go.
Okay, he's not my peer. I'm not working with him.
No, he's not, understand. Okay.
And he's also disrespectful and a racist. And yeah, I say that full-throated, and I don't use the word lightly.
And Michigan. Stanley, I've noticed they all are. They all are.
Are you sure? Now I heard you talking about black women. Are you sure you aren't?
Stanley. So okay.
Hey, I'm not gonna mince words.
The behavior, I mean, of course I will. I stand 10 toes down to what I say.
Do you now?
The biggest problem, and I'm not happy to say things like this. I'm a black woman. Mm-hmm. I'm in no way happy to say something like this. Mm-hmm. But I am an adult. I've lived quite a life. And the number one problem is these black women. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And their number one.
You're not the first black woman I've heard say that.
And the number one target, their target is black women. And they look for youthful, they look for unsuspecting, they look for youth, they look to destroy, they look for those who are naive. As a black woman, we're naturally going to have an inclination towards other black women. Understandably, these black women, they literally hunt like predators looking for prey to go scheme, scam, hustle, duplicity. They will steal your things, destroy your life, set you up to fail in work and in school and where you live. That is what's fun. That's what's just so interesting.
Let me make one diversion here to welcome Bluegrass. Dude, you walked in and made a show title. I bought a truckload of those jeans. That is funny. That's going to be the next show title, son. And welcome to Stanley versus the World. You walk in with a joke.
Stanley, if I may, I'll go ahead and land and let Jay speak, if I may. That question that Be Brave was posing, if like white elites, like they said white elites, wealthy or rich white people, wealthy white people, if like when the dystopia.
Right. You still there? Hello? Well, did I lose hearing?
Hello?
Jay, oh, there you are.
Anyone with sense knows the answer, which is that white elites, rich white people, wealthy white people. And by the way, these are three separate groups. Rich white people, white elites, and wealthy white people are all different groups. They are going to want to be around poor white people before all Black people. All Black people.
Wait, hold it. What?
Have you been listening to what's going on with Be Brave? And
I don't, dude. I think you're all wrong. And I think Bob actually has it right in describing Be Brave's basic malady. Be Brave is sick, okay, and not necessarily in a bad way, but he was basically, I guess, what Bob wouldn't say, but I will. Be Brave is ill-bred. Okay, so there comes a certain point in time when if there's not some sort of intervention, you just wind up being a 70-year-old ill-bred. Be Brave has no fucking clue. He wants to sound sophisticated and he's got some deficiency. Look, he had a rough childhood and it's affecting him now at 70. So this point about whether rich white people would rather be around Black trash or white trash is literally an absurdist. If I could take that debate, film it, and fucking win like a like absurdity. If there's a category for absurdist film, that debate would be it. Number one, I don't want to be around either, and there will never be a preference. The hypothetical is unlikely to happen, and it's illogical to debate something that will never happen. What the fuck are these idiots? Like, they do whole shows over absurdist. You know what? It's absurd. It's unlikely to happen, if impossible to happen. Why am I going to waste my time? Why is a 70-year-old wasting his last few years debating this sort of stupidity? And I don't feel like participating. Jay, what you got?
Stanley, I know you're not going to agree with me, but that doesn't mean that he's not wrong.
No, he is absurd. He is absolutely wrong because the hypothetical. Why are people debating hypotheticals that won't happen? I mean, you build fucking Waiting for Godot or some bullshit. This is going to be the redneck fucking low IQ version of Waiting for Godot or some Samuel. This is like moron Samuel Beckett territory.
Okay, but again, Stanley, that doesn't mean
Dude, I'm literally not going to waste a whole lot of time debating something that I think A, won't happen, and B, it's ridiculous to talk about. There is no right or wrong.
What is the issue?
Dude, I will put your ass in the back if you keep interrupting me.
I was just asking a question, man.
Sir, what you're going to do is, number one, turn down your volume.
I was asking a question, man. I was on the phone.
Dude, turn down your goddamn volume quickly, son. Don't be the Black Aaron C.
Hey, come on, man. Don't do that.
No. Dude, you come up here stupid, I'm gonna treat you stupid.
How am I the black?
Turn down the volume to a manageable level that's top. I got earbuds in and you're too goddamn loud. AAE isn't. Why do you have to be? Now, what were you saying?
Stanley, you're just being a.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna treat you stupid if you come up here all stupid. I'm gonna treat you ghetto if you come up here all ghetto. And guess what's the dessert? I enjoy doing it.
You know what you're doing,
Oh
bro.
no, I know absolutely I know what I'm doing. I
You know
told
what you're
you I
doing.
twist
You're
I
playing
twist
games.
words. Okay, absolutely I am. Why wouldn't I?
You know,
And you were stupid enough to come up here and participate. And you haven't turned down your volume. I guess I'll have to do it for you, son.
oh,
Yes. I
and JP
literally
and
twist
Linwood,
words.
man. You're
Hey, you did. Oh no, I'm way smarter than Linwood. No one's coming up to Linwood's panel. Try it now. I turned down your volume.
silliness, bro.
You know
what
believe
you're
it.
doing, man. You're being silly.
Oh, I absolutely know what I'm doing.
You just like
Hey,
to
hold
twist.
it. Who has told
just like
you
to
I
twist
don't,
people's-
dude? Hey, let me do the word of the day for you. I'm manipulative.
Yes,
Don't say I know what I'm doing.
You
Don't say.
let people-
See, that's too many words.
you don't
So
let- you
Stanley,
don't let-
you are manipulative. Now you're robotic.
That's what y'all do. That's what y'all do.
That's exactly what I do. I'm admitting to it. You mean my confession is not good enough, Monsignor?
Just go on to what y'all was talking about, man.
Okay, well, hang out. AAE, I'm just my life is too short to debate something that will never happen. Rich people having to choose between white trash and black trash, that kind of hypothetical is just why do it? And then the other part is Be Brave will go, well, it's proof. I know that rich people would prefer white trash. That's proof that, dude, Be Brave is a fucking moron who thinks he knows how to debate, and he really doesn't. He's like the hee-haw of fucking debate. Well, Ponder sounds like she's busy. And
No,
I wanted
is right here. Ponders is right here. Oh, wonderful.
Okay, well, I wanted to point out when I said that S's were written like F's. See that little? Can you see this?
I can see it. I see what you're referencing. I see.
Yeah. So class. That word is class, right here. Second, it says second class. Those always. I have to like. You will never be able to read that if you don't know cursive. And even so, that's just an odd way of doing an S. CLASS, but they're doing this with the second before last S. I've
Yeah,
never been able to.
They did that because I would
You
presume
know what? There's got to be a reason.
that would be a
But
capital S.
hold on one sec though. Look at this S.
Right.
Look at this of that F.
Right, I understand. Like I completely see what you're referencing because I write my F's exactly like that. You see the word of, that's how I write the word of in cursive. Like this.
Yeah, exactly. Why do you write
familiar
this?
to my
I've never been able to figure out. There's got to be a reason. I know there is. I just, never pursued it.
But like
So
you're saying, the word class, how they have that that first S before the second S, that is kind of weird because it's
oh yeah, and it's consistent.
It's like a capital S, but why would
Now,
you have
I don't think they pronounced it class.
right? It's not.
But I don't know British English. There are a lot of quirks with it that I don't really know and don't need to know.
Class, yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that is kind of odd. Yeah, that is kind of odd. And it does.
You thought I was making it up, didn't you?
No, no, just waiting for you to show.
I'm just joking.
Yeah, I could read. I mean, it would throw me off, but then I'm also seeing the second year of the second class at the expiration of, and I can read it. I mean, it looks like good.
But I mean, if you were a kid who doesn't know cursive, you'd never be able to make it through that. I mean, you'd literally have to read a translation.
Yeah,
If you don't know cursive, you will not be able to read that. You might be able to read a few words, but that class is going to throw you off. I would think, unless you're smart. You know, you might be clever enough to figure it out, but you would actually have to know language also.
Yeah, you see that first line at top? I can't read two. Is that the word two? But I see senators from
this is the Constitution.
Each state chosen by the legislature. So I can read that, but my eyes are
But something about double S's. That's the only time they actually do that. You only see it. So that legislature, you know, the S is kind of like how we would write it. So anyway, it's just an arcane, you know, bit of, you know, the flotsam and jetsam of my mind. So back to the food. And I mean, what
you want to go back to Jay?
No, I'm curious. Why do you think that argument is even worth? Look, I understand why Be Brave might get wrapped up.
You gotta let me interject. Interject.
Okay, go ahead and interject then.
Now, I think what Be Brave was talking about, right? He said if, I guess, a race war pops off or a civil war where whites pick black trash or white trash, I mean, I personally don't think it's going to be a race war or civil war. I think Americans came too far for that, but hypothetically.
Okay, well, let me ask you, and that's right. You said hypothetical. If you don't think it's going to happen, why are you debating it? Sometimes debating if
I'm playing devil's advocate.
Okay, dude. Then that is very valid. I don't like those sorts of arguments. I'm a pragmatist.
I mean, they probably would. They're probably going to pick the if you're talking about race feed,
what you don't understand is I'm not going to waste my time wondering who they would pick. I don't think they would pick either. I didn't bring it up even. Ponder did.
Question to Ponder. What was the point you were trying to make?
She's trying to
give me one. I'll be back. 1 moment, please.
She's trying to tell me how much. Well, see, you know what? I know if I make this joke, she'll be mad. So I'm not going to do it. So today's show is brought to you by, I should remind folks, there would be no show without DiCapriono, 12th Man, Lupin Reigang, and Deacon Dave. And Lupin Reigang and Deacon Dave are kind of like special executive producers because I wouldn't be doing the show had Lupin especially not suggested it. But I would be bored, I admit that. Apparently Lupin recognizes my my lack of a life. So and what we're watching right now is someone basically told me that blacks have no food history in America, and I just can't imagine why someone over 50 from the South would not know that. And this is basically my weak attempt at proving how stupid a statement that could be. What are you snipping? Are you gardening?
No,
You were eating.
I'm playing basketball.
Really? Oh wow. Well,
Yeah,
I
what
don't
was
hear any. I don't hear any basketballs going through the net, so I just assume. I just
You know
assume
what,
you
man?
can't play.
You
Hey, hi Jay. Hi Stanley. What was Jay's question again? Because I'll be
I was
honest.
asking you
Allow him
what
to
was the
send a pick and roll.
Yes, Jay.
Stanley's just he a mess, man. Yeah, I was asking you what was the point you were trying to make about Be Brave statement about whites picking like white trash. Like what were you saying about that?
Oh, the reason is I saw Be Brave, Chaotic, and Chaotic had one of his associates on the panel the other day, and I just don't agree with Chaotic and his associates' conclusion. They're not going to be around they're not going to be around like black trash quote. I just don't believe that. Not at all. And also everyone seems to be confusing white elites, rich white people, and wealthy white people. These are separate, disparate groups.
Okay, let me correct because I was there for most of it. They
you
did
were.
not
I was
they
Stanley.
did not confuse the two, wealthy versus like very rich. There are gradations that was acknowledged, and you also forgot to add that Be Brave basically says they would pick white trash over black trash.
Be Brave said that, correct. I remember him saying that.
Right, and you disagree with CT because you think that they would pick the white trash over the black trash.
No, they would. I believe that just answering this question that Be Brave has posed, to answer his question directly, white elites, rich white people, wealthy white people, they're in the event of a calamity, like that resulted in a dystopia, which is basically what Be Brave was saying. These groups that I just mentioned, they're going to want to be around white trash if the binary choice is black trash or white trash. They're going to want
Good.
to
So we don't need to go farther than that. Let me respond.
Yes,
And I
sir.
think I already have. They're not going to want to be around either white trash or black trash because in essence, both groups are problematic. Second off, I think the whole premise is ridiculous. The dystopia part is unlikely. And I don't understand why people even take these sorts of hypotheticals, especially when they're basically racist. This is part of the problem with America. We are too willing to follow up racist hypotheticals. It's pure racist. It is pure hypothetical in that people waste YouTube panels following up on such racist stuff is not something I want to do. And I will shit on it when possible because I think it's pure stupidity.
Fair enough. However, Be Brave's question, if I may, Be Brave's question is actually separate from what Bumpkin brought up.
Okay, that's an even stupider motherfucker.
Yeah,
Bumpkin is a moron.
Yeah, I know he is. He's not bright at all.
And the most dangerous
I've
thing
noticed
about
that.
Bumpkin, and he's a nice guy, by the way. The problem with Bumpkin is this. Look, Bumpkin and of Aaron C are young Be Braves. They think that they are high IQ, therefore they don't need to do any work. They don't need to improve. They're going to wind up at 70 being Be Brave. And another one who's like that is Linwood. Linwood is kind of the same, except he's black. He thinks he knows shit. He doesn't read. Look, you need to reread stuff.
Actually, Linwood is more well-read than the other three.
Well-read doesn't mean well. Look, people read stuff all the time, but do they comprehend it?
Correct.
Do they
I
actually
said
comprehend it?
Linwood is more, so the quantifier, more than the other three. I'm not saying that Linwood is like well read, just compared to those other three.
Yeah.
But that's not
I
much
can
though.
give you that, but
That isn't much
look,
though.
Neely Fuller might have been more relevant in the 70s. Francis Cress Welsing in the 70s. Dude, this is 2025. He has not kept up. Dude, I'm 60 and I've read like more relevant. There's a book called Elite Capture. Dude, there's all kinds of stuff if you want to be a radical black progressive. I've read more that's like relevant to 2025 than Linwood has.
I see what you're saying.
And hence my problem.
I see what you're saying.
Okay, he is comfortable. He thinks he has read all he needs to read. And when you bring up Neely Fuller on my panel, I'm literally going to sneer. He is no better. Honestly, Linwood is no better than Overin C.
Okay, I can see that.
Stupid is colorblind.
Yeah, I can see that. So you have a lot of people speaking, but they're just kind of speaking at each other without.
Well, a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. I literally, I think you were here. I literally did like a whole show, a couple of shows that were themed on Alexander Pope. Look, a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. And they have a little knowledge.
Okay, that was okay. Understand. I see.
You just think I'm a hot biscuit. Dude, I actually think through these things. I have well-reasoned arguments.
Well, first you have years. Like you have about a good 20.
Well, that's the other thing. I have the advantage.
Yeah. You have, like, these are, I mean, Bumpkin could be the age of your grandson. Bumpkin's not bright at all.
Okay, but the problem is I trust my son to raise a grandson that's smarter than Bumpkin.
Okay, yeah, but then again,
no. When I say smarter, I don't mean more intelligent. The raw material. See, folks don't understand that intelligence is the raw material. Some people learn quicker than others. That's intelligence. The problem is unformed or wasted intelligence. It winds up being a waste and can be as destructive and maybe more destructive, because intelligent people kind of have an idea that they are, and they attempt. That little knowledge is a dangerous thing, is literally a dangerous thing. Give me someone who is kind of slow versus someone who's who's intelligent and unformed. The slow person is less dangerous.
Yeah, the slow person is less dangerous. Okay. But
I've been in the Navy. I've seen it firsthand. I've lived it. I've managed it.
But you have a
and those years. See, and this is the other thing. And I don't mean to cut you off. I will give you.
You have a group. No, I mean, but this is YouTube. So.
Well, no. The thing is, a lot of times I'll say something that I'm like, oh shit, I forgot to mention this. Look, I have the advantage of years, and I freely. If someone goes, well, why do you think this? I can probably tell them a C story. I can probably tell them, hey, when I was in 8th grade, this happened. That is the advantage of years, in my opinion, is a lot of these little young whippersnappers like Overin C, they want to stuff 5 pounds of shit in a 2-pound bag. You can't. what's the song? You can't hurry love. You can't hurry knowledge. Just be patient. You'll learn. But you gotta listen sometimes. And there are JPs on the internet, on YouTube. There are Linwoods. But when you run into a CKJ3 or a Ponder, you gotta be able to understand these people really don't care whether you live or die. But if they take the time to actually kind of impart stuff they know, take the time to listen. You don't, and Father Bryant, my 10th grade English teacher, used to always say, take notes, you can always throw them away. And that's kind of how I am.
Yeah, these people never took notes in class. That's a good point. I'm glad you mentioned that. Like these people.
Oh, he'd get pissed off if you weren't taking notes. There was a dark side to that. You better be taking notes. You can always throw them away, but satisfy the teacher or else.
You take notes in class. I don't think these kids took notes in class.
I don't care. The point is that if you're up on my panel, constructive disagreement is cool, but just like acting like you know shit. And sometimes these people actually think they know shit, and then they get so pissed off when I embarrass them. I literally love taking dumb motherfuckers and did you read this? Did you read that? Did you know this? Dude, don't come up on my panel half-assing it. Be friendly. Talk about something you know. Talk about something I don't know so I can ask questions. It's these little of air and seas who come up here and want to do that. Oh, I'm white with high IQ and my family line goes back to Virginia. Those are my saltines. I love fucking just putting them down and crunching them up and coating my chicken with them. These guys are they are literally racist because my line goes back to 16 something or another. Well, motherfucker, you aren't your great, 80th great grandpa. You're a motherfucking E3. What's up, Ignorant?
Hello, salute. Can you hear me?
Oh, nothing much. Just up here trying to watch stuff about fried chicken. What's been going on?
Hello? You hear me?
Your volume is way low.
Hold on, let me see if I can turn it up. How about now?
I'm turning it up. Try it now.
Hello. Mic check.
It's better.
Jesus, let me see.
Are you near the phone?
Yeah, I'm about to turn this Bluetooth off. Okay, it should be a lot better now.
Oh, way better. Way better.
Yeah, I came up here to berate the Bedouin that was up here, but she ran.
What? The Bedouin?
The Bedouin. Yes, I hope she trips.
Oh, the
and
Bedouin.
falls.
I thought no, no, come on now. I like
Hey, I hope you trip and fall on your tampon, okay?
No, I'm not sure you should berate her gently if you must.
Do you like her because she says a lot of big words and it tickles your fancy?
Dude, that's why I like her.
Exactly. You're a pompous ass. You like ass kissers.
Hey, you know what? I'm 60. Who's gonna tell me I can't be?
Yeah, you like ass kissers.
I'm literally using big words to write on my tombstone.
Yeah, she's gonna come up here and spew all this hatred and there's no facts.
No,
behind it.
she's not spewing hatred.
Yeah, she spews hatred. She hates the black man because he doesn't want her.
No, she doesn't hate the black man.
Yeah, she does. She's not even black. She's like some Arabian lady or something.
Oh no. She is a black woman.
Nah, she's not.
Dude, I feel it in my soul that she. Now, I think she's also a smart black woman.
Stanley, ask how much you. I
And
don't want
I
to.
think that's what's rubbing a lot of people the wrong way.
Oh, it's the fact that she runs her mouth. She's not in the kitchen with a goddamn broom washing dishes.
You know what?
That's what I hate her.
I bet she could automate the sweeping process.
That's bullshit. She could probably tell the fucking robot. She could tell the robot, "Hey, go over there, and I need you to expeditiously get all the crumbs up." That's it. She's just gonna talk the robot's fucking ears off. That's what she's gonna do.
Oh, leave her alone. Like I said, she is I try and be kind of, protect the ladies a little bit. And look, she rubbed me the wrong way first few times we talked, and I actually look forward to having her up on the panel these days. So, you might just have to get to know her a little bit. So what's been going on? I don't see you around here much these days. Did you fall asleep? Hello? Hello? What, Slick Rick? Yeah, AAE. I actually look forward to having her up here. All right, well, I guess we'll go back to fried chicken, which does not hurt my feelings.
Hardship and repression. Macaroni is a dried, molded pasta traditionally made from wheat flour and water. This origins back to ancient Greece. The term macaroni comes from the Greek word for maker, meaning blessed. The pasta became an integral part of the Mediterranean diet and subsequently permeated this way through Greek, Roman, and Arabic cultures. However, the inclusion of cheese into the equation did not come into the existence much later in Europe. First known recipes for a macaroni and pasta type dish was de lasagne, which required layering sheets of pasta with cheese and spices. It can be found in one of the oldest middle-aged cookbooks called The Form of Curry, which was compiled by cooks of England's King Richard II in the 14th century. However, a more recognizable form of the dish originated in Italy, where certain types of pastas and cheese in a casserole were documented all the way back to the 13th century Italian cookbook called the Liber de Cucina. But macaroni and cheese, as we know it, was introduced to the Americas by Thomas Jefferson, but he didn't cook the dish himself. During his tenure as an envoy in France, Thomas Jefferson enjoyed a similar type pasta dish in France, and he commissioned his enslaved black cook by the name of James Hemings to learn how to make it. James Hemings was the older brother of Sally Hemings,
never heard
also the half-brother of Jefferson's deceased wife. In 1784, when Hemings was just 19 years old, he traveled with.
Hey, Brian. French vanilla. Are you talking about James Hemings? I actually have I guess a YouTube video about French vanilla and like the true story of the history of vanilla or something like that. Don't tempt me.
Jefferson and his daughter to Paris. In Paris, James trained under different French chefs. Over the next 5 years, he became a master of French cooking and got particularly good at cooking macaroni pie. This was a creamy pasta dish that eventually turned into what we know as macaroni and cheese. The recipe involved using whatever cheese he had on hand, layering it in between buttered macaroni mixed with milk. He would then cook it in a Dutch oven, which he placed over a fireplace, and hot coals would be placed over the lid to bake the macaroni and cheese. Even though Hemings' crucial contribution to cooking and he was famous as a chef, he remained relatively unknown. This was because he was still enslaved under Thomas Jefferson until 1796, and he was one of only 2 slaves that Jefferson set free, and that was only under the condition that
Actually,
James would teach his younger
Jefferson
brother Peter to take over
said
in his
more than
place
2.
as Jefferson's cook of the household. Peter Hemmings would then serve the dish at a state dinner in 1802, making it famous. Unfortunately for James, he would pass away at 36 in 1801, but Hemmings' most important impact on American food culture was his introduction, macaroni and cheese. Adrian Miller, who is the author of Black Smoke, African Americans in the United States of Barbecue, explains about Hemmings that its story is a metaphor for African American cooking and our experience in this country. It's the story of innovation and virtuosity. Often African American cooks get overlooked for our contributions and our accomplishments. In the early 19th century, the dish we call macaroni and cheese was primarily a food of the elite. This was because dried macaroni was not commonly accessible and Americans didn't know how to make good quality pasta. In addition to this, Italian cheeses, which was a key ingredient in macaroni and cheese, was too expensive for most Americans. As the century progressed, the Industrial Revolution dramatically changed the accessibility and the popularity of mac and cheese in the United States. The production process in making macaroni and cheese became more affordable and more widely available, made it more popular with the lower classes. The establishment of the first cheese factories in this country amplified the production of cheddar cheese, which soon became the common ingredient in macaroni and cheese, thus making the meal even more suitable for poor communities. It was during this time we also see macaroni and cheese lose its Italian and French origins and become a more crucial part of Western cooking. For the African American community, after emancipation, the dish bore 2 distinct identities and varied in significance. One was a quick side dish for weekdays, and the other was a more elaborate meal celebrated for Sunday suppers. It was during this time period that macaroni and cheese evolved in the South among African American communities and became what we know as baked macaroni and cheese. This dish was also based in hard times when the Black community desired to dress up their macaroni and cheese, thus began a tradition of baking layers of macaroni and cheese. During the Great Migration, where African Americans moved from the South to northern industrial centers, this continued to spread in the popularity of macaroni and cheese, thus making it a well-known dish within the Black community across the United States. Additionally, it was Black women, first the enslaved, then later domestic workers, that were instrumental in the dish's trajectory. Their cooking skills and knowledge greatly impacted how this dish had evolved, reinforcing the role of Black women in shaping American cuisine. With macaroni and cheese becoming a common dish among Black families, it began to reflect the craft and ingenuity of these Black women. Its importance within the culture was so high that sometimes a family member's approval was needed before it could be cooked for special occasions. In 1918, there was a Swiss invention that changed the food industry forever. It was processed cheese. Over the years, this innovation led to products we recognize even today, such as Kraft Singles, Easy Cheese, powdered sauce that comes in the mac and cheese box, and of course, Velveeta. This is when macaroni and cheese really took off. In 1937, Kraft launched its boxed macaroni and cheese. It was a cost-effective meal choice in one simple box. Priced at only 19 cents, it could feed a family of 4. Consumers responded strongly to the reliable, affordable meal option, and in just 1 year, Kraft sold 8 million boxes of boxed macaroni and cheese. During World War II, food rationing and tightened domestic spending, this made Kraft boxed macaroni and cheese even more appreciated as a food staple. Shoppers found that they could purchase 2 boxes of macaroni and cheese with only 1 food stamp. It was during these years that boxed macaroni and cheese earned its reputation as American treasured comfort food. Macaroni and cheese became a reflection of the United States with its convenient packaging and industrialization. It was the ideal American food. Pasta and processed cheese, they were very cheap to make, it was easy to ship and store, and it was very filling. While African American families did opt for this cheaper, easier to make meal, they didn't relinquish the tradition of preparing baked macaroni and cheese from scratch for special occasions. Macaroni and cheese continued to be an essential part of family gatherings and special meals in the Black community, particularly during the holidays such as Thanksgiving and Christmas. It was considered more than an everyday comfort food. It was an integral part of celebratory feasts and cherished symbolic representation of the community cohesion. While there are many ways to prepare this dish, there was a standardization of the recipe that happened in Black kitchens in the 50s when it is referred to as soul mac and cheese. This consists of macaroni, a substantial portion of cheese, butter, milk, often topped with breadcrumbs or cheese, which is baked to achieve a golden crust. During the 60s, mac and cheese became an even more integral part of the community. It was a symbol of the community's strength and unity. During this time of the civil rights movement, mac and cheese was a common dish at gatherings and meetings, and women who were referred to as movement mothers handed down coveted recipes and their techniques, and mac and cheese became to symbolize more than a comfort food. It stood as an emblem of community strength, unity, and resistance in the face of racial inequalities and systemic prejudices. That tradition continues today, with mac and cheese still being a significant part of Black cultural cuisine. Its ceremonial presence during the holidays and family gatherings and religious events, it goes beyond just a hearty pasta to a cultural icon that has ingrained itself in our shared history and identity. Despite the stereotypes and stigma that continue to categorize mac and cheese as an unhealthy soul food, mac and cheese continues to evolve in Black kitchens. Chefs keep adding their own twists to the classic recipe while respecting its historical importance. They continue to reinvent this comfort food and inserting their own personal touches that reflects Black culinary innovation and heritage. Thomas Jefferson was a founding father in the United States, but he was also a plantation owner, and over his lifetime owned over 600 enslaved individuals. At his peak, he owned 140 enslaved.
Yeah, I want to stop. I may actually just stop it here because this is going to be about James Hemings, and we are at 48 minutes. Slick Rick, I like Mexican food, but I make one dish very well. It's chorizo and rice, and then I make it with my own tortillas, homemade tortillas. I don't eat. That's my one Mexican dish that actually is relatively easy to make. So I like Mexican food. I've just narrowed it down to, the one thing I make well at home. And it doesn't involve cheese unless you put shredded cheese in the burrito. I make burritos out of them. Very Chipotle-ish. So I think I'm just going to move on to stuff because I am at 6 hours and I'm not gonna I can make corn tortillas too, and I do have a recipe for a mix corn and flour, but flour tortillas are just easier to make. Corn tortillas are hard because they want to break up. You can't make them like really big, like burrito size. I mean, you don't ever see corn tortilla burritos. At least I don't. So anyway, I'm gonna have to lust after a puppy here. And this is a website called Putty the Dog, and they just got a new puppy, but Putty is still around. I have a thing for these Jack Russell. I have a thing for terriers, but like Jack Russell, I had a pit bull terrier who looked like a giant Jack Russell. So I don't even remember how I found out about this site, but they got a new puppy, and the puppy is just it's called First Toy Frenzy. Staffy puppy loses it over Kong pig. It squeaks, it bounces, and I don't know. I will probably never have a dog again, but I miss my dog, and I don't know. Just don't the the last dog I had was the first time, as an adult, I actually was responsible for a dog, and they die, and I just don't want to go through that again. When I was a kid, my father could deal with it. Man, she's a little. I think it's no, it's a he. A little bucking bronco.
Dry lip. Dry lip. Exhausted or what?
So where is Putty?
Oh. Whoa. Slides it along the floor. It's so small. Man.
So after this, it's 5:30.
Oh, see that flip?
Uh-huh. Buddy's favorite toy. It makes such fun noises when you shake it. And it's got ears and tail and everything to shake it with.
Yeah.
Good boy.
Taking all the boxes.
Man, he's gonna try that today.
Uh-oh. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
She's doing that touch. She's having a mood today.
Whoa. Nothing to bite here.
Yeah. There is a reason they're called terriers in that head shake thing. I've seen YouTube videos where they actually go after rats. Oh my God, they are so vicious that you feel sorry for the rat. It's like they will fucking it's like I don't want to say it's hilarious. It's kind of scary. Um, but anyway, and I'm glad you understand, Slick. I want a dog. I have puppy lust, but I here's the other thing that's I don't want to do, and I'm not in bad health or anything, but we got our dog because the owner got too old to actually take care of the dog. And I tend to be one of these people like that poor dog, you get so used to a family or your owner or your human, and all of a sudden you got to feel abandoned, and I'm just not doing that to a dog. um I just love dogs. I like cats too, but dogs are just, I don't know, we're just more simpatico. So you know what, I am bored. uh I will drop the link one more time. uh Anyone wants to come up can. um kind of getting winded, and not like I have a whole lot to do today, but I don't want to want to be prepared for Roz's show tonight. I troll in other people's panels. And Slick Rick, is it really worth a reaction? Let's see. Panel. Because I mean, I know B Brave's bag of tricks. He's not, kind of gotten bored with it. So if B Brave is doing his usual dumb shit, I'm uninterested. Now maybe it'd be fun to see him with a different group of panelists. And why was CT just giving him carte blanche like that? That's CT must have still had that headache. All right, let's see. I will look for it. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. All right. You can tell I'm on a couple beers here. Interesting. Chaotic truth. Oh, they're still live. Oh no, they're not. Why does that still show up live? Oh, that's one day ago. That's not today. Huh. Let's go back. Okay, like Truth Live. That's weird. Is his show called Chaotic Truth Live? Well, someone help me out here because I only see 3 lives. I know he took a bunch of stuff down. This is from 17 hours ago. He must have put it on private. So I guess we won't be seeing it. He probably has to go in and do a bunch of editing. Well, Slick Rick, I don't think he must have it on private. John's got a thing where he's putting shit on private. Who knows with these anti-black blacks, why they want to do what they do. But apparently I'm not going to be able to go back and react to it. The vid from today was unlisted. I think I have the link. Oh, okay. If it's public, if you privated it. AAE, let me, as a matter of fact, let me do this commercial. Y'all, make sure you hit the like button, please. And I'm going to drop the link to my channel because I'm going to start doing more stuff on my channel to try and grow it a bit. So, let's see here. Clean link. All right, so make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. The link I'm dropping now. Make sure you subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips channel, where John's lives and stuff, his street interviews and lives and stuff are clipped and put there. Mine are too boring, so they get relegated to the basement called the Stanley Cross channel. And AAE, click that link. I will make you a moderator over on my channel. Just once you get there, just say hello, and I'll make you a moderator, and you can drop that link. And my batteries are getting low, so seeing the we have to do this. Seeing the if AAE can find the link, I'll review that for a while, but I am going to have to sign off because I am getting a little tired. As a matter of fact, I've been on, let's see, how many hours? Almost 7. So it has been a while. And I am not going to get all sloppy drunk and do 12 hours. So let's go back here.
That's the video camera. Hi. Look at Patty. Good girl, Patty. Good girl, Patty. Good girl.
I think this is all YouTube music.
Ooh, nice moves.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Good.
You know, that's a funny thing. I think all dogs will play rough, but these terriers, man, they have sharp teeth too. Uh, they are little monsters. So you gotta socialize them. And the other weird thing about my dog is she just knew family members, like even family members that like that she never knew. I don't know whether it's a smell or how people interact, but she could tell the difference between someone who is a family member, and I mean like a family member, like an aunt or something that you've never seen before, um, and just someone who's a stranger. And I was never able to figure it out. What's up, Richard? So I'll finish this video. Were you able to find the link, Ms. Ponder?
Oh yeah, I found the link and I subscribed.
Oh, cool. But no, I mean CT's link.
Oh yeah, I put that in your chat.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I need to make you a moderator, I think.
It's in John Golf's chat.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
I'll just make you a moderator over there. Because I anticipate you will be dropping a lot of stuff we need to see.
Yeah, I went ahead. Actually, let me resend it.
That's okay. You can do it in my chat. You're a moderator now.
Okay. Yes, I am. Okay, done. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sure. Oh, that was a short show. Would they get tired? I want to watch the rest of this video. I have puppy lust. So gotta watch him play.
Go, buddy, go. Go, buddy, go.
And that puppy came full bore.
Buddy, you're a good girl. Sneak attack again. Sneak attack.
Well, do you have a dog? Let's see. Wait, I'm here too. I'm not trolling.
Wait, me? No, of course not. Oh no.
No, I'm. Oh, hey, Abiola. See, you're over there. Well, you ought to get one. What's up, dirty
That is a lot
dude?
of responsibility.
It is. I will tell the story, and I know I've told it before. I didn't even want a dog, but my son and my wife, sabotaged me. I knew what was gonna happen because they kept going to pet adoption day at PetSmart, so I knew they were collaborating, but I figured I could resist. But alas, I was weak.
Come this way. Just come this way. There goes Putty. Whoa, Putty's got the zoomies. Putty is zooming. Putty's giving you every chance to chase just a hiker. Who's that?
Damn.
Come here. Come here. Morning. There you go. Got startled and you recovered. Good boy. Get up here. Get up here. Yes. Good boy. Good boy.
All right. Well, that is the end of puppy lust. So let's see here. Let's see. Get rid of that. So did you watch this?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I did. Very
Oh,
entertaining.
really? Was it really? Ooh.
Be Brave took over.
Well, I think his feelings were hurt yesterday, and CT just threw him a bone. That's my impression. Without watching it, of course. CT is gonna eat some humble pie today. Oh yeah, well, it's in the title, I guess. Yeah, we need to get through the World Wrestling Federation bullshit.
The grown man. I was a grown. I don't put that much in. You know, I can do that, but I don't.
Oh Jesus!
I don't have that because you're doing
That
a whole
art?
show
No.
about
Or
man,
Skippy.
Ronald Cat, old man,
Yeah.
70 years old. I already told you. See, I'm gonna tell you another thing. You're a bona fide liar. So I don't know where you're getting these numbers from because I'm not 70.
Okay, well, you have time to speak now, sir. Do you want to speak?
No. You the show. You erroneous, disingenuous, and fear or
I'm your spiritual.
quote something that is spiritual. Okay, you're my spiritual father. Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
if you're my spiritual father,
Oh my Lord!
what did you do to help shape and mold me to be your son?
The fact that
What the fuck is it? You know what? Let me rewind this a little bit because must have misheard that.
Old man, 70 years old. I already told you. See, I'm gonna tell you another thing. You're a bona fide liar. So I don't know where you're getting these numbers from because I'm not. 70.
Oh,
okay.
this
you
is
have time to
actually
speak
an
now, sir. Do you
intro.
want to speak?
Yeah, that's an intro. Go all the way.
Oh
Skip
shit!
all,
You know what? I
skip
don't
all of
really
that
watch
nonsense. It's an intro.
CT's show that much. Well,
Yeah,
there
skip
we
all of
go.
that. That's just nonsense.
Damn. Well, I should. You know what? I should start watching CT's show more. So, damn. How many minutes is that? That's 11. Well, I do it with video, so I guess I shouldn't complain. Oh. Dude, you remember back in the day, you'd watch these old TV shows
Oh,
and they would
please watch this with Ryan. Please, can you
they
drop
would
him the
pick up
link?
the
This is
phone
awesome to
and
watch
they
this.
go like those old phones where you put the cup thing up to your ear and you go, Clara. That's what Be Brave looks like. Am I on? Oh, he is hilarious. Clara, operator.
Sorry about this, folks. There you go.
Operator. Hello.
I'm gonna do a little bit of this, just a little bit of CT's clip,
Hello,
and
operator.
then after that, I'm gonna explain why white trash is the backbone of the American society of
Oh, you
white
know what?
America.
Do I
White trash
really
and
need
how
to
important
listen
it
to
is.
this white trash apologia? Hello? Hello? Let's see. I like the cone of silence with Maxwell Smart, but with Dixie cups. Yesterday was a roast day for him. Yeah, every day's a roast day for Be Brave. He just doesn't know it. Well, the reason he wasn't himself yesterday, now like I said, I haven't watched Be Brave show since he banned me, and I just figured he was deferential because he was on CT's show.
Let's try this for a minute here.
Oh wait, what is this?
Okay, now what does that have to do with anything?
Did you know that the Reno? How we doing in the chat? Everything okay, right? Everybody's hearing everything? Let me know. All right.
Hello, Berlin Station. Hello.
Okay, now what? Hate white trash more than black trash, and CT's be bullshit. All right, let's see what Brave has to say. Here we go.
You know what? I got one beer left.
So far, the shooter was.
I got one beer left to
We'll
pace.
get way past that, yeah. Did you hear about the one in Detroit?
Hey guys.
Same day.
White.
The leadership and ownership of large industrial companies like International Harvester, especially during the 20th century. This departure was a major.
ChatGPT, what was one of the major factories or industries that left Springfield, Ohio?
One of the major employers that had a significant impact on Springfield, Ohio was the International Harvester Company, which later became Navistar. For many years, International Harvester.
Okay, so this is where CT is pointing out. Folks, you got to give CT a hand, buddy. I don't care who you are. You got to give CT a hand. This some bitch will put up some people that disagree with
Jesus
him now.
Christ.
God damn it. Holy
You know what?
But he's putting up, he's going to Springfield, this crazy.
I think I'm getting PTSD at this racist motherfucker's illiteracy.
Yeah, right.
You know what? I didn't know this was going to happen, but Ryan, he can't go live for a while. Wow. One strike does that? What kind of strike? Are there different types of strikes?
So he had a live, which I missed, where he was talking about a certain group and the last names, and I think they may have.
Yeah, being a racist. Apparently, now the thing is he's racist every day on his channel. Apparently, there's some races you know, not all races are as powerless as others. So I heard that story. I just thought if you got a strike, you had to have 3 of them, and then you were done. But apparently, one strike. Unless he had a bunch of strikes, I don't know. But his channel's still accessible, right?
It looks like it's accessible. It's just that he's probably just been muted for
Well, damn.
a few days to a week.
That's
I'm
a
not
new
sure.
type of strike. I had no clue there was a racist strike.
Oh yeah, hate speech
But,
violation. Someone mentioned it in your chat, and he and Braven.
Yeah, well, Be Brave's. Let me just say this: Be Brave's a fucking racist. So I wish I could say I was sorry to hear, but maybe he needs a timeout. And I honestly think that CT doing this takes CT down a bit, in my opinion. If you get struck for being a racist, I would never fucking bring him up. But CT's a different animal.
Yeah, but CT
Business
himself
in
is
Springfield, seeing who
demonetized. His
I'm
whole
sorry,
channel,
what?
his channel is demonetized.
Okay, you're not getting my point.
I'm getting your
My
point.
point is that Be Brave is a racist. If he got struck for being a racist, I would be the last person.
Yeah, I agree.
And CT's a motherfucking racist too. It's just I like him better than Be Brave. But I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
All these men act the way they do. What makes one better than the other? They all behave the way
Sorry,
they do.
what?
All of these men behave the way they do. They behave the way they behave. And it's not just
Well, that's
Be Brave. All of them
oh,
behave
that's
like
mighty
this.
zen of you.
They all behave like this. They all do.
They do?
I don't go to Chaotic's channel. He's just, honestly, he is despicable. So,
Yeah, well,
they all behave the way they do. I don't see how one is better than the other.
CT at least is entertained. Be Brave is cringeworthy.
Maybe to you, but it's all entertainment. They're all cringeworthy.
I don't think it's
Just the both of you have a preference for Chaotic, which is again your opinion. But to say one is better than the other, or that one is like
I
more
see what you're saying.
more
No, all
entertaining.
racists are bad.
They're all
Just
of them, but they're all
some
preference.
racists are just more entertaining than others, and I rarely go over to CT's show if you haven't noticed. But
Ryan, were you with
yesterday,
people who didn't tip? Ryan, stay away from people who don't tip 20%.
what?
I'm reading Ryan's comment.
Oh, who cares about Ryan? He's one step away. He's a potential racist.
Potential.
He's not there yet, but he's
Borderline.
working on it.
Damn, Stanley.
He wants to be, but
he wants
that
to be.
flame is a little too hot.
He wants to, but doesn't know how to.
Oh no, he knows how to. But I think his common sense. You know how it is, where you want to be a daredevil, but you're afraid of heights.
Mm-hmm.
That's Ryan. Oh, he could be, but you know what? He has too much to lose. And yeah, I said it. I'll drop the link if you want to defend yourself, but we've been around this before. I'm only half joking, by the way. I am half joking. And Ryan Bardwell, this is actually kind of funny that you say this. It was Bumpkin that caused this. Well, it's like racist dominoes. One racist falls and then topples over on the other. So, how all the racists fell.
What
So,
is it? The ultimate
I
gladiator?
think blaming. Bumpkin's a racist. He'll say he is. He'll admit to it because I've asked him. And one thing, these racists have really tender feelings. Like, if you call them out on it, they will call you a racist. You're racist for noticing I'm a racist. Oh, that is just so special. But the thing is that it's funny about it's funny about it. I like CT. To be honest, CT, I remember the first time I went up there, it was some political point that I felt fairly passionate about. So, I have a soft spot for CT, and I personally like him. I just think that he tolerates too much, and he has a high threshold. And this free speech absolutism. I understand the point, But anyway, I'm nattering on too long, as old men will do. Bumpkin caused it. Bumpkin was the first domino to fall. And Bumpkin has a show, if I recall. He is just surviving. Here he is.
Oh, what do you know? Look who it is. Look who it is.
Mr. Halfway there. Don't have to do it
I
right.
don't even want to hear it. Look, I admitted to the story of the over-tipping story. Okay? And I said this was wrong.
Clue what you're talking.
That I over-tipped.
I literally have no clue.
I told you the story where I
can't be racist. I donated $10,000 to the NCAAP.
Really? No. What happened was what happened was, so I was at BWI and this black dude jumped out of the vehicle and he didn't look like a well-kept person. He looked really, he just looked like he walked out of a reggae concert and smoked 20 joints. And dude grabbed my bags, threw them in the thing. He was fucking awesome. And I was like, you know what? I gave him a 10. And my wife looks up and she goes, hey, why'd you give that guy $10? I said, that dude just killed it. I was very impressed. She goes, if he was a white guy, would you have given him $10? I was like, hell no. Absolutely not. And she's like, well, that's racist. I said, no, it's actually not racist. It's the opposite of racism. She goes, you just treated him totally fucking differently because he was a black guy. I said, honey, it was more his look. He looked like shit. I mean, I expected a different experience than I had. So
you know what? You were absolutely right. You should have gone, honey, that's not racist. It's woke.
Well, I actually thought, but it actually was racist to do that. I'm treating him differently because
no. It's woke. You were being a white liberal.
I'm not a white liberal, Stanley. So
no. I didn't say you were. I'm saying you were acting like one.
I was just, my expectations were very low, and they shouldn't be. They should be on the same
soft bigotry of low expectations. Check.
Exactly. Specifically, check. Yes, absolutely.
Check on the white liberal checklist.
Well, maybe it is white liberal then. That's fine. So I was being a white liberal.
Do you honestly think I get this sort of stuff wrong?
No, you were correct.
I thought I was.
Yeah, you just tip everybody the same.
Don't fight it, white liberal.
Listen,
Ryan is a walking world vision for blacks. Apparently.
No, I try to be. Whatever channel I can't win. I'm either racist or I cape for blacks, so I can't win.
Well, I also think you're a bit malleable. I'll be kind.
What's that mean? I switch positions?
You're malleable.
No, everybody is extreme. You can even be extreme, Stanley. You're pretty moderate. And you can be extreme.
I'm rarely extreme.
I try to be fair.
Except when it's necessary to be.
Yeah, I try to be fair, and sometimes I just want to hey, here's a different perspective on this. You know,
that's a show title. You can't win with Stanley. Abiola, that's your first show title.
There you go. There you go. But anyway, so yeah, that was the incident that and then I had to take an opinion poll, and everybody said, well, yeah, it actually is racist. So, but anyway. So,
you know what? The first step is listening to what everybody thinks.
Here's my question, though. It was his. It was his.
Dude, listening to everybody else is literally going to lead you down a dark path.
By the way, I got to ask you, Stan. I was supporting you big time when you went up on the panel with Jay Prince. But my question is,
there's no reason not to.
Here's my thing, dude. Like, what I just got to ask. Like, we're talking about. Why are you engaging in it? I mean, it's like
what? Wait, engaging with what?
In a debate with him. I'm like,
you thought you didn't realize that it was the only reason I went up there was
just
number one. Oh, absolutely. I'd never talked to him before.
Just like Stanley, what are you doing, man? You're getting.
Dude, do you not think I put forethought into these sorts of things?
He's the
I
opposite.
don't know.
I just wanted to measure him up, and
He's the opposite
I
of black
know
excellence.
there is literally no way JP can ever get on a panel with me and not remember me, and B, dude, he knows he's gonna lose because I just told him he would. You didn't listen closely, did you?
No, I did, but I'm like, is he trying to convince JP of something here? Like, I don't think it's.
Oh, absolutely. I'm trying to convince him he's a piece of shit and he should never even bother trying to debate me.
Yo, but
You didn't notice?
Stanley.
Oh, and wait, hold it. Let me give you a second example of Aaron C was in my chat today. I literally typed his name in and dropped the link next to his name. That I told him where to find me.
Stanley.
And he came into my chat, but he did not come up on this panel. Stanley won't let me talk. Well, of course I'm not going to let you talk.
There's no facts or even close to any semblance of reasonable logic there. Like either party you're talking about.
Oh, you don't think dude, I just told you my logic. It's intimidation.
No,
it's manipulation.
But and
Stanley,
I figured
I fucked with their minds and they didn't even notice.
Stanley, he says that he's black excellence. What you think?
Oh, you know what he is? His concept of it. Hey, I heard the whole thing about let the white man pay. You know what? I don't really care about that. I need him to know if you come up against me, you're not good. Black excellence ends with me. Because I'm going to tell you you're not.
Yeah. Well, I figured you were setting him up. That's what you do. You like soft shoe
I
it,
wasn't
soft
setting
shoe it.
I wasn't setting him up. I was teaching him.
Well, this is what Stanley. I've seen you do it a lot. You'll kind of tiptoe, and then you stick a knife in their fucking throat.
Yep.
I've seen you do it several times. You like kind of, yeah, it's cool. Yeah, man, it's cool. We're cool with you. And then you just fucking trash him. You just turn on him. I've seen you do it. So, and it's a good
you know
tactic.
what? When I think of me and Be Brave, have you ever seen that old movie War of the Roses, where the husband and wife?
I've said this many times. I'm like, you guys are just, for whatever reason, you're floating out in the universe, and you guys cross paths back and forth so many times. I'm like, what the hell?
You guys are racing saddles, Richard Pryor.
Kinda, yes.
Not Richard Pryor. Yeah, Richard Pryor helped film it, but it wasn't.
Oh
Richard
yeah,
Pryor, it was that guy.
as a matter of fact, he was gonna star in it, and he was too big a liability.
Mm-hmm.
Who was Richard Pryor?
Yeah. Oh, he was kind of.
That guy was.
He was a wild child.
Yeah, he was.
I still say lines from the toy. I still say lines from the toy, the movie.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something though. I actually think Cleavon, what was his name? Cleavon Little.
Mm-hmm.
The guy who played in Blazing Saddles, perfect choice. I don't think Richard Pryor could have done it.
Same here, dude. I like the beginning when he goes in. He's like, he has the rope around him. He's like, no. He's like, I'm gonna kill him. Everybody's all confused.
And you know what? As a matter of fact, it's kind of. As a matter of fact, I took that manner like, dude, look, I'm gonna be blunt. A lot of white people are confused and they don't know their own history. And Aaron C, I don't think he actually knew what hit him. When I told him that, dude, well, I told him in my chat today. He wants to say, well, all civilians are equal. I'm like, well, if you didn't notice, in the civilian world, there's a pecking order too, and you are not my peer. I'm your better. And you know what? He left shortly after that, dude.
I just you guys have your military debate and things. I'm just.
Oh no! There is no military debate. I won the debate. I
Well,
won the debate
discussion.
when
Discussion.
no, it wasn't a discussion. When I asked him, what would you have called me in the military? I
Yeah,
won.
that was it. Yeah, because
Yeah.
he would have he would have had to salute you, right? So that was over there.
If I noticed him at all. Dude,
Yeah.
if he worked for me, there are two layers between you and me.
Nigga, you have
At
to be
least.
acknowledged to know that you exist.
Well, and I think that's my larger point. You're on the panel, and I'm like, all right. I was listening. I'm like, all right, you got this was for both Aaron C and JP. I'm like, all right, Army officer or Navy officer, and then two
Oh,
bozos. Like,
I've seen plenty JPs.
Yo, wait a minute. Time out. You saying that he served?
no, he's just a clown. They're both clowns.
Oh, okay. I'm like,
You got naval officer, two clowns.
This is the thing about it. Dude, like when my son got up around 16, 17, 18, and now 19, I know exactly how to handle them because I did it. You treat them like adults, with a velvet glove. But dude, I'm not accepting that bullshit. And you sitting there, eating chicken, talking about welfare. You're not even a stereotype.
Yo, bro.
You have no pride, and you're acting like you don't. As a matter of fact, I think it's really a performance.
What, 8 kids?
I kind of agree with you because it can't be that. Yeah, but
why should it piss you off? It's not
because there was one time. Listen, there was one time where he was saying all these things, right? And his daughter was right behind him, listening to him, even if it's satire or not. Like,
no. I didn't say it was satire. I said it was a performance.
Okay, well, all right, but like,
yeah. Have you ever heard the song "Mr. Bojangles"? Dan,
Yeah.
That's what he's doing.
Yeah, but
He's literally like on
I think it is the performance.
on
So
a
you can't be that
plantation.
happy
He
to
would
be in
be
that
playing the violin. He would be playing the violin, and everybody would be dancing at the Christmas party. But other than that, he'd be good for nothing.
CT's really had quite a few characters run through this place, right? You got Noah up there for a long time. JP's almost like he's good at assembling the cast of of people that contrast each other. You know what I mean? Like that's really what he's doing. He's the director. He's just assembling people that will argue.
A battle royale.
The arguing now isn't even. It's not. And like if it's an intellectual argument, I'm cool. Like let's talk about some political thing or whatever. But sometimes it's just dumb fighting, and I'm like, oh my god, I can't even watch it. It becomes too painful.
It's a good show for me, but sometimes I just it gets me off when, for instance, they have a topic. They start talking about the topic. People start coming up. He starts asking them questions about the topic after the topic is done, right? Like, they just go back into that whole black and white stuff, and it's like, fuck, dude. Like, stay on top.
It lands there, yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Or find a new topic to talk about. But why does it always got to be the race thing, dude?
Yeah.
Like, don't you guys get tired?
Well, they'll get into immigration. You'll get some different characters, pro and against, but Stanley's show usually will have an article, and then you can discuss the facts of the case. That I don't like when it gets racial. I like when it's political, But I read a lot of that shit.
Racial,
that's fun.
right? But my whole thing is that.
Well, you know what?
Be the topic.
This is America, and we are obsessed with race.
Yeah, that's the problem, and I'm sick.
I could do without it and just hear the politics.
You know what? You're not going to be able to in America. What in America do without race? That's like dry pudding. It's just powder.
Well, when you do your political shows and it's all politics, it's kind of fun. I don't think it's fun for everybody though. A lot of people like talking about that shit. I think people get bored.
I think it's fun for nobody.
What, the politics part?
Yeah.
Well, for certain people, and I just have to look. I could do a dog and pony show, but I get a lot of Stanley. As a matter of fact, on CT's channel, Stanley, you have one person in your chat, you know, and I'm just like, well, that's the one person I want to talk to. Um, I would love to have 100 people in my chat, but I can't.
But
And if it does happen,
people,
it's going to be a
most people
long
aren't
process.
smart enough. They're not that smart. A lot of
I
people aren't
wouldn't
that
say
smart to
that.
understand.
Most people aren't interested enough.
I don't know.
I mean, who? Look, most
So
people don't
it's like
even
we
like
talked the other day.
politics.
Questions to ponder. She had a lot of intelligent things that it's fun to learn some things about some things, right? Your show, but when they're just getting down in the mud and slinging mud on each other, I'm like, all right, well, this
Hey,
is
look,
fucking boring.
you know what we learned today? That
What's
kids
that?
need to be taught cursive as early as possible, and that the Constitution is hard to read in its original script if you don't know cursive. That's probably been the best point I made all day.
Some people can't read it. Some people don't know.
Yeah, because they don't
It's
know
like,
cursive.
yeah, it's wild. They're not teaching kids that anymore, too. It's crazy to me.
Well, my son learned it in second grade, which was kind of amazing because I didn't learn it till fourth grade, if I recall.
Same, around third or fourth.
I thought that was early.
Well, we're talking back in the 70s. Now, here's the deal. And I might
Yeah,
have
I have a
known it.
question. Let me ask you this, Stanley, real quick. Did you do 12 times 12 or did you do 10 times 10?
I did
Your
it.
times tables.
No, I did the
time.
whole thing. We had to memorize the whole thing.
We went up to 12 times 12. And
Right. I did too.
my kids had to go up to 10 times 10.
What?
So just wondering. Yeah, my kids went 10 times
Well,
10.
why would they stop at 10?
I don't know. I never, I was like, man, what are they?
Well,
why?
it is harder to do past 10. Then you have to, it's harder to do double digit numbers past 10, but that's why you do it. Because, I mean, dude, I can tell you right now, I told you about the chemistry teacher who would not let us use calculators, and this is 11th grade. And you're sometimes dealing with decimals. She's like, nope. If you want to use a slide rule. So I learned to use a slide rule because at the time I wasn't real good with, like more than like 2 digits. I have to start using tricks. And it takes too long on a test. Of course, if you have a pen and paper, actually, pen and paper, if you can't do it in your head, pen and paper works. Or pencil and paper. But yeah, that's odd. Now the deal is my let me tell you something. I started doing math with my kid because he likes to cook. So I just started doing weights and measures. I need you to take, how many tablespoons in a cup, that sort of thing. So, he was doing something he liked doing, but he would have to like, dude, I don't have all day. The pie's burning. That sort of thing.
This, oh shit.
So, I mean, my point is if the school isn't doing it, the parents have to do it. San Jose Maid. Where the hell have you been? What is up, lady?
That's his fault. Accident.
Probably. San Jose, hit the link if you want. We would love to hear from you. We have royalty in the house, folks. It is San Jose Maid. Abiola, yes, she is still here. I'm not sure. Are you practicing your English, Abiola?
I mean, I think Abiola lives in Finland. He said he's a Finn by way of.
Well, no. Uh, all I'm saying is he's asking me. He says AAE is still here, and I'm like, yeah. She's here or she's not. You miss me. Well, why don't you come see me more often? You just visiting? Are you okay? I'm sure you're okay. I actually haven't even seen any of your food videos. Hopefully everything's going well. Uh, she makes food shorts, which dude, I'm actually gonna start at some point in time. I'm just gonna start doing nothing but it's gonna be a food show one day. English is my third. Three RD.
I think he might be like Somalia. I think he might be maybe Somalia or Algeria or something like that.
When you put the 3, brother, next time put a R and a D.
Well, see, this is why I never got my mother. My mother was like, "Well, Stanley, you got a degree, get a teaching certificate if you ever have to." And I literally told my mother, who retired as a teacher eventually, I'm not going to even bother because I can't teach. I'm not a disciplinarian. You don't want me disciplining children. It's like if I say it once, you need to get it. Twice, okay. Third, nope, you're dumb. Go to slow class.
Yo, Richard's comment just sounded out.
If you fuck it up the third time, it's the short bus for you.
It's like me having to teach my kids, bro.
No. Y'all be nice. He doesn't live in the U.S. He doesn't live in an English-speaking country.
No, I know, man.
Probably never has.
I think it's Scandinavia.
I can't be your teacher. As long as you realize that.
Oh no shit! It's a third. It's a 3.
That's actually a good. Oh
no,
shit! Damn, that's a good idea, CK. Mess decks. Oh fuck! You know what? I think you need to email me, and we need to. You help me produce them. Yeah, that's a great idea. God damn, that is a great idea. We just clip the messy shows, mess decks. All right. Yes, sir. We can do that. And you and I can consult on that. Damn, where'd you get that idea? She got deported. The fuck? Dude, stand down, ignorant.
Who got deported?
I do. No, you know what? I was thinking of the sloppy panels, like JP on a panel. We just call that mess decks. That's what I was thinking. Dude, when JP gets up there and starts eating all the chicken and his kids are starving, we call that, it's messy. Let's call it the mess decks. And this is one of those things where they teach you in the military, the most junior person in the room eats first. The captain always eats last in order of rank. And I do that. And we talked about this. It was either you, Latino, or it was CKJ3. Dude, it like picnics and shit like that. I always eat last.
Same here.
Yeah, it's just those kids need their food. and Daddy can get more food if he needs.
You want to know crazy? You want to know what's crazy too? Like when we make food, I make sure to put a little extra away because sometimes they come for seconds.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. But see, that parent thing is also a military thing. Your men eat first 100%. There is never a time.
My name is military.
Well, it's not so much military as much as Navy. I keep calling it the military. But
I mean, it's a branch.
no,
of
it's a
military.
point, dude. I love seeing my people well fed. I like being
The fucking
laughed.
stringers.
You what?
What? This happened.
Damn. It must have been, it's probably a black man knocking at his door. I'm just kidding, Ryan.
Yeah,
What
she
the
reminds
fuck?
me. She reminds me of today. I just dropped off a delivery, and so the comment on the thing says drop off at the front door. So I follow the instructions, and I dropped out the front door. The lady's front door is open. When she saw me, she got so shook that she slammed the door in front. Boom, and I put the stuff in.
What?
Yeah. So I put the stuff down. I'm like, okay, and I just like walked away. She's like, then she comes back and like, thank you, but like she felt ashamed a little, and I didn't even say you welcome. I just got in the car, dude.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because it's like if you're ordering something, would you not know if something is on its way?
Well, I mean, you get like it's here. I mean, you literally
you get like a notification or something.
Wow. Well, I don't know what to say to that, Latino.
Yeah, I mean, you already know what person it was, so I ain't gonna get to that point. It was a Be Brave type.
It was Lindy Lou.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. I was just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, I just got in my car.
Oh,
I was
really?
like, you know what? I'm not gonna make a big thing out of this like I usually do. I will come home and talk shit about this, and then I'm just like, nah, not today. Today, nope.
Yeah. There's no bumpkin.
I'm like, dude, but like, if you know,
Oh,
that
wait,
you're
hold
ordering
it.
something,
Darth
dude,
Bumpkin?
you said to put it in front of the door. Like, what the fuck?
Wait, hold it. Have you gone to the dark side of the Force, Bumpkin, or what? Well, let me drop the link because it's been a while since I've talked to Bumpkin. You know what? I might have to order beer. I'm almost out. Bumpkin's here, so we gonna have to do something about this. So I guess you still there, Miss Ponder? She's probably working. All right. So let's see here. Have your kids gone back to school?
Not yet, man. I'm waiting.
Yeah, as a matter, I hear the elementary schools here actually
Start early, August.
well, they start tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'm
the same
sorry.
thing in Florida.
They started yesterday. For some reason, this is like last 2 or 3 years. They start on a Friday, which defies logic.
Yeah, but the reason why they do that is just for getting the kids situated with scheduling, sitting, and all that bullshit, and lockers, etc.
Yeah. Well,
But then
you know what?
again, they do the same shit here, Stanley, right? And then they'll give
Yeah.
Monday and then Tuesday off, and then you start Wednesday. And it's like, why in the hell? Just send them there on Monday, bro.
Well, let me put it to you
Play
this
games with
way.
my
My proudest day was when I had to call the school and say, "Oh, hey, I got like $150 in my school bucks. How do I get it back? And I don't do that shit anymore. Dude, I'm telling you right now, you're still young, Latino. Your best day is gonna be when your kids all go to college or wherever their destination is, and you and your wife have an empty nest. You're gonna get all frisky for about a week. It's like no kids. And somebody asked me the other day, well, are you gonna miss, your son when he goes back to school? And I have to say, after this summer, not hardly. It's like, as a matter of fact, I told him a couple of days ago, you're ready to go back to school, aren't you? Dude, it's like they get these ideas, and it's a labor of love, though. I know he's well prepared. So I had a little studio set up in his bedroom, and that motherfucker came back, and I had to break it down. So there shall be suffering. Darth Bumpkin.
Yo, what's up?
Darth Bumpkin.
What's up?
What's going on?
This shit. How far have you went into this yet?
14 minutes.
Yeah.
And 11 of them, 11 minutes are the intro.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna put it to you like it is right here, okay? He rambles, Stanley, for an hour and 10 minutes before letting anyone up.
Be
Right?
brave?
Yes, an hour and
Look,
11
wait, hold
minutes.
it. You do know that I like Be Brave is like an idiot savant of racism. It's like I've just gotten I'm banned from his channel for starters. And the way I got banned was so funny. I don't know. He got to I have to tell you this story. And it won't surprise you actually. He got to raving on about trans, like trans this, trans that. So I'm in the chat and I put, well, Be Brave, you are talking so much about trans, you are starting to sound like, and then I put in parentheses, fill in the blank. And then I just started trolling, and I would never use the word because you know how he gets. Like if you say the word, so I just started putting fill in the blank. I fucking scrambled his brains without ever using the word. It's like you sound like fill in the blank, and he banned me for that. Dude, I can't think of a better way to be banned. Dude, I didn't say the word. You just saw fill in the blank and you said it yourself, essentially. If you're going to ban me for that, awesome.
I mean, you're going to watch this. You feel free to watch it, but
oh no, you know what? It's been paused for quite some time while I talk to folks. I was on CT's panel yesterday for the first time in a while. And I'm just kind of done with these non-person shout fests, but of Aaron C. Caught my attention because I watched CT's show for 5-10 minutes, but I had to, JP was up there and of Aaron C. were up there, so I had a double mission, and I had to go up, and they I probably didn't, I scratched the surface, but I left a mark.
Exactly.
So, no, I'm not wedded to watching this. You got something better?
Yeah, I'll tell you how it went. He rambled for an hour and 11
Oh,
minutes.
did you go up there?
Yeah. Because they specifically.
Oh, really?
So this
whole we can skip to that part.
This whole conversation happened because I made a claim that.
I've heard the claim.
Right.
Conservative, and he debated it. Yeah, I've heard it pretty much, and I think it's a ridiculous argument. The whole thing, You know, and now I don't recall your specific point. And actually, now that I think about it, you're right. I totally agree with that point. It's about class. It's not so much about, race. Um,
Now,
so
now he now
no, go
now
ahead.
now Stanley, to win this argument, he created such a
Yes,
ridiculous
yes.
hypothetical.
Oh, that dude, look, if you have to argue by hypothetical, and if someone says to me like, well, Stanley, oh no, it was Be Brave who said yesterday that logic requires you go all the way to the extreme. I think what he meant was something like a logical conclusion. I'm like,
Yes.
you don't argue points um to extremes. That's ridiculous. Arguing by apocalypse? Really? That's how logic works? Logic, I know what you mean. It's if you are literally telling me that the scenario is in the apocalypse, white people would prefer to be around white trash versus black trash, you're literally arguing about an apocalypse.
Yes.
What,
And not only
what
that,
kind
it
of
was a very
argument is that?
no, he changed it again. Stanley, he changed it again. Stanley, he changed it again. Because
What?
I said
It wasn't extreme enough?
no, it wasn't extreme enough. I said, right, well, if what time I'm like, okay, apocalypse, right? The majority of these rich people have bunkers that they're gonna go into. So they're gonna choose to be around each other rich people, rather than poor white trash. They're just gonna isolate and hold out, right? He's like, then he changed it to an EMP, right? Then he changed it to EMP. I'm like, yes, Be Brave. Okay. When
But
we
the
strip
problem with Be Brave, he's a lot like Donald Trump. He can't accept loss. He will come up with the weirdest pretzel logic just to win an argument and then tell you he proved it and then force you to accept that it's a logical argument. And I piss him off, and people like you piss him off. Dude, you don't get to set the rules, and you don't get to define an argument that will never happen. Be a pragmatist. Okay, what is likely to happen? That's how you do your logic. Is it possible? Then you plan for it, or you come up, with a hypothetical. But apocalypse? No.
Yeah. Yep.
Apocalypse now.
Apocalypse now. Exactly. That entire conversation made me want an apocalypse. My whole point was, right? Rich people are gonna want to be around other rich people. The only reason, and the whole conversation brought up was like, well, who do you think rich white people hate more? The white trash or black trash? And I'm like, well, for starters, they choose not to be around black trash very often, right? They choose not to be around much people that we classify as trash, right? I don't even like that.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter. They just don't want to be around trash.
They don't want to be around poor people. They don't want to be around poor people. They don't.
They're poors. But here's the
poors.
other thing. You know what? The thing that people like Be Brave, and Be Brave is like so. I cannot figure out how someone even at 70 gets this racist. I just assume because I had an experience on Bomb Cherry. You know who Bomb Cherry is?
Sounds familiar.
Okay, well, I had an experience on her panel where I was in the chat and agreed with some of her points. Then I went up to her panel, and then Mela came up. It just like went south real quick. My point here is that people change arguments when they start losing them, and you got to stand your ground and lose your argument. Lose on the merits. Don't move the goalposts. And you also have to understand your arguments. Be Brave is like Donald Trump, and I don't really care who likes Donald Trump or not, but his feelings get hurt when he loses. He starts making shit up and excuses, that he internalizes as reality, Be Brave is the same way. And you know what? God bless CT for dealing with it. God bless Ryan for dealing with it. I don't have to. And I don't care what his age is. If you're on YouTube, don't bring me dumb shit.
Dude, listen, man. People call me racist all the time. I have.
Oh, I do.
You do. I have some opinions that are but this is like, shut up, cat. Shut up. Sorry. We doing this right now?
No, you can't be an apocalyptic racist.
Yeah, you can't be
know,
apocalyptic racist.
your rich people may not have a choice.
They may not have
You're
a choice.
acting like in an apocalypse, rich people might have choices. Dude, I watched a movie and I cannot remember, but it involves some rich people. Like they would go over to somewhere and the dude is like, get off my lawn. Damn, I wish I could remember it, but being rich didn't matter. It was all rich people in an apocalypse and they couldn't even depend on themselves because they all had their personal agendas.
Yeah. And the thing is, right? The thing is, I don't toot my horn very often, okay? But I was the original conflict that started this, okay? So I thought he would at least give me.
So you're the sorcerer who cast this spell.
Yes, this entire debate, right? Everything that happened, the stream
Oh,
before this.
you got credited. Don't worry.
Yeah, I know I got credited. But this entire stream was like call in and rescue him, right? It was literally asking people to come debate Be Brave and give him pushback. All right. So this entire stream is him monologuing for now. I'm gonna shut my door real fast because my cat thinks it's fucking funny. Are you dying yet, you old fuck? Sorry. I have like a 17-year-old cat, dude. Bro is like on his deathbed. You there? Hello? Put a 1 in the chat if you can still hear me, guys.
Sorry, I stepped to the bathroom.
Yeah, my bad.
I figured it would be a minute with your cat. Sorry.
You're good.
But look, I'm not gonna look like I told Ms. Ponder. Look, spending a whole bunch of time that it blows my mind that Be Brave cannot see the absurdity of the premise. I made the joke that he could be the new Berthold Brecht, or he could be writing like something like absurdist. The premise is absurdist. Write a play, waiting for I don't know, waiting for Godot ish.
This is like that old racism. This is like that Dixiecrat racism, man. I don't know.
No, this is that's the other joke, dude. You could be a racist science fiction writer. just fucking talk about the apocalyptic future and how racism like roaches survive. It's like,
I
and
just
for the life of me, I just don't understand why people. I mean, I know it's funny, but when does it stop being funny?
I mean, he's an old man that lives in a lower income area. He's in like.
Look, I don't care about any of that. I care about the stupidity.
I mean,
live how you live.
Just laugh at it. But I thought I was going to get some credence, right? Since I started all this, I didn't even know I started all this. Okay, this entire stream. All right, I was like, okay, I'm gonna go up there, right? And me and him are gonna have some back and forth and have a good discussion. Okay.
Wait, hold it. You thought what?
I thought I was gonna go up there and me and him were having a good discussion. He tried to lock me into a yes or no question. And when I wouldn't
Okay,
answer the yes or
he
no
thinks he's good at this, and I don't know. I find him frustrating, and what's more frustrating is after he loses, he declares he wins. It's very Donald Trump like.
Oh, my bad. It wasn't an hour and 11 minutes. It's an hour and 26-minute monologue. Oh my God. I'm sorry.
I just look for your icon or your avatar.
Yeah. That's about what I was the first one up, so.
Well, while you're here, why did you even bother going up there, and why did you think you were going to get a good conversation?
Because I've had good conversations with him in the
Oh,
past.
I see. Okay, about race?
About mainly about economics. Mainly, like I don't even try to talk race with him because he thinks like
I had a good conversation with him about Mom Donnie
Donald
and
Trump.
socialism. Yeah, you get him off race and he's fairly cogent, but he just goes like all Yosemite Sam when race is involved. I'm the rootinest, tootinest racist. I'm sorry, I'm old. You probably don't get that reference.
I get that reference.
I just don't.
It's rabbit season. I get the
Rootinest.
reference.
And he does. I've called him a racist Yosemite Sam.
I'm just. And he pulled a U, Stanley. He kept dropping me in the back.
Oh, well, you know what? I pioneered it, and I don't have a problem with him doing that. Sometimes you have to use your power. However,
It's the way
I
he did it. He wasn't doing it because I was trying to overtalk him. He was doing it because he didn't want any actual pushback.
Oh no, well, that's be brave. He doesn't. I mean, he will tell you. He will tell you. What's his line like? One of us is a fool.
And one
So
of us is crazy.
yeah, and it sounds all earthy and shit. All right, well let's play it.
Yeah.
Right. I was hoping.
Oh,
what?
CT took it down.
Damn it. Oh man. You know what? It's been up here for quite some time. Wait, hold on. Yep, he took it down. Damn. I should have
watched
Well,
it.
tell us. You know what? Since it's not here, you get to tell your side of the story.
Yep. It's restreamed on our other stream, but he basically because I was streaming when this was happening too, and I stopped and I jumped off of that stream because I have other hosts, right? And I jumped over. He basically locked me into the EMP apocalyptic question, which I originally wouldn't answer because it's a ridiculous statement. He wasn't going to be able to push the goalpost that far. I kept trying to take the conversation back to the original claim, grounded in today's reality, right? And every time I tried to do that, he would boot me off the panel. And then everyone else, and then he just made that the question, and then everyone else that would pop up on the panel, he would boot off if they didn't either agree with him or answer that question. And then the stream ended. So you had about an hour and 11 minutes of that, of people coming
Have
up.
you Richard says you got to restream. You can drop the link.
Yep. 5-hour show though. 1 second, let me find the place where it's actually at.
Damn, Richard, where aren't you? How do you know this? He said, "What's the channel name? I will drop it." Or Bump. Yeah, Bump can
It's dark
Bumpkin's
Bumpkin.
editing.
Let me see where.
Oh, okay, Richard. I just thought you were everywhere. There's an old movie with Charlie Sheen. I think it's called U.S. Navy SEALs, and they're in the shit, and they're getting their asses kicked, and they get on the comms and go, God. So they're a high sniper with like a 50 cal. He's called God because he can see everything and he can kill everything apparently. So I was thinking Richard, he's like that sniper up high. He can decide your fate. Must be. Why is he spelling American with a K? I have to, you know what? I'll see if I can't get Speak Radio to show that movie. Speak, if you're still here, consider it's an old Charlie Sheen movie where it's like Navy SEALs. And I actually love the movie. It's kind of a B movie, but I liked it.
Here we go, Stanley. Do you want me to share my screen? Or want me to drop it in the private chat for you and drop the title?
Oh, just drop it in the back.
I'll drop the title.
Oh, you can share the screen. I don't really care. Whatever's, probably half a dozen.
The problem is it also
It can certainly shoot through cinder blocks.
Yeah, I can shoot through a 50 cal can shoot through a tank if you place it properly, and shoot through a lot.
So this particular scene, I think they're behind some sort of stone wall or cinder block, and they're in the shit, and the thermal sight can see through the brick walls or the masonry walls. God, they just tell him where to point. It's I don't know. It's something satisfying about it.
Hold on, real fast. Abiola, I am not homeless. I just
Abiola has been wilding out in that chat all day. I think he's drunk in Finland. This motherfucker's drinking akavit or something like that.
This might be this might seem a little schizophrenic because it's like we have a panel watching me on a panel, so they might try to put in their
Who's
input.
the Thomas Sowell guy?
I don't know.
Really?
And just here to stalk JB. I don't know who that is.
He's up on your panel.
We have open panels a lot, Stanley.
Mm-hmm.
So many people show up and disappear for months at a time. It's if I had to keep a count, I couldn't. All right, let's see if it's too schizophrenic or not.
That's an absurd notion. Period.
It's not,
it has
though.
nothing to do with. Hold on. It has nothing to do with loyalty to whites. Number one, and it's a very good question because a lot of blacks use it as ammunition when they say, "Look, a white guy said that." So a lot of blacks are thinking white trash are that far down to where rich whites would rather be around black trash than white trash. So you just
blacks think about black trash.
I'm not getting ammo if it's a reality.
No, it's not a reality.
You had to create an apocalyptic tale to say, "Hey, Brave, guess what?
And then only give two options.
Situation. Rich people aren't going to be around anybody but rich people. They're going to be in a bunker somewhere. They're going to be in a bunker, maybe hide while everyone else dies. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, Bumpkin. Easy, Tiger. Easy.
Can you pause it right quick? Because I have a question.
Yeah.
Now, I have never seen an episode of The Living Dead or whatever it's called on TV. You know what I'm talking about. Night of the Living Dead, back in the day, the black and white one. Yeah. This never came up in Apocalypse. Why? And the TV, or maybe someone in the chat knows The Living Dead. I've never seen anything like, oh shit, The rich people, when the zombies come, I've never seen that scenario even on TV. I never saw Mad Max. I've never seen in. I'm not just in. I'm just not into that sort of stuff. In your
Yeah.
experience, you certainly maybe because maybe you're a cinephile. Where's the scenario when rich people in extremis tell you, I don't want to be around you, or I'm going to move away from you because you're black trash?
I can't use any cinemas, but I can use real life examples like rich CEOs spread across the entire world creating bunkers in Switzerland just in case.
Okay, but that's not an apocalypse. They're preparing for an apocalypse. And because Be Brave is inventing a hypothetical, I'm just going to use a movie or a TV show where in someone else's hypothetical has this happened. Be Brave, I think Be Brave, and I use the word loosely maybe. The premise is insane and not based on even like a premise of reality.
Yeah, the only thing
You're not going to be able to pack up and move to Beverly in an apocalypse.
No. I think the closest thing that I could think of is like in the Walking Dead TV series on TV. There wasn't even any rich. They didn't even show any rich people in there. The closest thing I think of was a single government worker left at the CDC that was trying to find a cure, and they were led into that facility. But that's not even wealth. That's just like circumstantial. He was in a completely locked down facility that was built by rich people or built by a governmental apparatus. But
here's the other weird thing: elite. Elite is kind of a sliding scale. You can be, and I've known people like this. Like, you know what? I invented some shit. Let me give you an actual example. Someone like David Thoreau, he was elite and he was penniless practically, but he had elite friends. He wasn't starving. He just decided to be some weird person who wanted to live out in the wilderness, but he was an elite. And he wasn't rich. And you know what? I'm not sure he had choices. There are a lot of people talking about culture that actually don't understand culture. And Be Brave is probably the worst. Be Brave, man, I wish he were here so I could say it to his face and set him off. Honestly, and I've, come to this point, and, one of these days we'll be on a panel, we'll forgive each other and all this. Be Brave is probably the least prepared and the most miseducated white person. And I don't even mean to make it all racial, but I've known a lot of white people. He's the least capable of any white person I've ever met who wasn't a child. And I mean this in all seriousness. There's a reason he's 70 years old and has stories about a wife who is supposedly smart and a daughter who's not there. You will never convince me that Be Brave was like, oh, he's got the gift of gab. You'll never convince me that he's been anything more than he is now. Hard work, great. Hard work is why he's here. However, whoever gave him the idea that he had a grip on, dude doesn't even know white culture. I've literally told him I know more about white culture or European culture or Western culture than he does.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the reason I'm confident of this is where do you, dude? I literally went to some exclusive all boys Catholic military school in high school, and then I went to the University of Georgia. I've probably known more smart white people than B Brave ever did in his life, and I'm only 10 years younger. And for him to actually think that he is on to something, I blame people like CT who humor this dumb fuck.
Well, CT's there to make a profit. So of course he's going to humor someone like Be Brave. Same reason why he humored me originally, but then he realized when I wouldn't play ball, he stopped really having me come around.
You know what? Fuck all that. And you make a good point. But thank God I'm not there. That I don't have to, because it would, dude. You know what? I'm not going to get all metaphysical on you, but it's got to be tough. You know, CT had a headache last night, and now I understand why. Anyway,
you ready for me to play it?
Oh, please do.
Okay.
In an EMP,
Bro,
an
just
EMP where
just don't fucking type in all caps. Like, just fucking stop.
Okay, I don't care about what's going on here.
Dude, is that
Like, literally
Orthodox
the only
guy?
time.
Yeah, he's one of my hosts.
Oh my lord, he sounds upset.
Yeah, because someone was complaining your auto mod is banning us in the chat, and he's like, just don't fucking type in all caps then.
Mo Love. Oh my lord, you're here. Well, you know what? Orthodox and I will always disagree on shit, but he's just one of those guys you gotta like him. You know, he's like a young Ryan. We don't agree, but you know, if we talk about anything other than race,
Yeah,
I see Garian's up there.
Oh yeah, Gary's up there.
So anyway, please, I'm sorry. That's probably why I should control it. But no, please go ahead and play.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. I'm just checking out. I bought a camera a while back, and I sent it to a buddy, and he sent it back, but I don't have my actual charger, like charging point. How do I charge this battery for this thing? Whatever. I'll figure it out.
Anybody has Nightbot problems, Nightbot, it's you. You type in all caps. Just stop.
half the nation.
I'm wondering how Bimka came up with this theory.
Hey,
I how many rich people have bunkers? I don't know if they make in the $500,000 range. They most likely have bunkers.
You're crazy
in their house.
You're
Are you serious? Why wouldn't you?
You're crazy. You're crazy.
Most rich people do in fact have
hold on,
bunkers.
okay, hold on.
Dude, it's
Look,
wild that a
there's
conspiracy
we can't
theorist
prove
doesn't
either way.
believe that there's
So
other
if you say
conspiracy
something
theorists
and
that
I
would
go,
have
you're
bunkers.
crazy. That's just where.
Well, it's
one
not
of
even
us
that.
is
Like
crazy.
just
Relax.
a severe storm shelter, right?
For you to say
Right.
most rich people
and that
have
most
a half
storm
a million or a
shelters are
million have bunkers,
rated
that's
to
ridiculous.
survive
They
like
don't.
nuclear blasts or most other
Not at
stuff.
all.
Most
To get
wealthy
into
people have
bunker
a
money,
root cellar
you gotta
somewhere
get
on their
into
help
property.
me out here.
Cat has a
What's up?
Who is he? These people in the panel can hear Be Brave. Is he fussing with them?
No. So what has happened was, right, we were in the middle of a stream.
Oh.
And then someone told me earlier in the stream that like Be Brave had like a big old kerfuffle about about me. Yeah, about me.
Oh no,
and my claim,
I've
and
never heard anyone else use that word.
What, kerfuffle?
It's a rare people. It's rare that people use the word if they know it at all. So I'm impressed.
Yeah. I grew up with grandparents. Yeah, I was raised by my grandfather, so
It's a good word.
Yeah,
I like it. I use it occasionally.
Yeah. Anyways, he was having a kerfuffle or a schism or His autism was showing. I don't know. He was mad that CT decided to side with me when it came to the discussion, saying, you know, rich people are going to choose to be around rich people. The original argument was, who do you think rich people hate more, white trash or black trash? And I said white trash, because white trash are in the proximity of rich white people. So therefore, they're going to be they know of them, and they're going to be around them more. Therefore, they're going to dislike them more. Okay. Rich white people, like poor black people, aren't even in the same zip code as them. You know what I'm talking about, Stanley? You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I guess.
And that was the original claim. And Be Brave wanted to get up on his soapbox and thought CT was going to back him up. And CT did not. CT agreed with me. And so Be Brave threw a hissy fit about the entire thing. And did a whole other stream about it today.
Yeah, well, I mean, bottom line is I'm not even sure why this was an argument in the first place.
Thank you.
I agree that once you, I'm not going to say race is can be transcended, but there comes a time when it becomes less a problem. Okay, if you are a millionaire, well, let me give you a good example. You remember that one joke that Chris Rock makes, where he's like a famous comedian and he's living next door to a dentist. Well, he needs to understand that dentists make a shitload of money, probably more than like a general practitioner, MD. Dentists, they're going to make more money. But the point is that I don't think that dentist is going to have a problem with Chris Rock as a neighbor. They'll probably do a couple barbecues. Race will not be a problem as long as your son doesn't date my daughter. You've seen plenty of movies about that. Race will become a problem if you're talking about, and it doesn't have to be, but it's more likely, might be the better way of putting it. I just think that Be Brave is part of America's problem. If you want to make him some sort of totem, ignorance is a lot of America's problem. And go ahead and play, but I don't understand how something like this could become 3 shows. However, it is content. It's probably made some people some bucks.
Oh yeah, it made CT some bucks.
Well, CT's always gonna make the bucks. He'll make up the controversy if it doesn't come to him.
He always has, and he always will.
And let me. Well, he is talented. In Abiola, now I agree with BB. Stanley is 70%. Oh, Abiola, from Finland, you understand America and you agree with Be Brave. All I can say is, you go, bro. I'm not going to even comment farther. So let's see what else you got.
Bunker.
I have a bunker with my basement. From a place without sunlight.
This is what scares me about her. She would lock me in. Yes, but that's beside the point. It's still very fearful to be.
Don't act like you wouldn't enjoy it.
Are you saying that
about your enjoyment?
Forget the bunker. Forget your dreams about people being in bunkers and being okay.
See, look, now he's making more limitations.
How was that a dream?
Dangerous. You got to come out of them bunkers. Okay. Now.
No, you don't.
Do you think those people?
Yeah, you know what they do when they come out of the bunkers? They group with more wealthy people like them. You fucking fool.
if they're, do you think they're at least at that point going to go to white trash over the black trash?
What does it matter? It's all trash.
That's way too close.
Trash is going to come to the wealthy, you moron. Looking for resources.
Okay. Forget the bunkers because not enough people have the bunkers.
They all have bunkers.
Millionaires. Okay.
It's an underground system of shipping containers. It's kind of nice.
They don't. They just hate wealthy people. That's
now that
gives me more
it's a
questions
2-month
and
power
answers,
outage because of an
Now
EMP
it's a bunker system. It's not a mirror bunker. It is now a bunker system.
Stay focused.
Have you not heard of the?
And it's not going to mean much. The money's not going to mean anything at that point. Do you think they're going to run to associate? They would rather associate with white trash or black trash in that circumstance.
I don't think they'd want to associate with either.
Yeah, either that or
hold it.
That's the problem. Pause
You're
it.
not going to get a yes or no answer out of me.
Oh, well then, goodbye.
Pause
Get
it,
out of
Samantha.
here then.
No, I'm not going to leave.
Because that's the problem is he's wanting to pigeonhole you
Kelly,
only
when I
two
got the
options.
buttons, pal.
You got
There's
the
always
buttons. You
more
can
than
remove
two
me right
options.
now. Remove me then.
Yeah, that's a bad look.
You either answer that or not.
No.
You're saying they wouldn't or they would?
Be brave. What I'm telling you is you are creating ridiculous hype. Boom.
You think I'm fucking with this stupid shit today?
Boom. And that's not the last time he's going to do it either.
Then you don't want anybody giving pushback.
Yeah, he don't want a real answer.
That's fucking
You're going to
crazy.
answer that question, Bumpkin, and we ain't going on. Dude, it's up to you. Take your pick.
So if you don't answer your ridiculous hypothetical to prove your point,
I ask you a question. You're going to answer that question. Or
Damn.
Pause
it. What the? Can you see the smugness? Like this dude, like put you into a logical trap on a hypothetical of this sort. I mean, it's possible. You know, people do like mind problems, thought experiments all the time, but this isn't a thought experiment. This is a science fiction novel. Damn, you know what? All I can say is you're too kind. I'd have just fucking come loaded for bear. You know, if I'm gonna get put off a panel, I'm gonna give him a good reason.
That's true.
Y'all are too kind.
I'm about to not be. I just got a nice camera in the mail. It's gonna be a fun video I'm gonna make.
Systemic bunkers.
Systemic bunkers.
Oh, that is funny. Good one. Good one. Brave versus the world. You know what? That is very possible. Abiola, you have had a bee in your bonnet all day. I'm just listening because Brian is around. Well, Brian, help your bud out. Maybe you can figure out why he's just, got a burr in his saddle. Help me out here, moderator. Moderator Brian. help the host out in the chat, please. All right, well, I guess we should listen to some more. I just don't get this.
I don't get it either. Oh, okay. I found the spot where I can charge this bitch out.
Hey, Plasma Boy. Burr's getting all over him. Yeah, seems so.
Try this again.
That's the
attitude.
Try this again.
Right? That's
now.
How do
you got rich people.
Well, look, and if you answer any race other than white, he's going to say you're a liar.
Ridiculous hypothetical.
Bumpkin, go
Where
up
an
there. I was
EMP
gonna say,
drops
Bumpkin,
out
say
of the
Mexican.
sky.
Just say Mexican.
And
There's 1,000 things that could happen, folks. I'm not
And
going to
a
have
bunker
you
ain't
set
one
the
of
And
them.
he's
box
going to tell you
catastrophic.
about all 1,000 of them.
Right. There's 1,000 things you could happen, but you only get 2 choices.
Be brave. Be brave has a scenario for all 1,000. See, this is, and you know what? He would have booted me from the channel like he did. You know what? You just have to make high comedy of this sort of stuff.
Absolutely.
I think you gave him respect or not respect but credibility. Too many people are willing to go and engage this foolishness, and I'm going to give you carte blanche because you just don't want to be misunderstood. You know, you made a point and they just went out of control with it.
Exactly.
But too many people, this dude will take credibility if you give him a second glance. You know, ooh, second glance. I'm the smartest man on earth. Dude, he has literally, and I have to give him credit, he has literally taken trash and made it treasure. And, you know, there's something about that, you know, takes a special sort of person. One with a thick hide and no moral core, but, you know, we never will accuse him of being an ethicist.
Yeah, I don't get it, but I don't know. I'm just a guy that talks about politics on the internet.
You and me both, brother.
I'm gonna have to tone it down though. I'm not gonna be around for much longer, guys. I ain't dying, but big life events have happened. Big life events have happened, so I'm gonna have to tone down my content creation for a while.
What has YouTube gotten to you?
No. Big life events.
Oh, you get married?
I am going to be getting married. Yeah.
Well, good for you. Congratulations.
Yep.
Well, you sound excited.
I am excited. I'd love to talk your ear off about it. But
well, you don't have to be shy. This isn't a manosphere space. I like women.
I know. No, it's not that. It's just I try to limit.
No, I understand.
Yeah,
your fiance is on YouTube too.
No.
All right. Well, I get it. You don't want to mess up a good thing, and you know what? That is a very mature decision. And congratulations. Let us know. We will throw you a wild YouTube party, and let me take all the sin. It wasn't him. It was me.
Jesus, man, I'm getting a fucking. I got a tattoo, by the way.
Why?
Because I got several tattoos, but I got a new tattoo, and
is it your fiance's name?
No.
Okay, just checking.
No, but it's fucking peeling, man. I hate when they peel.
I have never had one, and I can commiserate, I guess.
Anyways,
I look at Plasma Void, assuming she's the one. Well, you know, back in the old days, Plasma Void, you knew she was the one.
She is the one.
Good for you.
There is no, the D word does not exist in the household. She's gonna have to kill my ass. Anyways. All right. Nah. Thing is, it's one of those situations where it's like, well, she's not poor. She has money. So she's not marrying me for money.
Well, she's not marrying you for looks either, right? It must be your soul.
It must be my soul. No,
He's got a good soul, Mama.
Shut up. All right. You ready?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't pay for my tattoos, Richard.
Ooh.
I have a buddy.
Oh
that's
shit!
tattooed me for
Did you
15
get
years.
a? Did you get a tattoo because she wanted you to get one? Now
No.
we might have to explore this.
No, I don't pay for my tattoos. No, I have a buddy that's been tattooing for 15 years.
Oh, I got you.
All I gotta do is buy the ink, which
I got you.
buying ink for
Well, just out of
unlimited
sheer
tattoos-
curiosity, how much is tattoo ink? Do they charge by the ounce, or how does that work?
No, it's like you can buy packs. We go with Dynamic Tattooing,
Oh.
the company.
Mhm.
And I think for a box of multicolored, it was like $110. And you can do a lot with that tattoo ink. And then it's like $20 for an 8-ounce actual like liner, like for actual lines on black tattoo ink. So like $130, $140. But that's nothing for how much tattoos are supposed to cost. But that's nothing.
Well, let me ask you a question. I mean, this is going to be a weird question, but can you mix colors? Like,
yeah,
really, like a palette? You know, the old-fashioned painter mixing colors.
Yeah, you can if you don't like the for instance, I have a blue Celtic Trinity knot right on my left forearm.
Mm-hmm.
So what I wanted to do, right, is I wanted a lighter blue, which I might have him go back over with a lighter blue after the tattoo is done, if this blue doesn't lighten up as it ages.
Right.
But what I could have had him do is mix a little bit of white ink in with the blue ink and lighten it up, just like any color palette, literally.
Yeah. Interesting. I mean, now the other question is, I mean, do you do sessions? You don't just sit down for like 8 hours, like getting your hair braided.
No, it's like well, I've gotten relatively first session tattoos so far, where it could be done within like 30 to 40 minutes, 50 minutes, you know what I mean? Because he doesn't have, whenever everyone thinks of a tattoo, they think of the old clunker tattoos that are wired to a machine, right?
Actually, I don't. I think of
don't?
someone sitting there, you know, almost like a dentist, except it's a tattoo artist.
Right. Well, they have these new tattoo guns. They're called pens, right? I need to use a different word besides right. I hate the fact that I say right to switch sentences. This is something I need to work on.
Okay, well, dude, that's easy to work on.
I know. But anyway.
Oh, the other thing is, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, but I have my own vocal tics. You know, literally is one of them. So we all have them.
Right. But it's a pen with a battery on it, and you wrap the top battery, and it's legitimately just like a very, very thick pen, and then you dip the tip of the pen in ink, and then you tattoo with it like that. Super effective, way better than the old clunkers. The old clunkers hurt like a bitch. Like,
yeah, that's the other thing I was going to ask. Are they less painful these days?
Yeah, they're less painful. The tattoos relatively are going to be there. It's going to be like an irritation. There's going to be like certain spots that are really that hurt a lot, but that can go from person to person. But I know one really, really, really sensitive spot for a lot of people are the wrists, like your wrist.
Right.
So I have a Roman numeral 3 on my left wrist as well.
Oh my Lord.
What?
Well, no, you know what happens, and you aren't a woman, so you wouldn't know, but you know, like, you know, there's some parts that I would imagine would hurt. I don't know. It's not something I would ever do, but I don't think I can't sit still for that long, especially, at my age. Back when I was young, maybe I could read a book or something like that, while this is happening, but I just can't imagine sitting that still for a long time and
Yeah.
getting pain.
Yeah, no, but I like to say I have a relatively pretty high pain tolerance, so it doesn't really bother me that much. The only parts that bothered me was like on my actual wrist, like when it was on my actual wrist, that part was painful. But I mean, the tattoo artist is also my best friend. He's going to be the best man at my wedding.
Oh,
so
really?
I mean, I can just make conversation with him while he's tattooing.
Well, does the bride have tattoos? Are you getting matching? Like my
I'm not going into
brother-in-law
much detail, but
got
she
like
does
a
have tattoos.
tattoo of a ring, like on his ring finger.
Who, me?
No. My brother-in-law did.
Oh yeah, a buddy of mine also did that as well.
Yeah, y'all tattoo people are pretty cool. I'm just like, nope.
So the plan is I have the Celtic tri knot. And the plan is I'm going to use my left arm, and I'm obviously going to just do the forearm, but I'm going to turn the entire forearm into like a half sleeve, which will
Oh my
eventually turn into a
God.
full sleeve up to my shoulder, where it's going to be like the traditional like Celtic or Pictish blue tattoos that they did, and it's all going to meet in the middle with the Celtic tri knot.
Well, how do y'all plan something that intricate out? Do you do it on paper?
Yeah, so it's a tattoo stencil machine. So you have
Ah.
if you have a PNG image,
Mhm.
you can print it off on the stencil machine. They actually make really cool ones that are really easy to use.
So now my question is, like, if you do something with PNGs,
Yeah.
and for the audience, they're basically like they're like fancier bitmaps. They are very like detailed color wise.
Mhm.
Are they actual? They're not video, but they're like GIFs. They're basically art files.
Yeah.
But I think they're more video pixel. I can't remember, but how do you take the ink and match it to the color in the PNG?
Oh, that's easy.
Is that computer too?
No, most of the time you're going to have like the idea of what color you want it, and then the tattoo
Mhm.
artist is going to make it a color. But the stencils are going to be black and white, and they're not even going to be black and white when they actually place it on your skin. So what it is
Yeah.
is it's a specific pattern you want to, or a certain tattoo you're going to print off, right? You're going to peel off the back end, and you're going to put it on your skin where you want the tattoo, and with like this white goo. Okay, they're going to put a tad bit of the white goo on, and they're going to put the stencil paper on your skin for a few seconds, and then when they peel it off, where it's kind of like a stamp, right?
Mhm.
God, I'm saying right. It's kind of like a stamp, and then when they peel it off, there's going to be a purple stamp there. Okay, you've probably seen it.
No, I that's why I'm asking so many. I've literally never seen a tattoo done or even been in a tattoo parlor.
Did I just lose this spot? I think I'm where I'm supposed to be. But yeah, and then that purple like stamp or stencil, whatever, it's then pretty much they're going to follow the lines on that for the lining. And then if you want a certain color within the lines, you tell them that and all of that.
Well, last question, and we can go back to the video. Are there limits? Like, if you decide, hey, I really don't like this color, I want to change it to another. Are there limitations? I imagine there would be.
There are limitations. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So, maybe I ought to get a book and read about the process. But you know tattoos, and honestly, it's the first time I've ever thought about it, and the subject came up. So I probably have 100 more questions, but it's interesting. But I don't know. It's just so complicated. And, you know, I think you just have to be a tattoo person. I just don't.
Listen.
I'm not a piercing person.
I hate
You know,
piercings.
that-
Stanley, it's the weirdest thing ever. I hate needles. Like, when I go to the doctor's office, I hate it. It sounds so funny knowing I have tattoos, right? It's so funny.
It is
I'm like sweating. I hate needles. I hate getting my blood drawn. I hate it. Okay. But I like tattoos.
Well, you know, one of these days I'll tell you, I over the past like 5 years, 6 years, I probably had thousands of blood draws.
No.
Oh no, yes. You know, I've got arthritis, and you know, I have to have blood drawn every quarter. You know, it's a autoimmune thing. So, you know, they have to check inflammation markers and all that stuff. And I fucking hate it's so funny because when I was in like my 20s, I could look at the needle going in and be okay with it. And for some reason, I can't even look at it. And you know, the phlebotomist going, you know, don't anticipate. So yeah, I think the older you get, the more, you know, for me anyway. I am regressing. So go ahead and play. Let's see where this goes.
All right, 1 second. Here we go.
People with money are going to try to plan up. What I'm saying is there's going
And
to
that's
be
how this
people
will
that
stay, dummy.
are going to become, that are going to be in
care
their midst.
which sides the people
This
are
isn't
on.
going to be like
Trump
everything's
just
fine and
cares
hunky dory.
for him to be the line.
Everything's going to be in there. There's going to be poor people in their midst. Now, Bumpkin's going to answer this question,
I'm not, by the way.
or he's going to go bye-bye.
This dude is narcissistic as fuck.
Gasolina.
Do they want
I like
white
that
trash
one.
in their midst, or do they want black trash in their midst?
Neither.
Jesus Christ. Obviously, it's neither.
Be brave. My point stands.
Get the fuck out of here, man.
I love that.
He's determined to be in
Nobody
your
won't
pocket.
answer that,
My
folks,
opinion.
because he knows
Dude,
the
he
rich want the
refuses
white.
to concede and
trash
say
in
that
their
he
midst
might be
over black trash.
wrong even.
They wouldn't have
You know
any
what that
trash.
means?
I don't know.
They can't possibly hate white trash more than black trash.
It's funny.
It's funny. This fucking guy, man. I just don't get it.
Dude, you know what? 70 is not that old these days. He's just, you know, I called him, I made a joke in, I think it was CT's panel or somebody else's panel about Be Brave being like a Sith. What did I call him? A Sith gnome. He's like turned to the dark side. And, you know, he's not a Sith Lord. He's just a Sith gnome. It was funny at the time.
It is funny. It's funny you say that because I'm the Sith around these parts, you know.
No, you know, Be Brave is just he's like a garden gnome. You know, if you took your garden gnome and you fucking dressed it up as a Sith Lord, that's what I imagine Be Brave to be. And it would make as much sense, by the way.
It would.
We'll continue.
They kind of do. They live around.
You're not
hate
going
black
on.
trash more than white
I don't
trash.
care to
That's what
go
it is.
over your immature, silly, childish mind with you.
How's that childish? That's reality. What the man?
But he has more IQ points than us.
Who is this?
What fucking
this Lena?
fool, this fucking dust bag is
Hold on, I'll bring you up in a minute. If I haven't already.
When does he bring me back up? Is the question.
Okay, now. Oh, gasoline. Oh, I didn't look carefully.
It's around a bunch of fucking tweakers that are fucking tweaking.
Okay, hi, Gasolina.
Or a bunch of
CT, I can go away. Yeah, no. I asked you a question, and I want an answer to the question, sir. Pushback don't count. I get to say anything I want to your answer. I get to answer any way I want. It was a simple question.
People get to answer however they want to answer a question.
Things fall apart. Once a white trash
Yeah,
in
you
their
don't
midst,
get to tell
once a
people
black trash
A
in their
or
midst.
B. Answer it. Like there's a C.
This is crazy, man. Why'd you stop the feed?
It's redundant.
So I'm about to go on there.
Oh, really?
This man called himself everything but a racist. Seriously.
You wouldn't slap.
He's waiting on me to do
Well,
it.
why would you be? Hold it. Why would you slug your own father?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes.
You would slug your own dad?
Because I'm a 25-year-old.
You would slug your own dad?
Absolutely.
Yes, I'm 25.
Yeah, my dad.
If
I
he
would
tried to like
slap
slap you
he
because
was
you
acting
were
like a
being
dickhead. I'd
stupid?
fight.
And here's this dumb thing he's doing. He said before this, if you were my son, I'd take you outside and slap you up. And I'm like, be brave. That wouldn't happen. and now he's trying to be sympathetic and be like, you'd punch your own dad. I'm a 25, almost 26-year-old Stanley. Okay.
Well, all I have to say is, I got a 19-year-old and he's going on 6'2".
Yeah.
And he is probably 40 pounds heavier. And how boys will get all froggy. And I had to tell him, look, you can look all tough and you can clench your fists, but I know I'm an old man. I can't fight fair. You better make sure, because if I put you down, I'm literally going to have to call the hospital because I'm not going to fight fair. This isn't going to be fisticuffs. This is going to be eliminate a threat.
Yeah, but that's different. That's if you're son.
Well, no. I know that, 25 versus 70, 25 is going to win every time unless the 70-year-old doesn't fight fair. And it's a fair warning. Dude, do you know how to piss people off on panels? Do you think I'm any easier on my son? I've been waiting to be cold cocked for like 6 years.
Because he respects his dad. But if Be Brave was my grandpa,
No. You know what? I know my son, and I know I piss him off. But you know what? We need to get that brain. We need to get that brain thinking. And if I have to jumpstart it with a fucking insult, I'm gonna do it. I just need you to know, son. You better think twice, because if you hit me, you better put me down, because if I survive it, you're not getting up. So, and you know what? It's never come to that point, but I'm going to say what I'm going to say. And if it's a little sharp, if it's a little sarcastic, you're just going to have to survive it, because I'm not going to change my style. I hope y'all know that I don't make these sarcastic remarks because I think you're dumb, with the exception of Be Brave. I expect better. That's why I never taught. That's why I never got the teaching certificate like my mother suggested, because I know me well enough to know I will get fired.
Right.
No, I'm not going to do a metal bat, Richard. It was just a warning, mostly. Like, I need to look. You don't want the boy to hit you. You got to let him know there are consequences. Boys have a lot of testosterone, and Bumpkin is right. Do you really think you're going to survive this encounter, old man? The answer is no. Unless you fight fair. Well, if you fight fair. Anyway, Bumpkin, I'm rambling. Old man ramble.
You're fine. I ain't tripping about it. Let's see what he says.
You wouldn't just get out of his way?
Yeah, I could probably get out of his way.
Okay, thank you again, folks.
He's seen too many movies.
He thinks
I
he's
know.
like.
Yeah, I didn't bring it back up, by
no.
the way, but this is
For what?
ridiculous. You said literally on CT channel it says call in and rescue him, right? Obviously,
all you got to do is answer the question, Bumpkin.
I'm gonna mute this tab, guys.
This guy's ridiculous.
All you got to do is answer the question, and we can go on. Or you can stay in the back if you want, because I'm not going to bring you up very many more times.
I can't stand this.
Now I'm going to ask the goddamn question again. In the case of a catastrophic event,
What's up, Gramps? How you
rich
feeling?
white.
In the case of the most extreme scenario I can create in my head and keep moving the goalpost on, are you going to be around white trash or black trash?
I don't think the rich will want any.
I'm not asking you, Orthodox. I'm not asking
about
you.
Mexican trash?
What about Asian and Mexican trash?
What about Russian trash?
It is, and we'll get to you.
What about Lithuanian trash?
Right.
You want to try again, Bumpkin?
What
about Japanese trash?
All right, yes, Be Brave. In your ridiculous hypothetical that you've created with several different layers, including the EMP, yes, whites would try but Brave. But in the reality,
thank you.
I still say no.
Hold on, Orthodox. That's what I'm talking.
See,
sir.
that's all he, dude.
Were you laughing at me?
And
yes.
Look, and this guy
Are
claims to have higher IQ points, and he acts like a fucking child.
I
told you, him and Stanley are the same person.
Brave, why are you so angry?
Oh, I'm not
Who
angry.
said
I ain't
that,
doing nothing
Gary?
Goddamn disrespectful, fucking smart mouth, fucking. Damn.
said what?
Be Brave and I are the same person. I
No.
take umbrage at that.
He did not say that.
Well, Be Brave doesn't know what umbrage means. I do.
Right. No, the running joke is me and Orthodox guy are pretty much the same person. That's the running
Oh,
joke.
that's all right. I'm not taking offense.
Yeah. Me and Orthodox guy are basically the same person. Which is funny. You know, you don't like Orthodox guy, or do you? Do you not care about Orthodox guy? You guys just disagree a lot. Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still here.
Yeah. But, you know, he's actually the more tame one out of the two of us. I'm a lot more extreme than he is. He's the good cop. I'm the bad cop, you know?
I see.
What is this? What is an XRI Pro?
I have no idea. Where do you see it?
It's a, it's like something that was brought it. It's like something that was like. So I bought a camera for the political organization I ran, right?
Right.
And then that political organization fell through, and I had sent it to our tech guy of the political organization. So then he sent it back to me. And he sent me a bunch of stuff with it, but I don't know what an XRI Pro is. I'll have to look it up.
Google it.
Yeah, I'll Google it. I'm gonna keep playing this while I Google it though.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna step away. I'm listening.
Now, folks,
but
he
I'll
said, you heard him
I'll
say
be right
yes.
back.
Don't bring him up,
All right.
CT. I'll end the stream, and you can take it over, CT.
Wow. What the
Hold
fuck
on,
is this
leave it
kind
up.
of
Stop, leave it, stop.
This guy.
Bumpkin said yes. He said yes. Tried to, yeah.
He said
okay.
in your
I feel like
hypothetical
an attorney on
He
you.
said in your hypothetical
scenario that you made up and keep moving the goalpost on, he said
Once the
white
white trash
type
in their
with
midst
other whites.
in a catastrophic occurrence. That means from the very beginning, they don't hate white trash more than they hate black trash.
Yeah, they do.
Anything else you say is silly.
He got a little upset at me.
It's weird.
Wow.
It's an indication of a mental illness.
Dude, this is a.
What's up, Chaotic?
Wow. He really is displaying he doesn't understand it.
I wanted to come join you, man.
Oh, okay.
Brave.
Yeah,
This is your show today.
I know.
And
so if I end it early, it ends. You don't
do
pick
it,
up
you
and
fucking
carry on,
bitch.
correct?
Right. Why do you let this motherfucker
All right,
sitting?
all right.
What you've done, Brave,
What did I do?
you've created a set of parameters that no one can win.
Right.
Hold on, CT. That's because it's that obvious.
No,
I didn't create anything.
Wow.
I'm just saying it's so obvious. If in the final analysis, when shit hits the fan, the rich people want the white people around them, the white trash, over the black trash. That means they can't possibly hold it. That means they can't possibly hate the black trash more.
I could almost bet, Brave, that my disdain for black trash is probably far worse than what you probably think. But if shit were to hit the fan, Brave, I would choose the black trash. Every racial group would choose their own trash to be.
Doesn't matter. CT, I know it. I got it.
Does matter.
But I still would hate them.
It doesn't matter. You wouldn't hate them more.
Fool.
You could hate them very much. You wouldn't hate them more. The word
Nobody hates their trash worse than the very people that the trash belongs
Look
to.
up the definition of more.
So you're saying that if you would hate someone so much, you wouldn't even want to be around them in apocalyptic times.
No, I'm saying if you got two groups and somebody says that they hate this group more than that group, if they want to be around the group that they supposedly hate more, that means that they don't hate them more if that's who they want around them to live and to survive.
Noodle, watch
wealthy
this.
people.
Are you about to? All right, that's about it, Stanley. That's about it. Everything else does not matter. He just boots everyone down. Yo, questions to ponder. Are you here?
Sorry, I walked off.
Oh, welcome back. I didn't know you were here. You here too, Stanley?
She's always here.
But yeah, that was it. He just got that response from me and said boom and didn't let me back up on the panel. And not only that, he also said,
I'm gonna be honest. He probably did you a favor. Dude, these sorts of arguments are literally a waste of time. And be brave. Look, I guess the term is be brave is not a good faith sort of person to argue or debate with because he keeps moving the goalposts.
Right.
So, I guess you did him a favor by going up there and taking him seriously. He did you a favor because he's not to be taken seriously. And I'm not even being like mean. Be Brave is really not good at this. And, he has, for some reason, it's almost like Solid Snake. Solid Snake will interrupt, especially when he gets drunk and all his social cues, his ability to recognize social cues have been corrupted. 12th Man is a lot like that too. There comes a point in time where you just don't take him seriously. And I don't give 12th Man or Solid Snake the benefit of the doubt. And they could be here on the panel. I've had these conversations with them. And I like them. I think they're great guys. But if they come up here drunk, game over. You're just going to have to tolerate them as long as you can. Be Brave is kind of the same way. There comes a point in time where, you just look, Why am I even here? That's that. Doesn't mean I don't like you. It just means it means I'm done with it.
Right. I get that.
And you know what, dirty dude? You were probably right. There just comes a point in time when you have better things to do. Or better arguments or people to argue with. I think Be Brave being a cute little garden gnome Sith is why people keep him around. But you got to understand, they're keeping him around. And I'm sorry his channel got struck. He is uncontained now. It was easier when he had a channel. And it's still there. I don't get the type of strike he got, but I don't really care either. The only thing I care about is how long the strike will be, because we need to do what we can to get him back to his channel so he doesn't disturb, according to him and according to others, he was being all racist, but he was racist against the wrong group. Yeah. I get that part. And what people don't understand is it's racist. He got struck for being a racist. And I think that's just desserts.
Yep. He wasn't struck for being a racist. He was struck for actually talking about the small hats.
Which is being racist if you couldn't.
I guess in a roundabout way, yeah.
No. If you are being anti-Semitic, that is being racist.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Not all racists are anti-Semitic, but all anti-Semitics are racist.
To a point, yes, but there's also that religious.
No. We won't have this argument to a point. It is out and out racism. If you are talking about and smearing, you know what? Let me put it to you this way. I don't have to prove my point. Be Brave did. His ass got taken off the air. Someone thought he was a racist.
Right.
Stanley?
Ma'am?
Stanley.
Ma'am?
I'm going to speak to you very candidly, if I may.
Oh, goody.
Especially with...
Do I get to speak candidly back?
Sure, go ahead. The manner that Gimpy had been coming after me on Chaotic's channel relentlessly, even though I made no effort to acknowledge his existence. If I did a quarter of what that man across several channels has done to me, I would be labeled an anti-Semite. And I personally have experienced this with others of that particular.
Well, I'm not sure I get your point.
No, what's good for, there's the way I can behave towards people, and then there's the way that others can behave towards me. I'm gonna be very honest with you. What Brave's live and other lives I've watched, I've had the exact same experience from, I don't know, the small hats, juice, whatever. Like, okay, you all want to use small hats, fine. But I've seen them do it to other people, and I know they've done it to me in my own personal life and on YouTube across these channels. Gimpy can say whatever the hell he wants to say to me, and all of you watch it like it's theater. But let anyone say anything to him, it's anti-Semitic. Let Brave have his channel struck. Righteous Muffin said it was pretty racist what Righteous Muffin said to Gimpy. He just sat there. Gimpy sat there and licked his own ass. So
let me ask you a question. I don't know.
It's very relative.
I don't know the details,
and
but
you don't even need
I
to
can
know.
hold on. I
Brave
can imagine someone listening and getting offended. The thing is that different things affect different people differently. You might be able to be all anti-black, And as soon as you're anti-Semitic, you strike the same chord, struck the wrong chord.
But that's not what I'm saying. Gimpy, who will adamantly make these comments and is from, this whatever small hat group, can say whatever he wants. The way these men speak to me, completely justified, rationalized, and everybody sees it and watches it like theater. Nothing absolutely happens.
Okay, again, I'm confused.
Okay.
Are you Jewish?
Anyway.
No. Seriously, Stanley, I'm trying to. I need you to connect the dots.
No, it's okay. Don't worry, Stanley. But Brave can.
Oh, I'm not worried. I need you to connect the dots because
Brave.
Your kind of situation is a different.
Really?
Problem.
How's a different problem?
Well, were they being misogynistic? Were they being racist?
Yeah.
Are you Jewish?
See, like, why does
were they being
racist, Jewish? How are
we're
all
talking
three?
About? You're Jewish?
No, Stanley, I'm not.
Okay, well, I think the reason, at least what I'm hearing, is it was like he got struck for being anti-Semitic.
He got struck for hate speech violation. If I think it was
Richard, what?
Hate speech violation.
Okay. Okay. See, you connected the dots. I get it now.
That's what Brave was struck with. From what I
I get it now. Okay. You connected the dots. Thank you. I get it.
It's just my point is it's just funny how this type of violation is not struck against the comments that Gimpy has made. Because he can say whatever the hell he wants to say. It's just really interesting.
Yeah, but again, the strike is probably someone striking the channel. They were offended.
Okay. All right.
I don't think it's like the AI or the algorithm went in and made a judgment. Somebody reported him.
Because
and for better or for worse, I get your point, your pain, actually. But people just don't seem to get as upset about misogyny.
No. I understand.
I'm not saying that's right. I'm saying, this particular sector takes misogyny as de rigueur.
So Brave had a live where he was speaking about just like names, like how they change their names, which honestly, a lot of people do that. The British royal family changed their name to a more anglicized, accepted name. Like Windsor is not even their last name, so it's not above the pale. It's not. A lot of immigrants do that, change their last name. We changed our name. A lot of immigrants, when you're baptized,
I guarantee you, his immigrant parents changed their last name.
I bet. To be honest, yeah. To be honest, yes. Brave said his father's a Hungarian immigrant. His father, so Brave is first generation, and he said his mother is Polish. So more than likely, they're Catholic. More than likely, especially in that part of the world, either you're Catholic or you're Jewish, one or the other. And there's a good chance they did once they both came to the United States. So with that being said, his channel being struck for hate speech, granted it's Brave. We all know Brave puts 20 on 10. But to make a video about how a particular group changes their name when a lot of groups change their name. And like you said, Stanley, there's a good chance Brave's family changed their last name coming to the United States. A lot of times they did it in the United States through Ellis Island immigration. They would just change the name, like they would change your name to something,
right,
more Americanized or more anglicized. They would, or they would truncate your name.
Right.
Just to make it easier. English is like no more than 2 syllables. They don't know Stanley, you know that. The English language really does not like anything more than 2 syllables. 3 syllables is cutting it. And when you have anything 3 syllables, anything more than 3 syllables is going to be truncated to 1 or 2 syllables. That's the English language. That's that Germanic side. So it's not a big deal. People change their names. I just think whoever struck his channel, like you mentioned, it was someone reported the channel as opposed to the algorithm or AI, whatever. and they had enough pull for it to be hate speech violation. And now he's down for a week.
Yeah, I don't care about any of that, but I think Brian kind of made it more succinct than I did. Hate
It is in
speech
the eye of the beholder.
in the eye of the beholder. So
It is.
I think it is much more in this anti-black or whatever this sector is. I mean, I would, to be honest, the way he talks about black people when he gets on a roll, it did kind of surprise me that someone got upset about that part. But we're not gonna call Be Brave. We'll call him bold, maybe even reckless. We won't call him smart.
Brave's 70, and he like you, Stanley, he has age and experience on his side. He's an old man, and he's seen a lot in this country, as you have, as John Galt has.
You give him credit.
No, I
He
give him
saw
credit
it.
because he's old.
Be Brave saw it and ignored it. He didn't learn from it.
He doesn't care. He's old. He's not going to change. You can just listen to what he says. He's by the fact he's been around. Brave has over half a century of learned experience, like over half a century.
You assume he learns.
He doesn't have to learn. All we had to do is just listen to what he says. He's been around. Whether you
give him much too much credit.
Well, the thing is, though, because he is coming from the oldest of the generations. Like, he's one of the oldest, and he's still brave, kicking and doing it. I mean, he hasn't skipped a beat. He's still brave. Like, he's not decrepit. Like, he's still
Okay. You're totally missing my point.
I am, because he's your generation. He's like, you're like.
He's not my generation. My generation, at least my immediate generation, Be Brave is racist.
Right. Yes.
And he has literally not learned in 70 years not to be racist.
They're not going to learn to be. I would expect him.
This dude is still talking about his childhood in the ghetto.
Right.
Like from 1965.
Correct.
Wait, Stanley, you're 60, right?
Yes.
Would that make you a baby boomer, right?
Yes, it does.
No. Right on the cusp. I'm like the last year of Gen X.
You're a boomer.
No, hold on.
Yeah, okay.
Question to ponder. Hold on. I'm in the same predicament as Stanley, right? He's the last year of the boomers, right? I'm literally the first year of Zoomers. I'm barely a Zoomer. Like, I was born in 99. I'm 25, going to be 26. I am barely a Zoomer. So I get where Stanley's coming from by saying not the same generation. I get that.
No, you're not, Bumpkin. Bumpkin, you are.
Well,
not
I don't think the same
Bumpkin,
way.
You have no memory of 9/11. You're a toddler. You are not a millennial. You don't know the 90s. You're no cusp anything.
Oh my Lord.
Like, it's not a big deal. I mean, just speaking facts.
Well, why make it one?
Well, we don't make these generational claims by off memories that these people have in common. We make them off of certain years people are born, correct?
I mean, if you want to do that, but the facts are, like, you're not a millennial. Like, there's certain aspects to being a millennial, just memories, experiences you don't have. And there's things that I'm not going to understand, like, because I'm not.
Okay,
from your
I don't
generation.
think it's a generational problem. I actually think it's somewhat a experience problem, but it's also kind of a regional problem. Look, I grew up in Savannah, Georgia, and when I was a kid, it was 50% white, 50% black, and you had to get along. Be Brave, I don't know his upbringing, but I think in the South in general, blacks and a lot of people in the North think this is like, deliverance territory. It's actually not. I think blacks and whites get along better in the South. for all its problems, than the North.
Because you know your place. There's an understanding as to
No, it's because you know that, hey, they might be your neighbor. I'm not a racist, to kind of borrow Brave's logic. I'm a stupidist, and I don't like stupid people regardless. Stupidity is my thing. And I think Be Brave is stupid.
But if I'll be honest,
I don't hate his race.
It is something has to be said, because you have Brave, who is asking someone who is young enough to be his grandson. Bumpkin is not young enough to be Brave's son, but grandson, literally. Brave was already old when Bumpkin was born. So Brave asking Bumpkin this question, it is a generational, it is something, it's very noted that you had to bring up the generations and how one generation would respond, and how the youngest generation who are just now entering adulthood, like the late 90s, these Y2K babies are just now in their mid-20s. So they're just really now entering adulthood, leaving mid-20s, leaving that quarter life crisis. For Brave to ask such a question and to be so adamant, it does need to be noted, Stanley.
Oh, I noted. I noted it, and how I noted it was stupid. Look, he's not the first stupid person I've met in my life. And I do wonder, because he is oddly stupid.
Okay,
he is uniquely stupid.
So if I may, Chaotic's response, Chaotic and Chaotic's associate, the one that was in the Chaotic's associate, they were all speaking to Brave. They really do believe that the white elite don't see race. That is not true. That is just simply not true. Neither Chaotic nor his associate spent their formative years amongst white people. Neither one of them did. There's the only person and who really has, formative from beginning to end, white people, quote unquote, white people, is Imperius. But yeah, Imperius is Catholic. The others have not.
And look at the horrible person he can be.
Okay.
You're actually not making the point you think you are.
No, my point is neither one of them have been around white people. They're just they didn't grow up around white people.
Wait, I've been around white people.
Stanley, I'm not speaking about you. I'm not speaking about you. Your situation is more in line with Clarence Thomas. I'm not speaking about you.
No. Look, I've spent enough time around white people to know they're human. Not superior, not, they have all the foibles that any other group of people can have.
So keep in mind,
I'm not willing. Hold on. I'm not willing to go the John Galt route and worship them like they are some gods. And I'm not willing to go, the ignorant route, which is they're all devils. They are human.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that.
Well, what are you saying? Because you took a while getting there and you haven't said it.
You have people who are responding to this Bumpkin Brave back and forth, who are speaking as if they know white people, when neither of them have been around.
Dude, Be Brave doesn't know white people.
Stanley.
No, I'm dead serious. He doesn't know the history.
Stanley.
Be Brave doesn't know white people. He just happens to share a skin color.
Okay, Stanley.
He doesn't share the IQ for sure.
Stanley, if I may share something with you. So way back when okay, if I may just quick sidebar. There was a time, I know you remember that whole situation, Tanya Harding and Nancy Kerrigan.
I do. The Battle of the White Girls.
There was a time.
One weirdly blonde and malicious, and the tall, statuesque. I don't even who the Nancy Kerrigan.
Yeah, so let's speak about that because the battle really was about it really was a battle between two white girls. One who was viewed as white trash. David Letterman outright called Tanya Harding white trash.
Yeah.
The Olympic Committee, the ice skating Olympic Committee did not like Tanya Harding, basically because they saw her as white trash. They liked Nancy Kerrigan. They liked Nancy Kerrigan a lot. Disney even used Nancy Kerrigan. Campbell's Soup used Nancy Kerrigan. She had that beautiful.
Let's cut to the chase.
No. Let's give some people.
They were proven right with the white trash thing, right?
Okay, wait 1 second, Stanley. Because first, wait. Nancy Kerrigan, brunette, looked like an ice princess, very pretty, and she was the brunette. Tanya Harding was the blonde. Because they like to say, like blondes, like there's this preference.
Okay, I don't know why you can't make this long story short.
Okay, oh my God, Stanley, you're right. You make a
no, seriously, we get it. White trash versus ice princess, but my argument is that Tanya Harding proved them all right. You don't see that?
Anyway, Stanley.
What was it? A crowbar she used?
You know what? You have one. Hey, let me let you. I'll go ahead and leave so you and Bumpkin can.
You know what? Don't be a Be Brave.
No, I'm not.
I'm just trying to figure out what your point is.
Stanley, one thing I don't do is I don't go back and forth. Like go ahead. Let's
finish. Okay. Well, you know what? You know what this panel is about. You're up here quite a bit. The bottom line is, and I think the secret is to get to the point.
Stanley, you of all people talking about getting to the point. You of all people.
I'm not saying I'm above criticism.
Can I just finish stating what I'm saying? Because most people.
Okay, go ahead and finish.
Thank you. I'm not just give me 1 minute for Christ's sake.
I'll give you 2 because we know it's going to take 2.
For real, Stanley. What the hell? Please. Thank you. Tanya Harding, just if I can give some background about these two women at the time. Tanya Harding comes from a single family. Her mother was paying for everything. Tanya Harding was the blonde girl. They would talk. The Olympic Committee didn't like the music. It came out very majorette. They didn't like her.
Was she a natural blonde or bottle blonde?
No, she was a natural blonde. She was always a natural blonde. She really just came off very white trash. People were saying this. One thing that Tanya Harding did say about herself, when she was later on interviewed, is that, yeah, my family lived in a trailer park, but we lived on our own land. I bring this up because even the fact with them calling her trailer trash, even the fact that she looked the part, she acted the part, they would call her white trash, trailer trash, whatever. She still came from some sort of asset and wealth. Because I remember her saying that her family lived on acres.
Should they have called her nouveau riche?
She lived off acres and acres of land, and they had their trailer park on their land. My point is, let's remember, this is mid-90s. Tanya Harding's family has money now. They could have just sold or leased off the land. So my point is, she wasn't broke, like typical white people. Typical white people, Stanley. White people do not play games when it comes to land.
White people do not kneecap their competition. This pretense that Tanya Harding was normal is ridiculous.
What does that? My point is that they make all these comments about.
Okay, why the hell are we talking about Tanya Harding?
I'm bringing up the fact
if she didn't act like white trash and kneecap her competition. You have a very hard time making your point. Look, there comes a time. Get to the goddamn point. Ugh. Richard, stop being rude, dude. If you know what your point is, get to it. All right, Darth. Any last comments?
No, I'm pretty good. Might make a funny video involving Be Brave. I have this camera, so that should be funny. We'll see.
Really? Why?
Because I like the content, and you know.
Look, Ponder, I don't know. Sometimes is it a philosophical exercise to defend the indefensible? If people thought that Tanya Harding was white trash, it sounds like you were being an apologist. People thinking that Tanya Harding is white trash does not give her reason to disable her competition. All those acres of land did not stop her from committing a violent act. And I'm just fucking tired of people. Look, she acted like white trash. And she was dumb enough to confirm what the people thought about her. That's all I'm saying. So, any final words besides the you're gonna make? I don't know. I think giving Be Brave fuel to feel self-righteous, just seems to me you're just adding to his stature.
I mean, I guess.
Where the plexiglass runs thick.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? At the end of the day, it's all content, Stanley. And if he gets a funny video out of it, it's all content.
Well, he's going to have a week to think about it.
I know.
I really wish I was in the audience that day, because what on earth could he have possibly said that was so hateful?
Who's Stanley?
Oh, wait, I can imagine.
That's funny.
All right, folks. Well, it is almost 9 hours and 23 minutes. Had no intention of going this long, but I did enjoy it. And let me put up our show sponsors just to give them a last shout out. DiCapriona, 12th Man, Lupin, and Deacon Dave. You created this devilment. Now you must take responsibility. You must take responsibility for it. And Bumpkin, I'm glad to see you up here.
Glad to see you too, man.
Yeah, well, feel free to come by anytime.
I will. You know, this is the first stream that we ever had where we didn't argue with each other. There was almost an argument.
Well, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's a joke. I didn't quite mean that, but no, but seriously, we had something other than race to talk about.
Exactly.
And congratulations again.
I know.
You'll have to. Is it happening soon or?
It'll be happening a little bit. There's other life events as well, but we won't get into those.
All right. Well, don't. When it happens, keep us apprised.
I will.
All right, folks. I will see you Monday morning, probably around 5:45. Have a good weekend, unless the spirit happens and I have a show or an idea or something. I will probably take the day off. And the mess decks idea, that one's not going to escape me. There will be a mess Dax, but it's not going to be about food. It's going to be about messy people on YouTube. So, Richard, good to see you too. Brian, you too, Innate, Abiola, and AAE, my new internet darling who gets mad at me. We'll see each other again, I'm sure. So take it easy, y'all.